Dimpleji, you can go ahead. We have 50 attendees.
Okay, thanks, Adi. Namaste. On behalf of Indica, I welcome our honorable speakers and our wonderful audience to today's session. Indica is an institute dedicated to Indic knowledge, traditions, and cultural heritage. We envision a world where the wisdom and practices of these traditions are integrated into everyday life, providing solutions for individual well-being and happiness, as well as promoting global peace and sustainability. Our goal is to facilitate seekers' journey in discovering their identity, finding their purpose, and nurturing their potential by enabling access to these valuable traditions. Our strategy is multifaceted, multidisciplinary, and multi-horizon. We aim to preserve, protect, and promote our textual, experiential, and embodied knowledge traditions and heritage. We provide transformative learning experiences that are authentic, immersive, and aesthetically rich. Our offerings cater to a wide variety of seekers, including children, students of IKS, mid-career entrepreneurs and professionals, householders, and elders. We organize a range of events, including talks, roundtables, festivals, workshops, retreats, screenings, concerts, and tours. We aim to bridge the gap between Gurukulams and universities, practitioner scholars and academic scholars, and Indic and non-Indic knowledge systems. Our centers for specific disciplines conduct research, publish scholarly works, develop curricula, and organize academic conferences, symposiums, and workshops. We offer a range of educational opportunities through our programs. We also run an online magazine and publish books to disseminate IKS. We are deeply committed to supporting seekers and fostering collaboration to build a thriving ecosystem. We believe that no effort with integrity should suffer for lack of financial support. Our Accelerator Fund is a vital part of this effort, providing grants to support a variety of initiatives, including fees, subscriptions, publishing, promotions, research, travel, events, projects, and so on. We also incubate ideas and hive them into separate entities at appropriate time. Our goal is to create a vibrant community that celebrates and promotes the richness of these traditions. We train faculty from various universities, colleges, and institutions in an attempt to transform them from teachers into gurus who embody and transmit the wisdom of Indic knowledge systems. We strive to enable seekers to become transdisciplinary thinkers, social entrepreneurs, or public leaders with our Cultural Changemaker Fellowship Program. We encourage them to use the selfless self framework, which involves discovering their aptitude and passions, developing an attitude of working for a larger cause, and pursuing an authentic spiritual path. In all of these endeavors, we are guided by our core value of dharmic pluralism. While diversity and inclusion mainly focus on acknowledging and respecting differences and promoting tolerance and acceptance, pluralism emphasizes active engagement and dialogue. In a pluralistic society, diverse perspectives, values, and practices can coexist, communicate, and collaborate while maintaining their distinctiveness and autonomy. However, pluralism on its own does not fully capture all the other aspects that are essential to our mission. Any effort to advance pluralism should not be a mere intellectual exercise, but an embodied one. We believe that pluralism, when qualified with dharma, becomes a comprehensive core value that includes duty, gratitude, devotion, order, ethics, and justice, and captures the very essence of what we are striving for. That was about Indica. Indica is delighted to organize today's online symposium on Acharya Abhinavagupta, Ancient Paradigm for Multidisciplinary Humanities. This event is our way of commemorating the Jayanti of this great polymath, Acharya Abhinavagupta, which this year falls on the 30th of May. Acharya Abhinavagupta was a key figure in the development of what is now known as Kashmir Shaivism, a school of thought that emphasizes the unity of consciousness and the world. His writings on philosophy, aesthetics, and music have had a profound influence on Indian culture. His magnum opus is the Tantraloka, a comprehensive treatise on Kashmir Shaivism. He wrote extensively on aesthetics and music and believed that art and music are powerful tools of spiritual realization. In his writings on aesthetics, he developed a theory of rasa or aesthetic experience and argued that rasa is a state of consciousness beyond pleasure and pain, a state of pure bliss experienced when the individual's consciousness merges with the object of their aesthetic experience. A towering figure of Indian thought, his ideas continue to be studied and debated today. We welcome participants who've taken time out to join us in today's celebration, and we are grateful to the 11 eminent scholars from around the world who have agreed to grace this occasion and share their scholarship with all of us. We shall have 30 to 45 minutes presentation by each speaker, including Q&A, but we can extend a little bit. I would request the audience to post their queries in the Q&A box if they have any during a particular speaker is making the presentation. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Dr. Nagaraj Paturi Garu, the Senior Director and Chief Curator of Indica, who will be presenting the welcome address and also speak on the idea of Abhinavagupta, ancient Indian paradigm for multidisciplinary humanities. Trained in Sanskrit and Advaita Vedanta by his hyper-polyglot, polymath and spiritually accomplished Sakala Shastra Parangat father, Dr. Paturi is seriously committed to the transmission of Vedic sciences to the present generation. In his PhD thesis, he developed an Indic model of myth criticism of literature, and in his MPhil, he foregrounded Vakya Padya as the theoretical foundation of the Ashtadhyayi. In addition to over 50 publications and about 60 conferences, seminar, workshop papers, Dr. Paturi has designed several courses pertaining to the contemporary applications of Vedic sciences and has been successfully teaching them and getting them taught. Formerly Senior Professor of Cultural Studies, Flame School of Communication, and a visiting professor, University of Chicago, Dr. Paturi is currently Senior Director and Chief Curator at Indica, a distinguished professor, curriculum designer, executive committee member, Board of Studies, MIT School of Vedic Sciences, and member Board of Studies at Kavi Kulguru Kalidasa Sanskrit University. He's also the editor-in-chief of International Journals of Studies and Public Leadership and is a member of the Advisory Council of Veda Vijnana Shodh Samsthanam. He's provided consultancy to numerous cultural research, theatre, and dance innovation projects. He's authored scores of creative writing works from classical dance, modern theatre, and magazines, and has delivered several series of talks and other programs on radio and television channels. I request Nagaraj Paturi Garu to deliver the welcome address. Nagaraj. Nagaraj.
So you are not audible, sir.
Am I now audible?
Yes, Andy.
Okay. Angikam bhuvalam yasya vachikam sarvavamayam aharyam chandrataradi tam vande satvikam shivam. Dimpleji has given a beautiful introduction to Indica and its activities. I welcome all the distinguished scholars who have joined us in celebrating Abhinavagupta Pada Acharya. We are so lucky that we have such stalwarts like Professor Navjeevan Rastogi ji and sadhaka teachers like Professor Ramakant Angiras ji and Balaji George Parse ji and all other distinguished scholars. Suntar Vishwalingam from Chicago. I think he has not yet joined, but he is going to join. Most of them are already connected to me. We gave the title Abhinavagupta, a paradigm of ancient Indian paradigm for multidisciplinary humanities. My purpose now is only to explain the title, why we called the symposium an ancient Indian paradigm of multidisciplinary humanities. Let me start with the word humanities. This word obviously comes from the contemporary university classifications of disciplines. And I see a misunderstanding and a lack of understanding on the part of many common public, common people with regard to this particular jargon like humanities and other university groupings of disciplines. They just try to imagine whatever is connected to humans is humanities or something like that. But it's not so. You have to actually get into the university system and the classification of various university disciplines into what they call, in some universities, the system is faculty. They call it faculty of arts, faculty of sciences, and faculty of something else. And in most universities in nowadays, worldwide, they are using the word school. School of sciences, or school of life sciences, or school of mathematical sciences, school of social sciences, school of humanities. And within this faculty or school, they have a division called departments. Under a school, you get, for example, if there is a school of life sciences, you have a department of botany, you have a department of zoology, and so on. Similarly, if it is a school of social sciences, you have departments of political science, department of sociology, department of economics, and so on. And you have under what is called as school of humanities, departments weirdly with the names of languages. There will be a department of English, department of Telugu, department of Tamil, department of Sanskrit, and usually department of philosophy is thrown into the school of humanity. And poorly, the department of history is always in a very ambiguous position, whether it is to be put under school of humanities, faculty of humanities, or under social sciences. Why this? If we look at the history of university disciplinary divisions, in the beginning, during 19th century and early 20th century also, there was a categorization called arts. It was so wide that even what we call sciences today, physics, chemistry kind of disciplines also, were grouped under arts only at that time. So, for example, my own mantra guru had a BA in chemistry. He was a chemistry honors, but it was called a Bachelor of Arts degree at that time. So there was an MA in physics or MA in chemistry also at that time. But gradually they started bifurcating the whole bunch of arts into sciences and then arts. What we today call social sciences and humanities all together were left, I should use the word left, in arts, while the what we call sciences today got into an elevated position called science, faculty of sciences. And then physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, mathematics, all this, they went into sciences, I should say elevated. And then came the next level called arts. And political science, sociology, all these went into arts. And these departments are with the names of languages like Department of English, Department of Hindi, Department of Sanskrit, they all went into arts. And after some time, these departments like political science, sociology, economics, anthropology, etc., they started claiming this science status and they started calling themselves social sciences. And then they got elevated to the second level, from the sciences to the second level social sciences. The lowermost position was left to humanity. So the word sciences is there in the sciences, basic sciences or hard sciences. The word sciences is there in social sciences also. So whatever does not have a science name got into humanities. So what humanities means is non-sciences. Basically, humanities are all non-sciences. Okay, is English a discipline? Sanskrit a discipline? Tamil or Telugu a discipline? No, it's the name of a language. Others like political science, sociology, physics, chemistry, they're all disciplines. But here you have the name of a language as the department of that discipline, but it's not a discipline in fact. So when the sciences people look at all these, they get a feeling that, oh, these are not disciplines at all. What is English? What is Sanskrit? What is Hindi? What is Tamil or Telugu? What are these? These are not disciplines at all. But that is why they look to be non-sciences. But what happens is, in my own experience, I studied in the department of Telugu studies. So when you get into that department, you begin to see that your teacher is teaching you Alankara Shastra. Your teacher is teaching you linguistics. Your teacher is teaching you Vyakarana Shastra. These are Shastras. But the others on the university campus, they do not know that it is a Shastra that you are studying here. It is a highly rigorous discipline. Vyakarana Shastra is a discipline. Alankara Shastra is a discipline. And they do not know this. Poorly, unfortunately, the Department of Philosophy, the name philosophy is there in the titles of Doctor of Philosophy, Master of Philosophy, etc. for all other departments, including the Science Department. But the Department of Philosophy, which lies dumped into humanities, that is non-sciences, is looked down upon so poorly that people even do not realize that originally they were all philosophy people. That is why their degrees even today are called Doctors of Philosophy and Masters of Philosophy. And like King of Kings, philosophy is the science of sciences. It is only in the Department of Philosophy that logic is studied as a discipline. There is a professor of logic inside of Department of Philosophy. And if you look at the seminars, symposiums and conferences and classroom teachings of philosophy department, the most rigorous teaching happens inside the Department of Philosophy only, not anywhere inside the university campus. But philosophy department is non-sciences, humanities. And probably all this happened because of prioritization of empirical studies, laboratory studies, mathematics, application of mathematics to the disciplines. So if there is no application of mathematics, throw it out. No laboratory, throw it out. No empirical study, if it is only speculative, throw it out. But the professors of humanities and the students of humanities do not go out and tell the science people that they are studying Alankara Shastra, they are studying Vyakarana Shastra, they are studying many Shastras inside those departments, which are more rigorous than the so-called science departments. Indica has taken it upon itself to take this as a movement all over the world, as a global movement, to tell the world that humanities they should not be studied as department of a language. All these departments have to be reorganized as Department of Alankara Shastra, Department of Vyakarana Shastra, Department of Darshanas, and so on. And then people would know that they are not studying a language or literature, they are studying Shastras, which help to study these languages and literature. Then they would know that there is a rigorous study inside these departments. So in future, these what is being called as humanities have to be called as human sciences, if at all. or human shastras, but for a worldwide communication, let us use the word sciences. So these are all human sciences. Science of grammar, science of language, science of literature, science of poetics, science of natya, science of sangeeta, science of chitra lekhana, science of shilpa, science of sthapatya, science of vastu. All these. Now, let me come to the word paradigm. We are calling Abhinavagupta Pada a polymath, Bahumukha Prajnashali, Bahushastravid, we are calling him. But were there not many polymath scholars, whether it was in Greece, ancient Greece, which is the only comparable part of the world to our Indian ancient knowledge system, Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, or any of those scholars, or within India itself, we have examples like Bhoja. He was also a Bahumukha Prajnashali. The areas he covered were also of multiple focus areas. So, if there is a Bahumukha Prajnashali, is it called paradigm? No, because if you look at all the works of Bhoja, starting from Vastu Shastra to Ayurveda to culinary sciences to Ashwalakshana to Alankara Shastra to Vyakarana to Yoga, there is no consistent theoretical framework with which he goes into all these disciplines. He covers these disciplines, is very admirable. His polymath nature is very admirable. His Bahumukha Prajna is very admirable. For that matter, interdisciplinarity was always admired in India, always achievable, considered to be achievable in India. Prajna vivekam labhate vinnair agama darshanaihi iyadva shakyam unnetum swatarkam anudhavata is the 5th century Vakyapadiyam. So you had this approach of you have to be learned in different shastras if your intellect has to acquire wisdom. Prajna vivekam labhate. That was always there. And you can see that Bhartrihari was drawing from Mimamsa, drawing from Nyaya, drawing from different shastras when he was articulating his Vyakarana Darshana. But that is not the point. If you have to call it a paradigm, you have examples, for example, in Alankara Shastra, what people usually call Kavyatma Siddhantas, Kavyatma theories, Auchitya, Dhvani, or Riti, you have Alankara. Some people use the words Prasthana for them. There is Auchitya Prasthana. So what happens in all these models is that one single concept of poetics, Auchitya, for example, propriety or matchingness, is unity of art. Professor Raghavan, in his article on history of Auchitya, he uses the word unity for Auchitya. So whatever English word you use it, Auchitya was there, for example, in Anandavardhana only, already in Tantraloka itself. Auchitya Trite Nanyad Rasabhangasya Karanam is already there. So Auchitya was already a concept, but Kshemendra is making it a paradigm. What it means is that all other concepts, whether it is Alankara, Riti, Vrittipaka, Guna, Shaya, or Dhvani, or any other concept, they are all brought under this framework of Auchitya. That is why it is being called as Jivitam. Kavyasya Jivitam, it is being called. You take Vakrokti. what is happening is that Vakrokti is being made a paradigm. Vakrokti is not a single concept. If you want to call Vakrokti as a single concept, it was there already among Alankaras. The word Vakrokti was not new. It was not coined by Kuntaka for his Vakrokti Jivitam. But what Kuntaka is doing in Vakrokti Jivitam is he is making Vakrokti as a paradigm. He is making all other concepts of Alankara Shastra merging to his concept of Vakrata. For example, Shabdalankaras merging to Varna Vinyasa Vakrata. Arthalankaras merging to Vakya Vaichitrya Vakrata. Kavya Dhvani Angirasa merges into Prabandha Vakrata. And Prakarana wise Angirasa of a Prakarana merges into Prakarana Vakrata. So you are creating a new paradigm out of one of the existing concepts called Vakrata, and a totally new version of that Vakrata is being created, a new paradigm is being created. So that way, within Alankara Shastra, within poetics, you already have a paradigm building exercise happening. You are taking one single concept and you are making that an overarching concept, an umbrella concept for all other concepts, and all other concepts are getting merged into this concept. So is this what Abhinavagupta also did? Is this what we are saying about Abhinavagupta? Which of the Alankara Shastra concepts he took and made it an Alankara Shastra paradigm? No. Beauty of Abhinavagupta's academic exercise is not just that he is creating a new Alankara paradigm, a new Kavyatma theory. The beauty is, unlike Bhoja and other Bahumukha Prajnashalis, he is taking one single philosophical concept of Trika and taking it into the other Shastras that he covered, whether it is Natya Shastra, Sangeeta Shastra as part of Natya Shastra, the Sangeeta portions of Natya Shastra, or Kavya Shastra, Shravya Kavya Shastra, I should say, because Tantraloka is covering Shravya Kavya Shastra. So he is taking his Trika ideas into his Lochana, a commentary to Tantraloka. So he is taking the Trika philosophical foundations into Abhinava Bharati, into the various concepts of Natya, including the pivotal Rasa aspect. And the same thing is happening in what is already a paradigm. Tantraloka is already a paradigm building exercise by Anandavardhana. And in that paradigm building exercise, the beauty is Anandavardhana, let us all remember, is already bringing Trika into Tantraloka. That is why actually among all the Alankara Shastra works, of all the works, Abhinavagupta chooses only Anandavardhana's Tantraloka because the foundations of Trika application to Alankara Shastra happened already in Tantraloka. And that is why he creates a Lochana, Aloka. The word Aloka is so relishable for Abhinavagupta. He uses for his magnum opus also the word Aloka, Tantraloka. And that seems to be a beautiful word for even Anandavardhana. That is why he is calling it Tantraloka. And for Aloka, what you need is Lochana, and he is creating that Lochana. And that Lochana is coming from Abhinavagupta's application of Trika theory through Lochana to Shravya Kavya analysis. So he is the one who is actually doing the application of the Trika, not just philosophical system, it is a spiritual practice system also. So the beauty of this is that as long as you are into pure, say, Hamahas Alankara Prasthana, or Riti Prasthana, or Kshemendra's Auchitya Prasthana, the original Vaidika beauty in Rigveda or Yajurveda, in the Brahmarshis, among the Drashtas, you had this merger of aesthetics as a spiritual practice. Actually, all the Brahmarshis were poets. Non-Rishis Purite Kavyam is our vision. And Brahmarshi is the best Kavi. So they are all, it is aesthetics of nature taken to its extreme that created the mantras. The mantras were visioned by the Brahmarshis that way. So that spiritual practice, the inward practice, as Alankara, as poetry, was not brought out so well by the previous Alankarikas. But that was possible only from Anandavardhana to Abhinavagupta, and by the application of Trika in Abhinavabharati to Natya Shastra and the other portions of Natya Shastra, remaining portions of Natya Shastra, that a paradigm of Trika, a single paradigm of Trika, was used for all the areas of humanities. Nowadays in the university system, they don't place Sangita Shastra or Natya Shastra also under humanities. They are given a separate school called School of Fine Arts and Performing Arts. But actually they deserve a place in the same group. The Alankara Shastra, Natya Shastra, Sangita Shastra, all these deserve a single grouping. So in that grouping of humanities, for all these areas of humanities, for all these areas of human sciences, a single Trika theory of both philosophy and inward spiritual practice. It is just not a philosophical school. There are talks today which are going to argue for the status of Trika as a philosophical system, and there are going to be talks today which try to show how it is actually an inward practice rather than a philosophical system. But it is such a comprehensive system. All the shortened versions of Tantraloka were developed by Abhinavagupta himself, but it is a 37-chapter huge work, so comprehensive, and that is taken into all these various areas. There were studies which showed that Dhvanyaloka actually draws from Spota theory of Vakyapati. But attention is not paid to the fact that Abhinavagupta himself wrote a Vivarana for the Padartha Padakanda of Vakyapadiyam. It's not available today, but we know that he has done it. And there is a Prakirnaka commentary also of Abhinavagupta. So the connection between Shabda Brahmopasana, Spota theory of Vakyapadiyam, and Dhvanyaloka and Lochana was touched upon by people. But that connection of Shabda Brahmopasana of Vakyapadiyam to the Trika theory, the Shaiva theory, the Tantra theory has to be paid attention much better. Linguistics as a spiritual practice is Tantra. For me, that's what my father taught me, that linguistics as a spiritual practice is what is Tantra altogether. So that model of linguistics as a philosophy, linguistics as a spiritual practice, and that being taken into the various other shastras like Natya Shastra, Alankara Shastra, through Abhinavabharati and through Lochana, and creating a single paradigm of philosophy and spiritual practice for all the different shastras into which he entered, Abhinavagupta entered, is the beauty of Abhinavagupta. Unlike the other Bahumukha Prajnashalins, unlike the other Bahushastriya Shastrin of his time, who entered into different Shastras, but not a single paradigm of theoretical framework was taken by that particular scholar into different Shastras, whereas Abhinavagupta is doing this. Abhinavagupta is taking this everywhere. For example, if you come to the Abhivyaktivada, the title that is given to his Rasa Nishpatti Sutra, how Rasa emerges in the audience. Actually, not only Rasa Nishpatti Sutra, where Rasam Yannishtam is another question. So even there, that it lies in the audience, that it is an awakening. Both these theories, which are now very well established, are contributions by Abhinavagupta. They are coming from what in contemporary parlance, in contemporary philosophy, is called rationalist or naturalist epistemology, where the idea of innate knowledge, in contrast to empiricist theory, empiricist epistemology, where knowledge is considered to be empirical, coming from nurture, culture, rather than innate by birth, is what is contributing to Abhivyaktivada in Rasa Nishpatti, in Abhinavagupta. So that is innate knowledge theory. If you go to Vakyapadiyam, again, Adyah Karana Vinyasah Pranasyobbham Samiranam Tananam Abhigatascha Navina Shabda Bhavana is again innate knowledge theory only. So right from the origin in Shabda Brahmopasana, there is this innate knowledge theory. The individuals are born with an innate, to use Chomskyan word, language acquisition device. He calls it LAD. So an acquisition device, not just language, all the artistic aspects. There is an acquisition device with which individuals are born. So among psychologists also, you have Jung, who is the rationalist or naturalist, comes with an innate theory of collective unconscious or archetypes. So this innateness is the paradigm with which he is going. That is why, because it is innate, you have to have pratyabhijna, re-recognition. You are born with it. So that re-recognition, pratyabhijna, is taking the form of abhivyaktivada when it comes to Rasa Nishpatti. So we can actually take this whole line of argument from where it actually goes, from pratyabhijna, Ishvara pratyabhijna, from actually we can even show where para and apara are getting located within Abhinava Bharati in the Rasa Nishpatti Sutra. For example, in Shantarasa theory also, his explanation of Shantarasa, we can show actually where he is taking the same consistent argument everywhere and creating a robust framework for multiple Shastras from his philosophical system and spiritual practice theory. So that is, in my opinion, is the greatest contribution of Abhinavagupta, of creating a single paradigm for all the Shastras that he covered. Though it appears that he covered multiple Shastras, he was doing the same single activity of taking his Trika and Ishvara Pratyabhijna to all his Shastras and creating a beautiful, robust, single paradigm for all the disciplines which in contemporary parlance have to be called as humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nagaraj Karu. I'm sure that these last few minutes of extremely powerful thought propositions would propel scholars, current and upcoming, to research this at a greater depth and come up with really something which is very worthwhile and add to the knowledge base that we currently have. Thank you so very much. And I do not see any questions, but if any of you have any questions in which, for example, if we move to the next speaker, and if there are questions that you feel are unattended, please feel free to put those in the Q&A, or you could also mail those to us at namaste@indica.org.in, and we'll make sure that we get back to you with the responses. So we'll make sure that the paucity of time does not play a dampener to your curiosity. I now feel honored to introduce Professor Navjeevan Rastogi, a scholar known for his intellectual integrity, depth, and commitment. He hails from the illustrious lineage of Dr. K.C. Pandeyji, who during early 20th century discovered Abhinavagupta as a great Kashmir Shaiva philosopher and master aesthetic thinker to the World Academy. He retired from Lucknow University as the professor and chair of Sanskrit and honorary director, Abhinavagupta Institute of Aesthetics and Shaiva Philosophy 24 years ago. With the publication of his Krama Tantracism Volume 1 in 1979, Rastogi's academic prowess came to be widely noticed. He's also known for his other publications such as Introduction to the Tantraloka, a study in structure, and Tantralogic Philosophy of Abhinavagupta. He began the first systematic attempt towards unraveling the epistemological theorizing in Shaiva non-dualism of Kashmir. He has also edited Tantraloka with Viveka of Jairatha in 8 volumes, as well as Abhinavagupta, Perspectives on Abhinavagupta, Studies in Memory of K.C. Pandey, jointly with Meera Rastogi. Kalikrama and Abhinavagupta, the epistemological ethos of a tantric tradition and world index of the Tantraloka are his 2 latest publications. At present, Rastogi is focused on re-editing Ishwar Pratibhijna Sutra Vimarshani Vyakhya and Itaru unpublished commentary on Abhinavagupta's Ishwar Pratibhijna Vimarshani. He was honored with the prestigious Sharada Samman and was twice felicitated by his alma mater, once in 2006 and then in the centenary year of 2020 for his contribution to the university's lived knowledge tradition of light and learning. He's been nominated by the Indian Council for Philosophical Research as its National Fellow for the year 2020, working on Pratibhijna Praman Darshana, Meta-Epistemology of Pratibhijna School. I invite Navjeevan Rastogi to deliver his presentation on Situating Abhinavagupta in Mainstream Indian Philosophy. Rastogi, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Dimple ji. Tarvat bhav patleno vijrimbhamano vichhed shunya paramartha chamatkratirya tam purna vratyahamiti prathana swahavam swatma sthitim sarasatah pranamami devi. Abhasa pratibhasa tadvirhayosh chitratmanosh chanchala स्वातंत्र्यादव भास्वरस्वपुषोस्त्यक्तक्रमं व्यास्थितिः तत्संवेदन सागरस्य विलसच्चन्द्रार्धशोभाभृतो रूपं भाव विभाकृतामयमहं नित्योदितं संस्तुवे. Professor Nagaraj Paturi, thank you for your brilliant welcome, very soulful, enriching welcome, and making our task very easier, lighter. Ms. Dimple Kaul, eminent co-panelists, young scholars, and learned audience. Today is a very special day in many respects. You see, it is one of the days of the first decade of the millennial centenary of Abhinavagupta. So, I mean, it is virtually, literally, historically, this is the first decade after 1,000 years. So, because Abhinavagupta penned his last work on in 10,015. So, in 10,015, so that's why I'm saying it is 2023 we are here. And so it is the first decade of the millennial century. Then again, in a political, there is a change in the political environment in Kashmir with the removal of 370. So that also makes this, I mean, today's day important. Now, another day for which this is very important because the new Sansad Bhavan is being dedicated to the nation. And of course, this is the words. I mean, today we are also celebrating the birthday of Veer Savarkar. So, I mean, these are so many things. And as Jimpilji mentioned, that 2 days away we are going to have Abhinavagupta's, we can call it birthday or Jayanti. So, these are, I mean, I think Professor Nagaraj Paturi made a very important, very pertinent point, and it might not be presumptuous on my part to say. In fact, I think this is very necessary to discover these paradigms in Abhinavagupta's thought, particularly. And my today's presentation is also in that direction, because what I'm trying to do today is that trying to find out how we situate Abhinavagupta. I mean, how do we situate his, if I can borrow a term from our own Indic terminology, how can we take his prasthanic identity in the mainstream in Indian philosophy? So, and by the way, I'd like to draw your attention of the audience to two of my papers before I begin and come to the main subject. That is, I wrote a paper about, I think, 30 years back, re-accessing Abhinavagupta. And then Anagar ki Utpal's insights into aesthetics and its impact on Abhinavagupta's aesthetic speculation. It was only prompted from this particular point of view, how Abhinavagupta evolves a paradigm for his thought, in fact, and then how he structures in entire creativity into that mold. So from that point of view, it is very important, and Professor Paturi made some very important point, but this is because of the paucity of time. I mean, they were, I just wanted to make a few comments, but right now, I think I should concentrate on my paper, on my presentation. I might remind, I mean, just to that on this very portal, on this very platform, Indica afforded me an opportunity last year on the 7th of May on the conference, as a part of the conference on Shaivism, where I just talked about revisiting Abhinavagupta after 1,000 years. And I want to pick up the thread from where I left in that, that lecture. So I'll be recapitulating a little bit and then I'll proceed. So you see, Abhinavagupta is known, as everybody knows, Abhinavagupta is very popular, and his impact is felt across all the, most of the disciplines in India. And he is known and mentioned, in particularly Kashmir Shaivism, and Trika is also known and mentioned, for example, Narad Puran, Shiv Puran, and we feel his impact. We feel and find his impact in Chol, Kerala, Maharashtra, Kamrup, Nepal, and in the books like Sangeet Ratnakar, Dattil, Bhav Prakashan, etc., etc. So, but you see, what surprises, and what should in fact surprise us shockingly, is that Abhinavagupta is nowhere part of the what we call the Shastriya Chintan Paddhati, or the part of the Academy of Scholars, or Scholarly Academy, as regards philosophy. So in the field of the philosophical speculation, Abhinavagupta is not mentioned anywhere. And that's why this struck me that I should, I must try how to find, how do we situate Abhinavagupta in the mainstream Indian philosophy. Now, how do we go about it? So there are two ways to know. I'm just recapitulating a little, and then there are Sangrah Granthas, what we call compendia or compendiums, like Sarvdarshan Sangraha, Sarvdarshan Samuchaya, etc., etc. So this is one way in which the society or the knowledge tradition a general knowledge tradition recognizes one's contribution. Unfortunately, there is only one Sangraha Grantha, that is Sarvdarshan Sangraha by Madhava in 14th century, which mentions Pratyabhigya Darshan. And that is also in a very low key. Madhava's treatment of Pratyabhigya Darshan, one should not be very happy about it, or one should not, because he places it just only above the, he places even below Nyaya, etc. So that is it. Then, although you see, and again shocking, the Kalhan, barring the sole exception of Kallato, the author of Ispandakarika, no other person, right from Vasugupta down to Abhinavagupta, not to talk of lesser scholars like Shemraj. Shemraj is also a very great scholar in his own right, but still, not as great as Abhinavagupta. So, he nowhere mentions any scholar of Kashmir, this strict parampara like this. So this is the, this completely blacks out this tradition, which is so very important tradition. So that is one thing. Whereas when we come to Jairath in the 13th century, the commentator of Abhinavagupta, where the author of the Vivek commentary, he is very boastful about the impact of Kashmir Shaivism Trika, across India. And he talks of, if you, all those students who have seen, all those scholars, everybody is reading the text published by Kashmir series of texts. And so here, and on the very first page, there is a verse from Jairath, which boasts of this, ki deshe nyasmin nadrishto ghusana visarvat sarvavandyatvam apo. Shri Somanandanatha Prabhiti Guruvara Adishta Sanniti Margu. Although I need not read the whole verse. So there he says ki this system this Ishvara Dvaitavado propounded by Somanand, etc. Is spreading, is sent throughout the country, just like saffron filaments that we have in Kashmir. And the pride, and it is a matter of pride for Jairath. This is the produce of Kashmir. And this Anyasmin Desha Adrishtaha, because it is not seen anywhere else. I do not know what made Jairath make this comment. Because you see, if you go throughout the country, you find Abhinavagupta everywhere, in art, in music, in Tantra, in Tantric practices, in sadhana, everywhere. But nowhere the hardcore philosophy that we call. So there's only, again, there's only the other way to know a tradition's contribution to a particular knowledge system of the country is how that system is treated by the other systems. And unfortunately, we don't find this mention, any Abhinavagupta's mention as a philosopher anywhere, except there is only one similar exception to this. And that exception is Swami Shankar Chaitanya Bharati. But it is very late. In fact, he's published his book Darshan Sarvasva in only 1948. Somewhat 2005. Of course, there he is. He notices and underlines this fact. He says, although this is the system which is worthy of the highest accord and highest acclaim, but unfortunately, it could not get that prasiddhi that it deserved. And he chooses this particular this system and is the theory of Swatantrya as a precursor, as a prima facie position, the strongest prima facie position to refute, to establish was Vivartavada. So that the only sole exception. So naturally, he makes three very important reference observations about Abhinavagupta there, and not of course Abhinavagupta, but about the Kashmir Shaivism. He makes three, that Sri Vidya is a sibling of the strict system. This system, rendered in philosophical terms, he says this is Vimarshatmak Prakashavad. A beautiful, beautiful description. Very so Vimarshatmak Prakashavad. And the third thing he makes, that the Shabda Brahmavada of Bhartrihari culminates into this Vimarshatmak Prakashavad. And that's why, and through Bhartrihari, Abhinavagupta also stands on the on the joining threshold of the mainstream Upanishadic stream and the Tantric stream. So that is Sandhi Rekha. So this is the three observations he's making. So, but of course, I'm not going to. I'm muted.
No, Navjeevan ji, please carry on. Now you are not.
Now you are not. For a few seconds you were muted.
So is it okay? Can you listen to me?
Ji sir, please go ahead.
Now you are audible.
Now you see, why Abhinavagupta, and this has been a very serious loss to the development and growth of Indian philosophy. Because you see, if you have a strong Purva Paksha, Uttar Paksha becomes stronger. And we lost this opportunity. You see, when Buddhism came to India, when grew in India, not came to India. So Buddhism was an energy booster. It acted as a Purva Paksha. It challenged all the paradigms of Indian thought systems existing. No Atma, no self, no Ishwar, no enduring substance. And this put all the Indian systems, whether of the realist refrain or the idealist refrain, on alert. And thereby you see, I think this exchange and counter exchange enriched both the systems. So it happened about 1000, in the early, when Abhinavagupta arrived on the scene. So that was the time of the second millennium of the growth of Indian philosophy, classical. When I'm talking of in the terms of millennium, I'm talking about the growth of classical Indian systems. Now, this you see, we lost the opportunity, because had we had Abhinavagupta as a Purva Paksha, or the other Indian systems had the Abhinavagupta as the Purva Paksha, then you see the profundity, the intellectual depth, the metaphysical profundity, the theoretical creativity, the philosophical movement would have been tremendous, would have been, we can simply, so we lost that opportunity. Now, so today, that's a very important, today in the current scenario. Now, this is a challenge to all of us, that we should take up this challenge and let us see how we develop this system. So we should understand how. So to me, Abhinavagupta, despite his, the only description could be wonder that he was Abhinavagupta. So that no way to describe such a multi-dimensional, or in fact, I should say the omnidimensional personality. But you see, Abhinavagupta is primarily and ultimately a philosopher. Because you see, when he writes his Tantraloka, when he introduces himself, so in his last work, we do not know what was his last work, his known last work, which he stamps with the date and time and everything. So where he describes himself as, again, कि पूर्ण व्याकरण अवगाहन शुचि, then what he says कि सत्तर्क मूलोन्मिषत् प्रज्ञा कल्पलता विवेक कुसुमई रभ्यर्चित देवताम. Now he says कि what is everything he has worshipped his heart deity. Why? With the flowers that blossom on the creeper of the wisdom, which grew or which was rooted in the Sattarka, right logic. So Sattarka, Mulon, Mishat Pragya, Kalpalata, Vivek, Kusumai, Rabdhir, Hadyadam. And then when he wraps up his entire philosophical sojourn and journey, then he says, in the same verse, कि पीयूषा संसार महासाहित्य सौंदर्य, then Vishamyamyaham Advaya Katha Kantha Sakha Sampratam. Now I am resting with in the embrace of my beloved. And who is my beloved? Advaya Katha. This is the story of the non-dualism. Ishvara Advaya Katha. So the man, you see, wraps up the whole. When he comes his Tantraloka, he begins his Tantra. I mean, in the very first time, he introduces a subject. He says, you see, we have been talking of the spiritual discipline and sadhana, etc. Now you see, in Kashmir Shaivism, our entire personality is a combination of two, or in a fusion of two. It's not a combination, it's a fusion of two, rather. And what is it? What that is? Bodha Jnana and Paurusha Jnana. So Paurusha Jnana is our existential consciousness, and Bodha Jnana is our intellectual consciousness. So both together make a complete person. So now you see, now in order to achieve that, he says, what is it? Tatha vidha. Now I'll read 3 verses from Tantraloka, and then you see how they outline the entire, you can say, the entire roadmap of a philosophical roadmap of Abhinavagupta. Tatha vidhav sayatma Bauddha Vijnana Sampade. I think my watch is, it's working. Okay. So, Tatha Vidhav Sayatma Bauddha Vijnana Sampade Shastra Meva Pradhanam Yad Gyeya Tattva Pradarshakam. Tatha Vidhav Sayatma Bauddha Vijnana Sampade. I mean, to develop that kind of Bauddha Vijnana, intellectual knowledge, that can produce that kind of certitude and certainty. For this we need Shastra, which is the only, which is capable of presenting entire what is to be known. Yad Gye Tattva Pradarshakam. And then he says, how I to present this Gye Tattva? He says, Iti Yad Gye Satatvam Darshate Tat Shivagyaya Maya Swasamvit Sattarko Pati Shastra Trivakrama. Now that Gye Satatva is going to be presented by me with recourse to Sattarka, right knowledge, Pati Swasamvit, my own experience, personal meditation and experience, and then the Pati Shastra and Trik in this order. And then why he needs to do this? He says, Yatah Shastra Kramat Tadgyo Guru Pragyanushīlanāt Atma Pratyaitam Jnanam Punatvat Bhairavayate. He says, why? Because if we learn this knowledge from the Shastra Kram and from the Guru who has mastered this Shastra Kram, and then who has contemplated over this knowledge and developed into a type of firm conviction of self-realization, he becomes full, complete, perfect, turning himself into Bhairavut. So he says, Atma Pratyaitam Jnanam Punatvat Bhairavayate. He becomes Bhairav. So now this is the journey he is taking. So this is now this is the Shastra that he's going to present. And we call this Shastra Trika. Now, you see, there are two ways how this is to be presented. So the tradition, now tradition takes, I mean, the philosophical, the systematic identity of a system, we call it a Shastra or a Prasthana. So that's why I'm just going to discuss, I mean, just trying to enter into that. In texts, for example, we have the text by Pratyabhigya Hriday, and then the Tantra, the Tantraloka, etc., etc. Abhinavagupta and other scholars are trying to have a kind of an internal synthesis of the Shastras, and then trying to put them in a kind of a vertical hierarchy, saying which one. And so this is one where they are placing themselves. So they will say that Sankhya is just like Sankhya, they assign Sankhya to the category of Buddhi. And but what is but for at this, and there's a long debate on it, and I mean so much space, particularly the Tantraloka corpus, which Tantraloka corpus means Tantraloka, Tantrocha, Tantrasar, then so all the Malini Vijayvartik and Paratrinshka Vivaran. So this is the Tantraloka corpus. Now in this Tantraloka corpus, he is trying to bring out this internal synthesis among the Shastra, among the various traditions of Shaivism, sister traditions, and of course some non-sister traditions as well, and then trying to put Trika on the highest. But I think, and he adopts so many parameters to judge, not one, so many parameters, at least 4 or 5 of them, but this is not time to recount them at the moment. So that's one way of looking at the how Abhinavagupta or the Kashmir Shaivists place themselves into the body philosophic of India. So where the another way, so but at the right now, I'm not going to look into this because that will need, I think we should have a separate discussion on this. Then his other corpus, which we call the epistemological or philosophical corpus of the text, represented by the Pratyabhigya text. For example, his Utpala's text, Karika, Vrati, and Vivrati, and Abhinavagupta's text, Vivrat Vimarshini and Vivrat Vimarshini. So this makes the Pratyabhigya corpus. Now, this corpus is very important for us to situate Abhinavagupta in the main line Indian philosophy. So I'm coming direct to that, and then we will see where the problem arises. You see, Abhinavagupta, toward the end of his Vivrat Vimarshini, makes some very important observations. I'll take one of them. He says that the genes and DNA of Kashmir Shaivism, or Pratyabhigya system, comes from the main line, mainstream. So I mean, this the very structure, he says, is in fact imbibed from the mainstream Indian philosophy. And in this mainstream Indian philosophy, mark this is very important, he is including the Nigam and Agam, both the traditions. Because you see, he has to centrally, in fact, he has to establish Kashmir Shaivism in the center of all knowledge systems of India, philosophical knowledge systems of India. So that's why he's taking both Agam and Nigam. Now he says, what he says, he makes very important statement. There is asmistu sati. Asmistu sati. I think you can put your videos on. I mean, because it doesn't look, it looks, because then it looks that everybody is participating. Otherwise, you see, so it's not very reciprocative. So I'm so feel now. Asmistu sati agameshu dvaita vyakhyanam apasya brahmavade avidyam maya shakti kritya vijnana dvayam atmeshwarabhiprayena nirupya siddhyati eva janaha. Now what he says, this being so, what we need to do, we need to discard and disregard the dualistic interpretation of the agamas, and we have to transform avidya, in the sense of the Upanishads, into the Maya Shakti. And mark you, the word is using the Shakti. So Maya Shakti, as an aspect of the Shiva's autonomy, you can say. So Maya avidyam Maya Shakti kritya, and Vijnana Dvayam, the Vijnana idealism, I mean the Yogacara idealism, the subjective idealism, the Vijnana of Yogachara. And if we can reinterpret the Vijnana of Yogacharas as Atma and Ishvara, then my purpose is served. Siddhyati eva janaha. And he says, then he makes it again. He says, in fact, what this statement which I am making is acceptable and should be acceptable to all. He says, ki parameshwareshu tavad agameshu. He repeats, Shaiva Vaishnava rahasyeshu vedanteshu cha spashta ev uktoyam asmad ukto arthaha. Everybody is repeating, or everybody is saying what I am propounding, we are propounding. And not only the homogeneous systems of India, the orthodox systems, I'm not homogeneous, orthodox systems of India, but even the heterodox systems of India also toe the same line. Ukto tadanusarena eva sugatena uktam. So now this is the you see the big picture he is creating before us. In fact, Abhinavagupta visualizes his system as Atma Jnana Shastra, science of soul, science, spiritual science, and also describes it as Adhyatma Vidya. So you say, okay, now he makes it, and now with these twin concepts, he tries to enter, tries to open the gateway of the, you could say, the mainstream Indian philosophy. He says, I don't want to read everywhere because that will take time. So I'm just, then he says, what is the meaning of Atma Jnana Shastra? These are the two implications of Atma Jnana Shastra. One, that the purpose of Shastra is to establish or to account for the Vyavahara. And the purpose of the epistemology or Pramana is to remove the delusion or the obscurity over our mind and understanding. So that is the Moha Pasarana. And you see, I'll just Professor Nagaraj was mentioning this. Now, this Moha Pasarana is a very strong paradigm in Rasa Shastra when we talk of the 7 Vignas of the Rasa. Because what these removal of Rasa Vignas is done, it is only the Moha Pasarana Matra. It is only the Atma Samvit Prakatana Matra, nothing else. So this is the, no. So he says that the prime function of the Atma Jnana. And what is the function of the Adhyatma Vidya? He's making a distinction. He says that the function of Adhyatma Vidya is to discuss, to bring in, to focus, to focus, to bring it into light, both the aspects of the subjective consciousness, Shuddha and Ashuddha. Now he says, and he emphatically, ki pramatur hi Shuddha Shuddha Rupam Vitatya Vaktavyam Adhyatma Vidyasu Asaiv Arthasya Vikhatveno Vistarena Arhatvat. Now, this is the prime to this subjective consciousness. So, to consider the subjectivity both in aspects of, so this, now this, and then they says, that's why he says, the original, the primary, the first, the foremost function of philosophy is to understand consciousness and reality only in non-dualistic terms. Now you see, look at the language which he is using and how clear he is. He says, Tat hi prathamak kalpike ihi upadeshye. The first ever upadesh that we are thinking of making. Samvin mukhena adau advayam upadeshyam. Now we must talk of the advaya on that too. What type of advaya? Non-duality of consciousness. Samvin mukhena advaya upadeshyam. So that is the, so look at. Now he, again, what he does, he tries to distinguish what kind of system he is going to do. So he distinguishes himself. Now coming to, he is nearing his goal, closing in further, and then he says, what he is saying, that there are two types of, when we talk of the non-dualistic systems, which are dealing with the consciousness, so there are two types of systems. So one category is the general category, and the other category is the what we call the special category. Now he says, my system belongs to the special category, as against the general category. The word for general is samanya, and the word for special is vishesha. So he says, and he brackets himself with the Shakta Dvaya Pradhana. So Shakti does not mean Shiva and Shakti, both are taken together. So Shakta Dvaya Pradhaneshu. So he says, now, I represent the special category of non-dualism, which is represented by the Shaktas. And how it is distinguished from the Samanya. How it is, now he says there are two. In Samanya, the consciousness is only transcendent. The consciousness is marked and defined by its transcendence. So, whereas, and it is a pure consciousness, but in our systems, this consciousness is marked by Shakti, is defined by Shakti. So, this is the mark of Shakti, Shakti Lakshana. This is something that acts as, you can say, as a demarcation. So now I'm going to read this. It's very important. He's making this a statement. Ishwar Devabratamarshni Shakta Dvaita Pradhaneshu Vishesha Shakti Lakshanaha Atmano Darshate Sakshatkaram Niyate Yeshu Shuddha Nishkalata Shuddha Chaitanyam iti Samanya Darshaneshu Sarvotirna Rupaika Vedakeshu Darshita iti Suchayati. So he says, it is the transcendent subject that is being discussed in the Samanya and general systems, whereas in Kashmir Shaivism, we are discussing the Advaita, which is defined and characterized by Shakti. Now he says that this is very important to underline. Because he says, and he says, look here, this is, you see, He says that this is a demarcating sign, this is demarcating characteristic, this is defining. Ityesha hi no sankhya napi vedantiki apitu shaivi evo. This is the subject, this is the mark, this is the demarcation, this is the identification of a Shaiv system, which is being propounded by us. And then he says, what is the importance of this Shakti Lakshana? Only in one word. He says, Ki Shaivi Visarga Shakti Revacha Paramananda Bhumi Bijam. He makes this statement as Paratrishka Vivarna. Ki Visarga Shakti. Why? The power of creativity is the source of and seed of the Paramananda. So creativity and Ananda, these two things mark this Shakti. And this Shakti defines this consciousness propounded by or theorized by Kashmir Shaivism. He says, and again, every time he is making this, and then he says, no, ayamatta pradhana vidheya. This is the, this is the first contention, this is the topmost contention that this system makes, that atra pradhana vidheya. So, and this, then what happens? Nothing short of a miracle. This Shakti is reduced into Swatantriya. He says, this Swatantriya, what we can call autonomy. I think that will be a better term. So Shakti is reduced in autonomy. And then this Shakti, Swatantriya, is contrasted with Vivarta, Parinama, Pratibimba, everything. And he says, now this is, so what has happened? Shakti defines the ontology and Swatantriya, Swatantriya defines the ontology of the system. And this ontology is rendered into the terms, are discussed, propounded in the terms of Swatantriya, leads to its phenomenology of Abhasvat. So, and in terms of, because here in Kashmir Shaivism, everything is an Abhasa. The only Nirabhasa is Paramashiva. Nirabhasat Purnat Ahamiti Purabhasayati. So this is the way we, what happens then? The ultimate reality, Shiv, the ultimate reality, the consciousness, does not remain the only transcendental beyond this world. It becomes immanent in this world. So we have both the formations or both the formulations of reality of Vishwotiran and Vishwamaya, transcendental and immanent. So that is the way we proceed. Then he says one thing again. How, you see, why so? You see, we have been talking about the aesthetics, we have been talking about the Rasa Shastra, we have been talking about so many things. Why so? So Abhinavagupta roots everything this in his philosophy. How does he do it? He says, you see, now this, you see, he's talking. It's just, I don't know how much time we will be having, but let me, I'm just, what I'm doing, I'm only just putting headlines. So, and then at some other point of time, we can elaborate on those headlines. So let's see those captions and just trying to interlink those captions, trying to make them. For him, you see, the reality is not nirvishesha. It is a term from Indian philosophy. Everybody, student knows. I mean, it's just not. It's not like Shankar's philosophy. I mean, he is talked, because you see, he's talked about the Vishesha, and this Vishesha is Shakti Lakshana. So the philosophy could not be nirvishesha. So that's why he says how. And he says so even when we are having mystic experiences, Every experience is throbbing with life, is full of life. That's the beauty of Abhinavagupta. Otherwise, he would not comment on Abhinavabharati. He would not comment on Tantraloka. So Tantraloka is as much a part, Abhinavabharati is as much a part of his thinking as Kashmir Shaivism or his Trika or Pratyabhigya or everything. So he's saying, he says, the Advaya that Kashmir Shaivism propagates is pulsating with life. Advayam upakrantam. So he says, now why? He said that this Advaya, which we have been talking about, this Vishwotin and in Vishwa. Everything, why? That's why the Vishwa Metta becomes important here, that it pulsates through our life. It permeates through our life. So that's why he says, and right from the mystic beginnings, from the agamas, down the philosophical treatment and the aesthetic experiences and aesthetic treatment and elaborations, it is that reality is throbbing everywhere. So that's why he says, why he says, it's beautiful. He says, it is only subjecting philosophy on the touchstone of life, of a touchstone of a living person, making it a part of the experience of a living person, making a part of a living experience. Only then we can understand philosophy and appreciate it. So how is it? Now I'll read a few portions, because you see, sometimes I didn't want to read all those portions, but sometimes it becomes very necessary, because you miss the spirit, the force that they bring into their words is not brought into the translations. So so look at this. Parama bhumi ragameshu. I'll read, this is a slightly longer, a longer statement, but just Parama bhumi ragameshu, parama rahasya sati. Although the param bhumi is parama rahasya, is mystic, you can say, but it does not mean that it doesn't become a part of the experience. Naiva anabhasamana apitu abhasamanaivo iti tatparya. How? Now he's reconciling with the Vedas, referring to the Vedas, and yet bringing the entire Vedic knowledge into his own fold. And they say, Purushe Vedam Sarvam, idyat avisheshen yat advayam upakrantam, tat no samyak adhirohati hridayam. That does not enter into our hearts. Why? Because you make the Purush transcendental. Make the Purush immanent, a part of our life. Tasmat. That's why. Jivat bodha sopana vyavadhaneno advaya vidhanam uritam. We are making a statement of non-duality only through the vyavadhan, to the intermediation of jivat bodha, knowledge, experience of living persons who are alive. Making it a part of life. Now you can understand why Abhinavagupta is writing on Abhinavabharati, why he is writing his Abhinavabharati on Natya Shastra. Because he's making it a part of life. Why is he indulging in the tantric practices? Because he's making it a part of life. So why is writing on the Tantraloka? Because the language, without language, the life is not there. So he's making it a part of life. So that's why he says, Jivat bodha vyavadhaneno advaya vidhanam uchitam. So that is it. So now you see, what he says, now this consciousness, what says, a part of our life, what we call advaya, it is an affirmative expression of life. It is so it is you can say it is an affirmative expression of life. And then you see, what for this the sadhan, that is Shakti. That's why we don't distinguish the Shakti and Shiva. Without Shakti, Shiva is Shava. So that's why the sadhan is Shakti, which is, in philosophical terms, we call it Swatantriya, and in tantric terms, we call it Aishwarya. So it is through the Shakti that now that's why he says, now look at when Utpal Deva he proclaims in his Ishwar Tattva Karika, iti sughat maya prakatito esh maya iti sughat esh prakatito maya iti prakatito maya sughat esh margo navo. When he says, now I have launched a new path, I have propounded a new system. So what is this Navata there? So this Navata is this, this Aishwarya becomes the Naveen Marga. This is the Aishwarya. This is that's why what is this Navaha? So Durghat Karitva Lakshanameva Aishwaryam. This Aishwarya is defined by Shakti. And this Aishwarya, we see, so there's a Durghat Karitva, so Yortha, so etc. So that's why you say, that's why he says now this Aishwarya, this Swatantra, this freedom, it becomes the new path of philosophical thinking. So that is the one thing. And that's why you see, he names his system as Swatantra Chidadvaitavada. If we are trying to find out a term, philosophical term for Kashmir Shaivism, then it is Swatantra Chidadvaitavada. And this is term coined by Abhinavagupta himself, none else. Now he says, Etad Adhikarana Siddhanta Disha. Etad Adhikarana Siddhanta Disha Swatantra Chidadvaitam Api Siddhet. It is Samasta Shastrartha Siddhi. So now look at this. Now here we come. Now when we are talking about this Swatantra Chidadvaitavada, where do we place it in Indian philosophy? So let us see. Let us see what kind of consciousness Abhinavagupta talks of. You see, this is the point at which I ended my talk at yours. So I spoke about 5 or 7 minutes on this as well. There are 3 great scholars, modern scholars, Krishna Chandra Bhattacharya, K.C. Bhattacharya, Professor T.R.V. Murthy, and Professor Ashok Kumar Banerjee. So these 3 scholars have written a lot on this. Now, I'm taking cue from them and then trying to give what important contribution Abhinavagupta makes and where do we place him. You see, what is the nature of the philosophical absolute that Abhinavagupta is talking about? And where do we place? Because when we call it Swatantra Chidadvaitavad, we have 3 words here. One is Swatantra means autonomous, Chit is consciousness, and Advaitvad means non-dualism. So we are talking about the non-dual reality, which is conscious and which is free. So that is the big, you can say that is a picture in which we are trying to situate our notion of reality and our notion of ultimate reality. Now with this, so K.C. Bhattacharya was a very, of course, he's the father of the modern Indian philosophical studies. So he talks of he wrote a very famous article. In fact, it's a famous chapter. He wrote articles and then they were collected into a book, Studies in Philosophy, into volumes by his son, Gopi. Now, so as way back as 1905, he wrote the concept of the absolute and its alternative forms. And then he said, he calls it, technically he calls it the doctrine of trinal absolute. So that is the term that he is trying to use. And of course, his basic ideal or model, you can say, is Advaita of Shankara. Now he says there are three. I will not be going into great detail because I would like to, because the time that they allotted to me, just try to just complete, just making some references, recapitulating what I have said at that time, and just adding a little more wherever is necessary. In fact, one needs to speak only on these three models itself, and then situate Abhinavagupta's thought, how, but perhaps the time frame won't allow to do this, so it's for some next time. So now we have this knowing, feeling, and willing. There are three types of consciousness. There are three types of consciousness: knowing, feeling, and willing. And these are, he says, these are the exclusive types. They cannot be subsumed, or one cannot include or subsume the other consciousness. So they exclude each other. So there are three types of consciousness. And because of these three types of consciousness, we can conceive or think of three types of absolutes. So, we can say knowing absolute, feeling absolute, or the willing absolute. So there are the three kinds. So there are alternate forms. One will, so now, then what it says, although there are alternate forms, but in our daily life, we never realize them, or we never achieve them, we realize we never get them in their pure form. We always find them a fused and mixed form. So they are intermixed always. Now, if we want to have, then we have to absolve them of their impurity. That's why you see, this is the impurity that surrounds everything. So we have to absolve the reality from its impurity, and then we can have a pure knowledge, pure feeling, and then the pure willing. So that is the framework. Now, you see, there's a very important thing he makes. The core value of the knowing consciousness is truth. The core value of the willing consciousness is freedom or sat. And the core value or core element of the feeling consciousness is value. So that is the way K.C. Bhattacharya puts it. Of course, he is not making reference to any system. He is not making. Now, what happens to identify this with the systems becomes the responsibility of his student, you can say, because Professor T.R.V. Murthy was attending his lectures in Amalner, which Professor Bhattacharya was usually delivering. So he's highly, and he in fact, he has acknowledged his debt to Professor Bhattacharya. So now, he wrote another paper. His paper was Knowing, Feeling, and Willing as the Functions of Consciousness. In fact, Professor Bhattacharya himself sowed the seed of this, because Professor Bhattacharya himself says that these are the three functions of consciousness on which we can conceive the alternative forms of absolute. Now, in fact, but this was brought into, detailed and to a greater analysis by Professor T.R.V. Murthy. And in fact, Professor Bhattacharya acknowledged one thing. He acknowledges that he is under the impact of, and in terms of the transcendental psychology, he's using the word. There are two terms which he's using, that a priori psychology or a transcendental psychology. So he says in terms of he is thinking of the consciousness in terms of transcendental psychology. And he is trying to understand the functions of consciousness in this. Professor Murthy makes it elaborate and makes it more clear, and which again, although Professor Murthy does not acknowledge it, that he is under the impact of the psychology, but it comes to the, it becomes the responsibility or Professor Ashok Kumar Chatterjee. So Professor Chatterjee, it comes to, he identifies the nature of the school of psychology which impacted the thought of Professor Bhattacharya and Murthy, and also then he identifies these types of special different consciousness with different systems. So that is the, now you see what happens in psychology. These are the attitudes of minds. But what Professor Chatterjee points out, in fact, Professor Murthy and Professor Bhattacharya, although they are relying on this transcendental psychology, which in fact Professor Chatterjee identifies as the faculty psychology of the medieval ages. But he says that although Professor Murthy and Professor Bhattacharya both are relying, taking their inspiration from the psychology, yet they are making very important deviation to make a foray into philosophy. And this important deviation is not only the function of mind to which the faculty psychology was limited, it is the function of mind in its relation to the object presented to it. Now he said this becomes a philosophical problems. Because what is the function of philosophy? The philosophical problem is, you say, subject-object. How subject reacts to an object. How is an object is visualized with the subject. So this is the whole philosophy, you see. What is this? The whole philosophy can be turned into three terms. It is the subject, grahya, grahak, and then it is the grahya, grahak, and then it's samvyakti, graham. How you grasp this grahya and grahak. So this is the relation, and this is this tripartite, this triangular relationship makes the entire saga of philosophy is woven around by this triangle. So that's why he says how mind reacts to this. Now what happens in knowing consciousness? In knowing consciousness, an object is known by the subject, but the object known is free from the intervention of subject. Subject receives the object as it is presented to the subject. That's all. The subject doesn't contribute anything to it. So that's why you say, what Acharya Shankar says. Acharya Shankar says it is Vastu Tantra Jnana. The Jnana is Vastu Tantra. It is Vastuna Yathatma Vijnanam. It is the Vijnana Vastu as presented to consciousness, that's all. The consciousness does not contribute to it.
Professor Rastogi, it is a very unpleasant duty to remind during such a flow of thought. I think you are towards the conclusion.
Okay.
You are wrapping up. Yeah.
I have how many? 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Right. Fine. Because you see, I'm sorry. The problem is when you deal with this topic or you raise a question, until unless you develop a topic, a subject, it's very, because I think this is the point at where I left that speech. So, but anyway, now you see, I leave this. So there are three types. I'll finish because that's very important, because I have to, until unless I propound what Abhinavagupta has said and where we place this system, that becomes very difficult. But anyway, let me finish. So in willing consciousness, the object becomes a creation of the consciousness. The consciousness wills an object, it creates an object. That's it. And in a feeling consciousness, the both are at the par. So subject and object, both are at the same level. And then you say, okay, what happens? Their distinction disintegrates into unity. So that is, so now you see why this has become important. Because Abhinavagupta also talks of Advaitvada and also talks of the Advaita, non-duality of consciousness. And this, when we talk of non-duality of consciousness, he talks of this consciousness as dynamic and creative. And because of his dynamicity and creativity, it also leads to the production. You see the emergence of beauty. That's the most important part. Because you see, why Abhinavagupta thought of writing on aesthetics? What made him to write on Natya Shastra? What made him to write on Tantraloka? So because it says, as Kavyanubhava, as Kalanubhava, is a part of our experience where subject and object merge into each other. They become one. So this unity can be realized even in philosophy. So because this aesthetics becomes a model for the spiritual and metaphysical experience of field. So that is very important. So that's it, and that's why the Swatantra is so important. Swatantra as a function of autonomy is very important in Tantra and etc. But what's the function in aesthetics? Had there not been a Swatantra, then the Sakshat Karpa Swaha would have not been possible through Rasa. So, but these are the things that we, so I think the only question in philosophy remains, because Abhinavagupta terms his system, as we have seen, to Swatantra Chidadvaitavada. Now, can this be reduced? I mean, can be, where do we place this kind of, this categorization of ultimate consciousness or absolute in terms of mainline philosophy? So the Abhinavagupta's short answer would be, because until unless we discuss the notion of this consciousness, how it functions, because of in Utpal's terms and in Abhinavagupta's terms, the consciousness is an activity and consciousness is an agency, both. Consciousness acts as an agent and consciousness acts as an activity. When it acts as an activity, it functions, all the domain of Rasa, all the aesthetic domain is characterized by consciousness as an activity. But all the domain of Mantra Shastra and all the domain of language is characterized by consciousness as agency. So, I mean, those are the things. But I think the time is short, so naturally. So what I'm trying to make the, just in 2 minutes, I'll say, the concept of Abhinavagupta, of consciousness, are absolute, which has known aesthetic margins, not margins, I should say, which is in fact characterized by aesthetics. And the greatest importance of Abhinavagupta and his tradition is this, how Abhinavagupta defines philosophy in terms of aestheticization. According to this tradition, aestheticization is the definition of philosophical thought. That's very important. And I'll request Professor Nagarajji to allow me to read just a small sentence from his Vivrati Vimarshini, where what he says when he is talking about the epistemology. When we know a thing, what happens? If we don't know, we enjoy, we savor. And how says, I mean, just he's talking, Nanu tadevam bhutam. He says, knowing a thing prior to knowing and after the knowing. So he says, Nanu tadevam bhutam anaswadita purvam aishwaryam aswad gochiri bhavati ityashanka. When you know a thing, you simply don't know. You relish it. You savor it. You see, so you characterize your knowledge. Oh, I understood it. So, I mean, it's not only in it. You see, you become, the delusion of your mind gets away. So, you see, it becomes mal rahita, vimala pratibhana. So what happens in aesthetics? The same thing happens in Shastra, in Darshan. So that is I think now, according to Abhinava, he is trying to, and his tradition, he is trying to conceive a kind of consciousness, which is, which cannot be molded into the old categories or the pre-existing categories or historical categories propounded by other scholars. So here we have this kind where we have beauty, we have bliss, we have philosophical discussion, everything. So this kind of consciousness, where to play it, so this becomes a category by itself. And I think Abhinavagupta carves his own category in the mainline extreme philosophy, within the fold of non-dualism, but defining the non-dualism anew in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request you humbly with folded hands that we would love to host you once again, only you, for 5, 6, whatever number of hours you wish to grace us with. And we'll make sure that your previous recording and this recording is shared with the audience registered members in advance, so that they are prepared and you do not have to, bring them up to speed. So I'm really apologetic that we had to, kind of break the flow, but I would love to invite you here in front of everyone and to another long session and definitely grace us with this beautiful knowledge that you have shared. Nagarajji, with your permission, do we have time for a Q&A? We have few questions here.
Sure. Yes.
So There's one anonymous attendee who asks that it's a very basic question, and I might have missed the answer in the many-layered talk by Rastogi ji. Why was Abhinavagupta not regarded as a philosopher?
No, he was regarded. Can I answer?
Yes, of course, sir.
Yeah, there was a long answer given by Professor Rastogi for that. He gave all the history of why he did not get the place in the departments of philosophy.
So essentially, I think they have missed it.
Yeah, the audience who is putting this question probably missed that part of the talk.
May I say some?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see, sometimes what happens, I think some aspects of Abhinavagupta were overemphasized. For example, his contribution to aesthetics. For example, his contribution to the Tantras. Because you see, as a Tantric, he impacts the Tantric system, Tantric praxis all over the country. Although he may not be that famous that way, but you see, go anywhere. So whether it is Kerala, whether it is Cholo, whether it is Maharashtra, whether it is Gujarat. So and similarly, of course, his impact on aesthetic, on poetics, for example. You see, there is a basic question. Professor Paturi answered this question to an extent, but I have some different answer to it also, slightly just additional. So, because why Abhinavagupta wrote Lochan on Dhanyaloka? You see, very strange, very strange. Why is strange? Because Anandavardhan was a Vaishnava and Abhinavagupta was a Shaiva. Anandavardhan, you see, look at the Mangalacharya, everything. He doesn't make it. So Ya Vai Paschati, etc., I mean, all those. But Abhinavagupta chose to write because you see, why? Because the doctrine of freedom that he's talking, how to translate this doctrine of freedom in terms of language. And it is the language dhvani that frees even the the language of our day-to-day usage from its constraints and shatters and fetters and bondage. And makes us free. There is no bound, there is no, there are no boundary lines, there are no, you see, now the dhvani is there. And that's how you remember, there's one thing very, very strange. In Dhanyaloka, when he is trying to explain, when Abhinavagupta is explaining Anandavardhana's notion of dhvani, then throughout Dhanyaloka, Anandavardhan quotes Utpal Dev only once. And while quoting on once, he renders entire dhvani in terms of pratyabhigya. And the definition of pratyabhigya that Abhinavagupta accords in Dhanyaloka Lochan is nowhere found in the Kashmir Shaivism text. Nowhere. He doesn't make it. So why he chose? And then he makes it a Visheshata Anusandhana. Of course, I'm not going to those details. So that's why he says, because his doctrine, the notion of freedom can be translated into the linguistic discourse and the power of language and the faculty of language, even in our day-to-day usage in our poetic. And the best description could be through this dhvani. And that's why he goes to Anandavardhan, takes dhvani from him, and then, of course, writes Lochan on it.
Thank you, Navjeevan ji.
Other questions in the Q&A box probably we can take up later.
Yeah, that's what Nagaraji, I wrote to the two individuals from the audience that in the evening, if there is time, they could ask their question again. Or if for some reason we are not able to address that, probably they could even mail us. So we'll share that mail ID.
At what time in the evening you will be having these questions?
So the whole intervention continues. So after you, Honorable Angiras ji will be speaking, and we'll keep continuing. So if there is some time, because we are kind of running late, which is fine, but so we will continue till late. So if there is time towards the end,
I apologize to the speakers and the audience both. For taking so much time. Okay, thank you.
Normal, it's natural for such a waterfall of knowledge. It can't be stopped that way. Actually, my father was also like this, and if it were my father, he would have yelled at me for stopping him. Thank you for not yelling at me.
Thank you, Navjeevan ji, and thank you, Nagaraj ji. We will now move to the next session. So it's my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Ramakant Angiras ji, who's our next speaker. Angiras ji is a distinguished scholar in the field of Sanskrit with a vast experience and expertise in Oriental and medieval knowledge systems, philosophy, and literature. He's presently serving as the president of Darshan Yoga Sansthan in Dalhousie, Himachal Pradesh. Born on July 25, 1936, Dr. Angiras holds impressive qualifications, including a Shastri degree, MA in Hindi and Sanskrit, and a PhD. Throughout his career, he's made significant contributions to academia and Sanskrit education. He served as a professor of Kalidas chair in the Department of Sanskrit at Punjab University, Chandigarh, where he taught for 42 years. His dedication to teaching is evident through the guidance and supervision of numerous MPhil and 26 PhD students. His expertise has been recognized globally, and he has served as a visiting professor at Charles University in Czechoslovakia. He's also held the position of fellow editor at PHIS PIC, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, MHRD in New Delhi, and he was a fellow at the Research Institute of Himalayan Studies in Shimla. He was also a fellow of the Senate at Punjab University, Chandigarh. As a founder member of Saraswatam, an association of Sanskrit scholars in Chandigarh, Dr. Angiras has actively contributed to the promotion and preservation of Sanskrit language and culture. His knowledge and insights have been shared through lectures delivered at prestigious institutions such as the Darshan Yoga Sansthan in Italy, Oxford University, England, and Woodstock in the United States. Dr. Angiras has published 4 noteworthy books that delve into subjects such as Shankar Vedanta, Tantra, etymology, and philosophical interpretation. His research papers, numbering more than 70, have been featured in esteemed research journals. Additionally, he has participated in and chaired academic sessions in national and international seminars and conferences held at various universities. His contributions and scholarly achievements have garnered recognition and accolades. Dr. Angiras received the prestigious Veni Prasad Upadhyay Memorial Himatkarsh National Award in 96-97. In 2008, he was honored with a cash award of ₹1 lakh by the Shankaracharya of Sri Matha of Banaras for his outstanding scholarship and contributions to Sanskrit, art, literature, and philosophy. In 2015, he was bestowed with the award of recognition by the Chandigarh Sahitya Academy. Dr. Ramakant Angiras अद्वैत वेदांत कश्मीर शैविज्म भक्ति परंपरा के ज्ञान के सागर है। व्यापक ज्ञान, विद्वत्ता एवं संस्कृत के प्रति समर्पण उन्हें भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के एक प्रज्वलित दीपक के रूप में स्थापित करते हैं। हमारे लिए यह गौरव की बात है कि आज वे आचार्य अभिनवगुप्त के संपूर्णता प्रत्यय की प्रासंगिकता पर हमें संबोधित करेंगे। डॉक्टर अंगीरस, आपका स्वागत है आज।
You are muted, Professor Angiras. Please unmute yourself.
आशुतोष जी, आप एक बार देख लीजिएगा, माइक्रोफोन म्यूटेड है, वीडियो चल रहा है।
हाँ, अभी तो ठीक है, अभी तो ठीक है।
अब ठीक है?
जी सर।
हेलो।
जी अभी ठीक है।
ओम अनस्तमित भारूपस्तेजसामन्तं सामपि यदन्तश्च तेजांसि तमांसि। Professor Sri Nagaraj Paturi ji, जिनको कॉल एवं सभागार में उपस्थित सभी विद्वज्जन, एक मुझे अवसर प्रदान किया गया है, इसके लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ सबसे पहले, क्योंकि ये एक
संवाद करने के लिए लगता है कि इस उम्र में भी आदमी सोचता है कि कहीं कोई संवाद एक होना चाहिए और वो संवाद बड़ा सार्थक होना चाहिए कोई। तो सार्थक संवाद जीवन में बहुत कम मिलता है, निरर्थक संवाद बहुत मिलता है, सार्थक संवाद बड़ा ही कम मिलता है। तो इसलिए इतने विद्वान लोगों का प्रवचन सुनना और ये सारे उस ज्ञान का फिर से एक आकलन करने का, समझने का, उसको प्रयास करना, बहुत ही आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। तो मैं अपनी बात अपनी ही भाषा में कह रहा हूँ। तो देखिए, ये जो प्रश्न आखिर में आया था, दोनों व्याख्यान बहुत ही विद्वत्तापूर्ण व्याख्यान रहे और हम सभी लोग उसके लिए कृतज्ञ हैं। अभी जो प्रश्न उठा था कि अभिनवगुप्त को दार्शनिक क्यों नहीं माना गया, इसका मुझे ऐसे उत्तर लगता है कि अभिनवगुप्त दार्शनिक नहीं थे, कवि थे, ऋषि थे। ऋषि का ये उस समय अगर आप देखें, संदर्भ देखें, तो संदर्भ ये था कि अभिनवगुप्त तक आते आते संस्कृत वाङ्मय की स्थिति ऐसी बन गई थी कि लोग दार्शनिकता से भी तंग आ चुके थे और वो बड़ी भावुकता से, काव्यात्मकता से भी थे परेशान थे। तो ऐसी स्थिति बन गई थी कि भवभूति जैसे आचार्य जो नाटककार थे, उनको भी ये कहना पड़ा, यत् प्रौढ़त्वम् उदारता च वचसाम यच्चार्थतो गौरवम तच्चेदस्ति ततस्तदेव गमकम वैदग्ध्य पांडित्य। वैदग्ध्य और पांडित्य का कुछ मेल होना चाहिए। ये वैदग्ध्य और पांडित्य का मेल क्या था कि ये वही बात आ रही थी कि नान ऋषि कवि ऋक्युक्तम ऋषिस्तु किल दर्शनाथ। जो ऋषि नहीं है वो कवि नहीं होता है और जो कवि नहीं है वो ऋषि नहीं होता है। अभिनवगुप्त का मैंने जहां तक पढ़ा है, वो कहीं ना कहीं हृदय की ओर उनका झुकाव ज्यादा है। इसीलिए ये ध्वन्यालोक लोचन में जब वो बात करते हैं तो उसको आप ध्यान से जरा देखें। अपूर्वम यद वस्तु प्रथयति बिना कारण कलाम। अब ये एक ही पद से जरा उनके आपने काव्यत्व और दार्शनिकता का जरा आप आकलन करके देखिए कि ऐसा ज्ञान है, ऐसा ज्ञान, जिस ज्ञान की बात उन्होंने उसकी विवृति विमर्शनी के प्रारंभ में जो पद्य उन्होंने सुनाया था, पूर्ण व्याकरणावगाहन शुचि सतर्क मूलोन्मिषद, उसके संदर्भ में और इस श्लोक के संदर्भ में आप जरा आकलन कीजिए। ऐसा ज्ञान अपूर्वम यद वस्तु प्रथयति बिना कारण कलाम जगत ग्राव प्रख्यम निज रस भरात सारे निज रस भरात सारे अपूर्वम यद वस्तु, अपूर्व वस्तु का जो निर्माण करती है ऐसा ज्ञान, अपूर्वम यद वस्तु प्रथयति बिना कारण कला, उसका हेतु कुछ नहीं है, कारण कुछ नहीं है। अकारण, ये अकारण क्या हो सकता है, इसके ऊपर आप जरा विमर्श करें। अपूर्वम वस्तु, अपूर्व वस्तु को जो प्रथन करता है, विस्तृत फैलाता है, उसको ज्ञान गम्य बनाता है, बिना कारण कलाम, बिना किसी कारण कला के, हेतु पीछे नहीं है उसके कोई भी। बाद में आचार्य लोग कह रही थी हेतुस्तदुद्भवे, हेतु नहीं है कुछ, बिना कारण कलाम। जगत ग्राव प्रख्यम, ये जगत जो पत्थर के समान कठोर दिखाई देता है, उसको जो अपने रस से सराबोर कर देता है, डुबो देता है उसको, जो अपने रस से उस पत्थर को भी बिल्कुल पिघला देता, उसके अंदर रस भर देता है। क्रम प्रख्योपाख्या, क्रम से जो प्रख्या और उपाख्या, क्रम से प्रख्या और उपाख्या, ये दो शब्दों का प्रयोग वो करते हैं कि प्रख्या वो है जो स्वाभाविक की प्रतिभा से पैदा उत्पन्न हो रहा है। स्वाभाविक प्रतिभा का कोई हेतु नहीं होता है। प्रतिभा किसी चीज की हेतु हो सकती है, लेकिन प्रतिभा का कोई हेतु नहीं है बिना प्रातिभम ज्ञानम। तो इसलिए कहते हैं कि क्रमात् प्रख्योपाख्या प्रसर सुभगम भासयति यत्, ये काश्मीर शैविज्म का शब्द बीच में डाला, भासयति यत्, जो क्रम से प्रख्या और उपाख्या इन दोनों को प्रकाशित कर देता है। क्रमात् प्रख्योपाख्या प्रसर सुभगम भासयति यत् सरस्वत्यास्तत्वम कवि सहृदाख्यम विजयते। ऐसा जो प्रख्या और उपाख्या से जो कवि को जन्म देता है और जो सहृदय को जन्म देता है, दोनों को एक समकक्ष लेवल के ऊपर ले आए। सहृदय जो उसका आकलन करने वाला है, जो उसका रस का, जो उसका, मैं एंजॉय शब्द नहीं प्रयोग करता हूं, अनुभूति शब्द का प्रयोग हम करते हैं। अनुभूति, उस रसानुभूति के अंदर जो जाने वाला है उसको जाने वाला है। एक कवि और दूसरा सहृदय, उस कविता का जो, ये बात भास ने भी कहीं कही थी कि गुणानाम वा विशालानाम कर्ताराणाम च नित्यशः। ये रचना करने वाले, काव्य रचना करने वाले बहुत मिल जाएंगे आपको, लेकिन जो दर्शक हैं उसके जो उसका रसानुभूति करने वाले जो लोग हैं, उसको ग्रहण करने वाले लोग हैं, जिनके सामने कभी अपनी सार्थकता का अनुभव करता है, ऐसे जो सहृदय लोग हैं, वो सहृदय लोग मिलने बड़े दुर्लभ होते हैं। आचार्य अभिनव के समय में ये दोनों धाराएं जो थी, दर्शन और काव्य, ये दोनों दर्शन, ये दोनों आपस में एक तरह से पुंजित हो गई थी, ये समन्वित हो गई थी। इसलिए ये जो दर्शन उदय हुआ, इस दर्शन के अंदर ही केवल मात्र समरसता की बात हुई, सामरस्यम, सामरस्य की बात हुई। प्रतिभा का किसके साथ सामरस्य? वो सामरस्य जो है वो उस पर संबित जो है, पर संबित जो भैरव संबित है, उसका और उसका जो है वो सामरस्य जो है, उस समरसीकरण के माध्यम से अभिनव गुप्त जब गद्य भी लिखते हैं तो मुझे कई बार ऐसे प्रतीत होता है कि वो जो दार्शनिक भाष्य भी टीका, उनके वो उसे न टीका कहने को मन करता है। एक विवृति विमर्शनी को ऐसे देख रहा था तो उसमें से एक श्लोक सामने आया जिसको संभवतः उन्होंने तंत्रालोक के अंदर कहा है, लेकिन उसमें उद्धृत किया हुआ है, और उस श्लोक ने मुझे ये प्रेरित किया कि मैं आपको ये कहूं कि पूर्णता प्रत्यय के बारे में बात करते हैं। पूर्णता प्रत्यय की बात जो है वो एक ऐसी, मैं समझता हूं कि सार्थक चर्चा है। मोक्ष की बात, मुक्ति की बात, कैवल्य की बात, निर्वाण की बात, दुनिया भर की सब बातें हुई, लेकिन ये पूर्णता का परिचय कुछ अलग बात थी। ये एक पूर्णता जो थी, ये क्रिएटिविटी का, आस्वादन का ये मूल था। पूर्णता शून्यता नहीं थी। व्यक्तिवाद, शून्यवाद, ये सारे वाद अपना जोर लगा चुके थे। कश्मीर में उस समय बुद्धिज्म और ये दूसरा सब हो चुका था तमाशा, लेकिन इसके अतिरिक्त जीने के लिए जो पूर्णता चाहिए, वो पूर्णता की अपेक्षा जो थी अभिनव के समय में वो महसूस हो रही थी। इसलिए उनके समय समकालीन जो कवि लोग थे वो भी ये कहते थे, कवयः पंडित कवयः तानव मंता तो केवलम गवयः। कवि तो वही हैं जो पंडित कवि हैं, पंडित भी हैं और कवि भी हैं। दुनियादारी भी उनको समझ है और अध्यात्म की भी पकड़ है उनकी, ये सामरस्य है। कवि और पंडित का सामरस्य उस समय हो रहा था, इसलिए वहां पर दार्शनिक होना बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं थी। इवन मैं नहीं समझ पाता हूँ कई बार कि आचार्य शंकर को भी कई मानों में दार्शनिक माने, जहाँ उनको इसी तरह से, क्योंकि वो भाष्यकार हैं, भाष्यकारों को क्या दार्शनिक रूप में पक्ष उनको स्वीकार किया जा सकता है, या केवल किसी वैयाकरण को वैयाकरण ही कहा जा सकता है? वैयाकरण जो थे वो लोग भी वहां पर शब्द ब्रह्म में जब प्रवेश करने का प्रयास करते हैं तो वो अपनी दार्शनिकता से परे चले जाते हैं। जैसे आज का मॉडर्न साइंटिस्ट जो है वो अपनी न्यूक्लियर साइंस में से प्रविष्ट होता हुआ आगे जाकर के कहता है कि मैं खो जाता हूं अपने आप में कहीं, वहां मेरी बुद्धि, वहां मुझे आइंस्टाइन भी कहने लगता है कि यहां से आगे कुछ अद्भुत सा, कुछ वैलक्षण्य, कुछ वैचित्र्य। तो ये वैचित्र्य जो था, ये अभिनव गुप्त ने इसका साक्षात्कार 20 गुरुओं से जो उन्होंने प्राप्त किया, 20 गुरुओं के पास क्यों नहीं शांत हुए? ना तो कोई पंडित बनने का शौक था, पांडित्य घर में पड़ा था, कोई ऐसा नहीं था। और फिर दूसरा ये था कि दार्शनिकता का भी बहुत, दार्शनिकता का संघर्ष जो था बराबर चल ही रहा था। तो इसलिए वहां पर ये था कि एक ऐसा दर्शन जो जीवन को जीने की दिशा दे, एक ऐसा दर्शन जो केवल बौद्धिकता मात्र, आडंबर मात्र न बन के रह जाए। उस समय का अगर आप काव्य पढ़ेंगे तो मैं कई बार आश्चर्य करता हूं, इस कश्मीर संप्रदाय के जो प्रमुख ऋषि माने जाते हैं दुर्वासा के स्तोत्रों का आप अगर पाठ करके देखें तो आपको पता लगेगा कि वे दार्शनिक है या कवि है। वो कहते हैं कि ये, मैं बड़ा आश्चर्य करता हूं इस बात से, दुर्वासा जब इसको काव्य ही पापठिते किमप्य विदुषाम जोगुष्यमाणे पुनः, ये अविदुषाम काव्यम पाप, ये काव्यों का पाठ करने से किम तेर व्याकरण विबोधित्या किम वा विधानश्या, ये बहुत व्याकरण पढ़ लेने से भी क्या क्या हो गया, क्या हुआ? कुछ नहीं। किम वा विधानश्या, विधान की श्री, बात कहने का अंदाज प्राप्त हो गया, क्या हुआ? कुछ नहीं। ये तेरम्ब नभो भवीति सुकवि तावत तव श्रीमतो यावन नानुसरी सरीति सरणिम पादाब्जो पावनीम। हे अम्ब, हे मां, जब तक तेरे चरणों का स्पर्श हो करके, यावन नानुसरी सरीति सरणिम, तुम्हारी गति को जब तक नहीं छू लेता है। अभिनव गुप्त की अगर आएंगे तो आप तुरंत आपको देखेंगे तो वो अभिनव गुप्त क्या कहते हैं, तब च काचन न स्तुति रंबिके सकल शब्द मई किलते दानु। मैं कहां, कौन सा कैसा क्षण है मेरा? एक भी क्षण ऐसा नहीं है जब तुम्हारी स्तुति नहीं हो रही है। ये पूर्णता है। तब च काचन न स्तुति रंबिके सकल शब्द मई किलते दानु। तुम्हारी तो सारा वो बिना शब्द के, शब्दानाम जननी तुम अत्र भुवने वाग्वादिनी इत्युच्च से, शब्दानाम जननी तुम अत्र भुवने वाग्वादिनी, तो वो जो उसकी परावाक है, वो जो विमर्श रूपिणी पराशक्ति है, उसको वो कैसे, उसको वो कहते हैं कि वो हृदय में अनुप्रवेश होने से उसका साक्षात्कार होता है। अभिनव को ये साक्षात्कार ये हुआ, और इस साक्षात्कार के बाद ऋषि बनता है, फिलोसोफर नहीं बनता है। फिलोसोफर जो होता है वो लव फॉर नॉलेज होता है, इंटेलेक्चुअल, उसमें जार्गन के अंदर ज्यादा मजा आता है, उसमें बौद्धिकता का आस्वादन करता है, अपनी चिति में प्रवेश कालिदास करते हैं। जिसने पूछा मुझे कि ये भगवान शंकर किसका ध्यान कर रहे थे, जब कामदेव गया तो उन्होंने देखा कि शंकर ध्यानस्थ बैठे हैं, उनमें प्रवेश कैसे करूं मैं, उनको रास्ता नहीं सूझ रहा। तो मैंने ध्यान आया उसका कि मनोनवद्वार निषिद्ध वृत्ति हृदय व्यवस्थाप्य समाधि वश्यम। अब कालिदास को मैं कश्मीर शैविज्म का प्रथम आचार्य मानने को भी मेरा मन बहुत करता है, क्योंकि उसका अभिज्ञान शाकुंतल और उसकी कविता में कुमार संभवम, जब इनको देखता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है बहुत सारा उसके अंदर कश्मीर शैविज्म की जो अनुभूति परखता है, जो संवेदना है, जो संवेदनशीलता है, वो संवेदनशीलता ही जीने की वस्तु है। बौद्धिकता उसका एकमात्र आवरण है। उसका उस आवरण के पीछे मनुष्य ज्यादा चलता है, क्योंकि वो आवरण को ही पकड़ता है। तो वहां पर वो ये देखते हैं हम कि मनोनवद्वार, कामदेव ने देखा कि भगवान शंकर समाधिस्थ हैं। नवद्वार निषिद्ध वृत्ति, 9 द्वार जो हैं देह के, निषिद्ध वृत्ति कहीं से भी एंटर करने का, कहीं कोई प्रलोभन, काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह एंटर कर ही नहीं सकता। तो आखिर में कालिदास क्या कहते हैं कि उसे यदक्षरम वेद विदो विदुस्तम आत्मानम आत्मन्यवलोकयन्तम, वो आत्म में ही आत्म का अवलोकन कर रहे हैं। उनका शिव किसको देख रहे हैं? अरे मैंने कहा किसी को नहीं देख रहे हैं। आत्मानम आत्मन्यवलोकयन्तम, आत्म को ही, आत्मने को ही अपने आप में देख रहे। ये जो आत्मदर्शन है, इस आत्मदर्शन के लिए जो तीव्रता चाहिए वो हृदय से आती है, वो तरलता से आती है। वो जो समावेश है वो बौद्धिक समावेश नहीं होता है। समावेश जो होता है हृदय से उठता है। इसलिए जहां पर भी वो चर्चा करते हैं वहां पर वो कर देते हैं हृदयम। ये हृदय क्या चीज बड़ा है, इसके अंदर पूर्णता आती है। ये हृदय क्या है? तो वो कहते हैं कि प्रकाश विमर्श द्वितीय प्रकाश विमर्श द्वितीय मेलापक लक्षण अंतस्तत्व हृदय वित्युच्यते। उनके परवर्ती महेश्वरानंद इस प्रकार से कहते हैं कि जहां प्रकाश और विमर्श का यहाँ पर ऐक्य सध रहा है, एक दूसरे में अनुप्रविष्ट हो रहे हैं, वहां पर वो हृदय है। तो इस हृदय से जब उनके श्लोकों को आप पढ़ते हैं तो वो न वो योग को जानते हैं। सब तंत्रालोक के अंदर सब विद्या, उनका विद्या में विशेषज्ञ हैं, इसमें कोई संशय वाली बात नहीं थी। लेकिन जब वो ध्वनि लोचन के अंत में एक श्लोक देते हैं कि ये जो वाग्धेनुर दुग्धेनम रसम यद बाल लीलया वत्स लीलया न तेनास्य समः कार्य है योगिभिर् दुह्यते ही है। ये जो वाक धेनु है, ये जो वाक रूपी गाय है, वाक रूपी जो धेनु है, ये बाल तृष्णा, उस बछड़े की तृष्णा से जो अपने आप अपने भीतर से रस को चुहाती है। वाक धेनुर दुग्धेनम रसम यद बाल तृष्णया, उस बाल की तृष्णा से, अपने बच्चे की तृष्णा से उसको एफर्ट नहीं करनी पड़ती है। दूध उतारना है मुझे, अपने आप उतर आता है। न तेना से न योगी भी न तेना से समः कार्य है योगी भी दुह्यते ही जा। योगियों के द्वारा जो अणवोपाय, शाक्तोपाय, शांभवोपाय, अनुपाय में जाने के लिए जो दोहन किया जाता है, उससे जरा उसको अलग करके समझना चाहिए। ये किसके लिए कह रहे हैं? वो ये योगी और सहृदय के बीच में वो समझते हैं। योगी को सहृदय बना रहे हैं, सहृदय को योग में ले जा रहे हैं। जो सहृदय है उसका योग कैसे बनता है, उसकी समाधि कैसे बनती है? बहिरंग, बाहर जो प्रसार है, विश्व का जो प्रसार है, उस विश्व प्रसार से उनका। और जो योगी है वो अंत प्रसार, जब अंत भीतर की तरफ उद्यमो भैरव, वो भैरवावस्था जो है वो सबका निमीलन कर लिया है। उन्मीलन के अंदर समाधि बनती है, थिएटर के अंदर। क्या कर रहे हैं अभिनव भारती के द्वारा? किसकी अभिव्यक्ति कर रहे हैं? संबित की अभिव्यक्ति कर रहे हैं। किससे कर रहे हैं? विभावानुभावादि के क्रम से कर रहे हैं उत्सव संबित को। प्रत्येक जो दर्शक वहां आया है उसको अब आत्म का साक्षात है, वो क्या पी के जाएगा उसमें? कालिदास उसे किस प्रकार से कहते हैं? वो कहते हैं कि नहीं, ये रस जो है, ये अनुभूति जो है, अनुभूत्यात्मक जो रस है, ये बड़ा रेयर है। इसको कौन प्राप्त करता है? बड़ा लकी होता है जो इसको प्राप्त करे। तो हमारे साहित्य के माध्यम से जो वाग्धेनु का जो दुग्ध था, उसके द्वारा वो नरिशमेंट किसकी कर रहे हैं? पर किसका संवर्धन कर रहे हैं? सहृदयों का, जो वाग से वाग के माध्यम से आए हैं। और योगियों के लिए वो छोड़ देते हैं समाधि योग, वो जो बाकी के उपाय हैं, उपायों की प्रक्रिया अणुवोपाय है, उसके द्वारा वो बौद्धिक रूप से विश्लेषण भी देते हैं, उनको पूरा व्याख्या देते हैं कि स्वातंत्र क्या है, तुम क्यों अपूर्ण अपने आप को मानते हो? अनुता के योग के कारण स्वातंत्र हानि बोधस्य, बोध के स्वातंत्र हानि। ज्ञान है लेकिन बड़ा लिमिटेड सा, बड़ी परिच्छिन्न सा, कला कंचुक से ढक गया है, इसलिए वो सिकुड़ा गया है, बहुत संकुचित हो गया है। इसलिए कहते हैं कि नहीं, ये जो है ये स्वातंत्र हानि। स्वतंत्रता तुमने अपना स्वातंत्र जो है, तुम्हारा स्वातंत्र शक्ति का यहां स्वयं ही संकोचन कर लिया है। और बोध से आपका स्वतंत्रता, और ज्ञान में भी कोई स्वातंत्र नहीं रहा। पुस्तकों से ही पढ़ करके इधर से उधर से सब इकट्ठा करके स्वातंत्र नहीं रहा। बोध में भी स्वातंत्र नहीं रहा, स्वतंत्रता का भी बोध नहीं रहा, ज्ञान भी स्वतंत्र नहीं रहा। अनुता के योग से ये आणवोपाय क्रम उनको फॉलो करना चाहिए। आणवोपाय की प्रक्रिया को उन्होंने बहुत विस्तार से कई साधनाओं के माध्यम से, लेकिन एक बात जो उनकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है कश्मीर शैविज्म की, एकमात्र ऐसा, अब दर्शन शब्द का प्रयोग मैं दृष्टा के माध्यम से, दृष्टि के एंगल से प्रयोग करना चाहता हूं, फिलोसोफर के माध्यम से नहीं, दृष्टा के माध्यम से, तत्वदर्शिता के माध्यम से, ऋषि के माध्यम से। ऋषिस्तु के लिए दर्शनाथ, ऋषि जो है वो दर्शन से ही होता है, उसको दिखाई देता है सब। तो वो जितनी भी बात जहां वो करते हैं आचार्य अभिनव, तो वो उसके अंदर अपनी बात को ये आणवोपाय से उठा करके वो शाक्तोपाय में ले जाते हैं। शाक्तोपाय से उठा करके शाक्तोपाय में ही वो कहते हैं कि ये मनन जो है महामंत्र बीजानुभव, अनुसंधान की ओर ले जाते हैं, उपासना की ओर ले जाते हैं। दार्शनिकता को, वो जो बोधात्मकता थी आणवोपाय के अंदर, जो सारे बाहर के प्रयोग थे, उनको कहाँ अनुसंधान का अर्थ क्या हो गया? उन सब का एकीकरण करके, उनका तादात्म्य करके, उनको महाह्रद के अनुसंधान, महाह्रद के अंदर उसको प्रविष्ट कर दिया। और महामंत्र से प्रविष्ट होकर के वो मंत्र का जो वीर्यानुभव है, वो मंत्र का वीर्यानुभव क्या है? वो परम शिव ही है। वो पराहंता जो है वही पूर्णता है। तो इस पूर्णाहंता के तक पहुंचने का मार्ग जो है उसको भी तंत्रालोक में उन्होंने रख दिया है। लेकिन उनके सामने अपने युग की ये दो, प्राय इस विषय में मैंने चर्चा कम सुनी है, लेकिन मैं समझता हूं कि वो एक ऐसा पीरियड है, एक ऐसा समय है जब एक और संस्कृत के अंदर वाग वैभव को लेकर के उत्कृष्ट कोटि के कवि पैदा हो रहे। उस समय में उत्कृष्ट कोटि का जो व्याकरण दर्शन आ रहा है, व्याकरण दर्शन को भी अब इस श्लोक को क्या कहें कि वर्णेभ्यो धातवस्यु विविध पदचयस्तद्भवस्तेन वाक्यम और ये श्लोक है, भगवान शंकर की स्तुति कर रहे हैं, भगवान शंकर की स्तुति कर रहे हैं दुर्वासा। तो स्तुति करते हुए वर्णे जो धातवस्यु, वर्णों से धातुएं बनी, विविध पदचय, उससे विविधों पदों का चय हो गया। तो तेन वाक्यम तस्मा जातम प्रमाणम विविध निगमनम तेन सिद्धांत जालम, उसमें बड़ी बड़ी थ्योरियां पैदा हो गई, बड़े बड़े दर्शन पैदा हो गए उसमें। तस्मा जातम प्रमाणम विविध निगमनम तेन सिद्धांत जालम, उससे सिद्धांतों का जाल पैदा। तस्मा नानात्म विद्या, उससे आत्मविद्याओं के स्कूल बन गए। ये वहाँ स्कूल है, ये वो स्कूल है, ये केवलाद्वैत है, ये शुद्धाद्वैत है, ये व्याकरणाद्वैत है, ये शून्याद्वैत है, ये, और लगे हुए एक्सरसाइज करने उसके अंदर। लेकिन त्वंचेदेको द्वितीय क्रम रहित महासंविदात्मा महेश, लेकिन तुम संविद स्वरूप, तुझे इन सबसे तुम एक अलग ही तुम्हारी विभूति होती है। ये सब इकट्ठे होकर के तुम्हारी ओर ही ले जाते हैं, ये सब तुम्हारे में ही मर्ज कर जाते हैं। ये मर्ज करना क्या है? ये है पूर्णता। इस पूर्णता की बात कश्मीर शैविज्म करता है। जब वो ये बात करता है विविधा प्यागमेर भिन्ना पंथान सिद्धि हेतवा, बहुत सारे आगमेर भिन्ना पंथाना सिद्धि हेतवा, पंथाना नाना आगमों से, बौद्ध आगम, जैन आगम, शैवागम, शाक्तागम, वैष्णवागम, सब नाना प्रकार के आगम, वो सब प्रकार के आगमों से हम पंथान सिद्धि हेतवा, वही निपतंत्यो के जाह्नवी आदन यथार्थ, वो सब के सब आगम तुम्हारे अंदर ऐसे ही जैसे समुद्र के अंदर सारी नदियां अनुप्रविष्ट हो जाती। इस पूर्णता का चिंतन भगवत गीता के अंदर अभिनव गुप्त का भाष्यमान देख लेना चाहिए। गीतार्थ संग्रह के अंदर यहाँ पर वो आपूर्यमाणम अचल प्रतिष्ठम समुद्रमाप प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायम प्रविशन्ति सर्वे सशांति मापनोति न काम काम। वो जैसे समुद्र में नदियां अनुप्रविष्ट होती हैं, इसी तरह से कामनाएं जिसके अंदर अनुप्रविष्ट होती हैं, वो कामनाओं के पीछे नहीं दौड़ता है, सशांति मापनोति। कश्मीर शैव दर्शन आपको किसी तार्किकता के अंदर न दे करके एक जीवन की पद्धति दे रहा था। जीने का अंदाज क्या हो, जीवन की शैली क्या हो, एक सार्थकता का क्षण चाहिए। सार्थक होने के लिए कितना चाहिए, सार्थकता की अनुभूति के लिए क्या चाहिए? एक क्षण पूर्णोहम, एक बार उसमें आ जाता है पूर्णोहम शिवोहम चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम शिवो। इस अनुभूति के आते ही पूर्णता उतर आती है। अपूर्णता, इससे पहले जो व्याख्यान हम कर रहे थे वो अपूर्णता की चर्चा बहुत पहले हो गई थी। पूर्ण शब्द का भी बहुत व्याख्यान उपनिषद के अंदर भी आ चुका था। पूर्णमद पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। लेकिन वहां से पूर्णता को लेकर के दूसरे जो वैष्णवागम थे उन्होंने भी कहा कि जस स्मृत्याज नामुक्त्या तपो यज्ञ क्रियादिषु न्यूनम संपूर्णताम याति सिद्धो वंदे तमच्युतम। कुछ न्यूनता है, जब वो पूर्णता में चली जाए बदल जाती है। न्यूनता क्या है? पूर्णता, कमी, त्रुटि, जिसके स्मरण मात्र से ही न्यून जो है वो पूर्णता में बदल जाता है। मैं उसको प्रणाम करता हूं। लोगों ने नाम रखे पूर्ण चंद्र, बहुत लोगों का नाम होता है। लोक भाषाओं के अंदर भी पूर्ण शब्द का बहुत प्रयोग हुआ है। मरना नहीं कहते थे, मर गया नहीं कहते थे, पूरे हो गए, पूरा हो गया। देह त्याग नहीं करते थे, तो पूर्ण हो गए। ये पूर्णता का अनुभव जो था, इसको कश्मीर शैविज्म ने एक अलग पद्धति से, अलग पद्धति कश्मीर शैविज्म की क्या थी? सामरस्य की पद्धति थी। वो सामरस्य क्या था? समरसीकरण क्या था? कि भीतर से ही अभिनव गुप्त उसके अंदर जब कहते हैं मत ये बोधिस्मिदम, तंत्रालोक के अंदर ही मत एवोदितमिदं, मेरे से ही ये सब तो उदय हुआ था। मत एवोदितमिदं मय्येव सुप्रतिष्ठितम, ये मेरे में ही सुप्रतिष्ठित है। मद भिन्नमिदं सर्वम त्रिधोपाय स शांभव, शांभवोपाय के अंदर जाकर के योगी को ऐसा अनुभव होता है कि ये सब मेरे से ही, मेरे अतिरिक्त तो और दूसरा कोई है ही नहीं। यानी इसकी बात करूं, बात क्या करूं, तो सार्थकता का जो क्षण है वो उसका नाम पूर्णता है, कि जहां चरितार्थ हो जाता है, कृतकृत्य हो जाता है, विमुक्त हो जाता है। तब वो कहते हैं न ब्रह्मा विष्णु रुद्रौ सुरपति रमरा नासुरा नैव पृथ्वी नापोग्निर्नैव कालम न च रवि शशिनौ नो दिशो नैव काल। फिर क्या है, नो वेदा नैव यज्ञ न च रवि देश कालौ। केवल हे परम शिव सच्चिदानंद मूर्ति, केवल मात्र तुम वहां होते हो। नो वेदा नैव यज्ञ न च रवि शशिनौ नो दिशो नैव काल है। वो ऐसी स्थिति के अंदर एकमात्र ये सारी ज्योतियां, बाहर की ज्योतियां भी सब बुझ जाती हैं। ये सब, ये बाहर का जो ज्ञान है ये भी सारे का सारा चला जाता है। वो स्थिति जो है उसमें सच्चिदानंद मूर्ति, ये सच्चिदानंद मूर्ति शिव, वो उसमें तुम होते हो। तो मैं तुम्हारे पास होता हूँ, ये मेरा उसमें पूर्णता का क्षण, मेरी चरम अनुभूति का चरमक क्षण है। इसलिए मैं समझता हूँ कि जब अपूर्णता हमारे चारों तरफ, वर्तमान में जो रेलेवेंस की थोड़ी सी बात कहूँ तो उसमें ये है कि जो स्थितियां पहले भी ऐसा था, किसी सूक्त के अंदर एक वैदिक मंत्र ध्यान में आता है कि जब श्री की भगवती की स्तुति कर रहे हैं तो अथर्ववेदी श्री सूक्त में क्षुत पिपासाम अलाज ज्येष्ठाम लक्ष्मीम नाशयाम्य हम अभूतिम असमृद्धिम च सर्वाम निर्णोतम गृह। प्रार्थना करते हैं भगवती लक्ष्मी से कि मेरे घर में ये तुम्हारी बड़ी बहन जो अपूर्णता है ना, ये पूर्णता की बड़ी बहन है। कुछ अजीब लग रहा होगा। अपूर्णता क्या है? अपूर्णता का जब बोध होगा तब आप पूर्णता की ओर चलेंगे। अगर अपने आप को जड़ता में ही पूर्ण मान के बैठ गए तो कोई पूर्ण होने की संभावना ही नहीं। इसलिए वो ज्येष्ठा, उसकी बहन, बड़ी बहन है, पहले अपूर्णता का अनुभव तो हो, तब गुरु के पास जाएगा, तब उस पंथा के ऊपर चलेगा। आणवोपाय तब ढूंढेगा, शाक्तोपाय तब ढूंढेगा। तो उस अनुभव के अंदर ले जाने के लिए वो जो बात कहते हैं कि ये जो उसमें क्षुत पिपासा, भूख प्यास मल, ये सब जिसका अंदर रहते हैं, ऐसी जो तुम्हारी बहन अलक्ष्मी है, अलक्ष्मीम नाशयाम्य हम, उस अलक्ष्मी को मैं नाश करता हूं। अभूतिम असमृद्धिम सर्वाम निर्णुत में गृहात, हे माँ मेरे घर से अभूति को, अनैश्वर्य को, असमृद्धि को मेरे घर से निकालो। इस तरह से ये असमृद्धि, अपूर्णता, ये अपूर्णता है। इस अपूर्णता का अनुभव अनादिकाल से चला आ रहा है। मनुष्य अनादिकाल से अपने बारे में, अपने परिवार के बारे में, समाज के बारे में, मानवता के बारे में क्या चाहता रहा है? एक ही बात चाहता है कि वो कालक्रम से कहीं निकल पाए। काल जो है वो सर्वग्रासी बना हुआ है। बहुत लोगों के लिए काल जो है, कश्मीर शैविज्म में काल से निर्भय हो सकता है, ऐसा आचार्य गोपीनाथ कविराज कहते थे। वहां पर काल संकर्षणी के जो विचार है उसके अंदर, जहाँ कालातीत होने के लिए बात की जाती है, उस कालातीत होने की स्थिति जो है बाकी के लोग जो हैं वो काल को सिद्ध करने में लगे हुए हैं, तो फिर दार्शनिक कैसे होगा अभिनवगुप्त? वो कहता है कि नहीं, वो काल संकर्षणी कला जो है वो उसमें काल से परे ले जाने वाली बात कर रहे हैं हम। आप कहते हैं नहीं, टाइम और स्पेस तो यथार्थ है, इस टाइम और स्पेस से इसका उल्लंघन नहीं करना है, इससे हम आगे नहीं जब बढ़ेंगे। वो कहता है नहीं, उल्लंघन करो, अगर नहीं उल्लंघन करोगे तो फिर फंसे रहो। फिर कश्मीर शैविज्म में आके क्या करना है? फिर अपना ठीक है, जहाँ बैठे हो साइंटिस्ट हो, विज्ञान में आनंद करो, ठीक है। तो इसलिए वहां पर ये जो स्थिति आती है कि काल के प्रति प्रत्येक व्यक्ति आज भी ये चाहता है कि वो रोग शोक से मुक्त हो। इस सब से जो असंपूर्णता है, अपूर्णता जो है, उसके कारण ही, अपूर्णता के कारण ये आध्यात्मिक, आदि दैविक, आदि भौतिक व्याधियां ये सारी की सारी आ रही हैं, आज भी खड़ी हैं। साइंस के अंदर एक बार वो पुस्तक देख रहा था मैं, जेम्स जीन्स की फिलॉसफी एंड फिजिक्स, उसके अंदर उसने बड़ा दुख प्रकट किया कि ये जो मॉडर्न साइंस के माध्यम से जो कुछ ज्ञान आ रहा है, जो अर्जित ज्ञान हो रहा है, ये सारा जो अर्जित ज्ञान है, ये सारे का सारा क्या कर रहा है? ये एक डिटर्मिनिज्म के अंदर फंसा रहा है, जो स्ट्रिक्टली अकॉर्डिंग टू द कॉजल लॉ, जो कार्य कारण सिद्धांत के अंदर बंधा हुआ है। कठिनाई आगे कि कार्य कारण से आप बाहर निकलना नहीं चाहते। न्यायिक तो नहीं निकलना चाहेगा, न्यायिक कहेगा कि नहीं, कार्य कारण भाव के बगैर कैसे होगा। अभिनवगुप्त तो नहीं कहेगा कि कार्य कारण भाव में फंसे रहो, वो तो कहता है अपूर्वम यद वस्तु, बिना हेतु की कल्पना, बिना किसी कारण कल्पना के वो जो निर्माण कर रही है, उसकी अपनी विभूति है, ऐश्वर्य है उसका। तो इसलिए वहां पर वो कहता है कि ये एक स्ट्रिक्टली आधुनिक विज्ञान ज्ञान जो है, वो मुझे सारा कार्य कारण के अंदर, एक डिटर्मिनिज्म के अंदर, एक नियति के अंदर। कश्मीर शैविज्म ने नियति को क्या माना? कंचुक का मतलब जो उसकी व्यापकता को क्षुद्रता में परिणत कर देता है, जो परम शिवता के अनुभव को उसके अंदर, जीवत्व के अंदर, पशुता के अंदर पशु बना देता है। इसलिए नियति के अंदर कहता है ये विज्ञान फंसा रहा है। ऐसा ज्ञान क्या कर रहा है कि ये ज्ञान एक पिछले ज्ञान से अगला ज्ञान पैदा हो रहा है, उससे अगला ज्ञान पैदा हो रहा है, फिर नई थ्योरी, फिर उसका खंडन, फिर उसके मंडन, फिर खंडन, इसी में चल रहा है सारी दौड़ इसी में। ये कौन कह रहा है? वर्तमान विज्ञान का जो चिंतक है, जो वो उसमें कह रहा है अपने फिजिक्स एंड फिलॉसफी के अंदर कि ये जो सारे का सारा क्रम हमें मिला है, ये सारा ही ज्ञान जो है पूरे का पूरा, ये एक नियतिवाद के अंदर, मनुष्य को नियति के अंदर बांध के चल रहा है। यदि कहीं ऐसा नया ज्ञान मनुष्यता को इस समय मिले, वर्तमान जो टाइम है, सारी मनुष्यता उस पीड़ा को भोग रही है, सारी मनुष्यता उस पीड़ा को भोग रही है, जिस पीड़ा के अंदर मनुष्य जो है एक ऐसे नए ज्ञान की खोज में बेचैन है कि जो ज्ञान एकदम स्पॉन्टेनियस हो। वो शब्द प्रयोग करते हैं स्पॉन्टेनियसली, ऑफ इट्स ओन अकॉर्ड, वो स्पॉन्टेनियस भी हो, ऑफ इट्स ओन अकॉर्ड, तो शायद कुछ एक नया दर्शन कोई पैदा हो सके। शायद वो मनुष्यता के लिए, वो प्रत्येक मनुष्य जो है वो अपूर्णता से विक्षुब्ध है, लेकिन उसको पूर्णता का पता नहीं है कि पूर्णता जो है वो है क्या पूर्णता। कश्मीर शैविज्म उस पूर्णता के प्रत्यय को जब देता है तो वो लोक का बड़ा ध्यान करता है। तो वो उसमें कहते हैं आचार्य अभिनव, उसमें कर्तव्यम ये जो योगी जो है वो अपना जो कर्तव्य है वो स्वयं कर्तव्यम किमपि कल्याण लोक येष प्रयत्नात्, ये लोग जो हैं अपना जो कर्तव्य है उसका ओर ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हैं। स्वं कर्तव्यम किमपि कलयन लोक एष प्रयत्नात् नोपारार्थिम प्रतिघटयते कांचन स्वात्मवृत्तिम। ये पारार्थ के लिए, उस परम शिवता के लिए कुछ भी प्रयत्न क्यों नहीं करते? फिर कहते हैं यस्तु त्यक्ता अखिल भवमलः, लेकिन जिसके सारे मल शांत हो गए हैं, आणवमल, माइक मल, कारोमल, तीनों मल जिसके शांत हो गए, जस्तु त्यक्ता अखिल भवमलः प्राप्त संपूर्ण भावा। अब ये पाठ जो मैंने विभृति विमर्शनी का देखा, उसमें मुझे पाठ संपूर्ण भाव शब्द, इसने मुझे संपूर्णता के प्रत्यय के लिए प्रेरित किया। इस श्लोक में ये चाबी थी जिसने मुझे आंदोलित किया। यस्तु त्यक्ता अखिल भवमलः प्राप्त संपूर्ण भाव, जिसने संपूर्ण भाव को, ये संपूर्णता क्या है? ये संपूर्णता हृदय के अंदर अनुभूत होने वाली वो शिव शक्ति का सामरस्य जो है, वो एक ऐसा अद्वैत, अद्भुत अद्वैत है। दूसरे बौद्धिक अद्वैतों से ये एक अलग किस्म का अद्वैत बन रहा है। प्राप्त संपूर्ण भाव है कृत्यम तस्य, उसका कृत्य, उसके लिए, अपने लिए उसे अब कुछ नहीं करना है। वो केवल मात्र उसे लोक कर्तव्य मात्र, लोक के लिए अब उसको जीना है। वो किसके लिए जीना है? स्वयं तो वो कृतार्थ हो गया, प्राप्त संपूर्ण भाव है। संपूर्ण भाव प्राप्त होने के बाद इसको वो ना मोक्ष कहते हैं, ना निर्वाण कहते हैं, न और उसके अंदर शब्द प्रयोग करते हैं। प्राप्त संपूर्ण भाव, जिसने इस तरह से संपूर्ण भाव प्राप्त कर लिए, कृत्यम तस्य नहीं किंतु लोक कर्तव्य, लोक के प्रति जो कर्तव्य मात्रता है वही उनका एकमात्र। तो उसके अंदर आचार्य ने जो आनंद की स्वरूप भी बनाए, ये कश्मीर शैविज्म है, जो लोक के आनंद की चिंता करता है, अपने आनंद से ऊपर उठ करके जगदानंद की बात करता है। 5-6 आनंदों की कोटियां बना करके सबसे ऊपर किसको रख रहा है? जगदानंद। जहां पर योगी का जो उसका परम शिव का आनंद जो है वो सबका ही आनंद होता है, तो उसका अपने तक नहीं सीमित रहता है, वो सारे विश्व का। इसलिए वो विश्वोत्तीर्ण जो है वही विश्वरूप होकर के, जो विश्वरूप है वही विश्वोत्तीर्णता में जाता है, जो विश्वोत्तीर्णता है उसे वो विश्वरूपता में लाता है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि वो जो कश्मीर शैविज्म में हमें जो संपूर्णता का प्रत्यय दिया है, उस सारे का सारा अनुभूति मात्र है। अनुभूति परक बहुत है उसमें, तर्क का वो मानते हैं इस चीज को कि देखो, पहले जहां लेते हैं पूर्ण व्याकरणावगाहन शुचि, व्याकरण का अवगाहन उन्होंने संभवतः भर्तृहरि को भर्तृहरि और महाभाष्यकार को बहुत अच्छी तरह से आत्मसात किया हुआ था। पूर्ण व्याकरण में अवगाहन करने से जो शुचि है पवित्र, सत्तर्क मूलोन्मिषत, तर्क नहीं कहा, सत्तर्क मूलोन्मिषत। तर्क को षडंग योग के अंदर भी कश्मीर शैविज्म ने स्वीकार किया है, लेकिन वो सत्तर्क जो है वो दूसरा तर्क नहीं है, वो अलग तर्क है। सत्तर्क जो है वो उसकी टटोल है, अन्वेषण है, अनुसंधान है उसका। प्रज्ञा कल्पलता विवेक कुसुमे रभ्यश्च हृदयवताम, प्रज्ञा रूपी कल्पलता के फूलों से मैंने अपने हृदय के देवता शिव की पूजा की है। पीयूषासव सार सुंदर महा साहित्य सौहित्य भाग, साहित्य सौहित्य दो शब्दों का प्रयोग संस्कृत के विद्वान लोग जानते हैं उसको। साहित्य सौहित्य भाग, विश्राम्याम्य हम ईश्वराद्वय कथा कांता सख सांप्रतम। अब मैंने ईश्वराद्वय कथा रूपी कांता को ही अपना मित्र बनाया हुआ है और आराम करता हूँ, उसी के साथ बात करता हूँ, उसी में जीता हूँ। ये श्लोक अभिनव गुप्त के उस संपूर्ण भाव को प्राप्त होने की मैं समझता हूँ और संकेत करता है कि जब वो कहते हैं कि इतना लिख करके 40-42 ग्रंथ लिख करके जो कहते हैं कि विश्राम्याम्य हम ईश्वराद्वय कथा कांता सख सांप्रतम, वो उनको संपूर्णता का वो अनुभव हो गया था। तो आज के संदर्भ में मैं समझता हूँ कि यदि हम इस उनकी जयंती के इस पुण्य अवसर के ऊपर स्मरण करके, ऐसे व्यक्तित्व का स्मरण करके उसकी चेतना को, उसकी संवेदना को हृदय के द्वारा ग्रहण कर सकते हैं, तो बहुत हमारे लिए एक सार्थकता का क्षण होगा, एक चरम क्षण होगा। इन शब्दों के साथ मैं समझता हूँ कि मैं पर्याप्त मैंने जो कहना था कह दिया। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद रमाकांत जी। मैं तो एकदम विभोर हो गई थी, बीच में आपकी बात सुन के मेरे नेत्र चलक गए थे। तो आई एम श्योर दैट द ऑडियंस वुड हैव हैड अ सिमिलर एक्सपीरियंस टू। इफ वी डू नॉट सी एनी Q&A क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस फॉर यू, आपके लिए भी कोई प्रश्न नहीं, पर फिर भी जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा था, इफ द ऑडियंस मेंबर्स वंस दे watch the session recordings later, if you have a question, please feel free to reach out to us, and we'll make sure that we respond to you, and we reach out to the venerable speakers and get back the answers for you. So once again, थैंक यू सो मच रमाकांत जी। और मैं आशुतोष जी को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने इसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया कि आप आज आए और आपने हमें कृतार्थ किया। द नेक्स्ट स्पीकर इज प्रोफेसर मधुसूदन पेन्ना जी। Just a brief introduction. Professor Madhusudan Penna has been awarded with Sahitya Academy Award for Mahakavya on Gulab Rao Maharaj. He has 45 books to his credit and has recently translated the Gyaneshwari of Sant Gyaneshwar into 9,000 Sanskrit verses. Professor Penna has about 17 awards and honors. He was honored with honorary D.Litt by National Sanskrit University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, for his unique contribution in Indian philosophy. The Tirumala Peetham, established by Bhagavad Acharya in the 10th century, has confirmed Shastra Ratnakar on him. His presentation today will be on Yoga as understood by Abhinavagupta. I invite Professor Penna to take us through his session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha, Harihi Om. My respectful salutations to the great Maha Maheshwara Avatara, Abhinavagupta Acharya, and all the other Vibhuti that have really embellished the earth and contributed greatly to the upliftment of this mankind. And my sincere pranam to our modern Rishi, Professor Rastogi sir, and all the great personalities present here. This is really great opportunity for me, that I am a small man, but invited to speak on some thoughts of Abhinavagupta. So I prefer to speak on the yoga aspect that is reflected in many works of Abhinavagupta Acharya. So if you permit, I would like to share this PPT.
Absolutely, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. If you could just run it, and then I think we'll be good to go. Yes, please.
Yes. So Abhinavagupta on yoga. So I had great fascination for this great Acharya when I was working on his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita. So for my MPhil degree, so I was studying Shankaracharya's Bhashya along with Abhinavagupta Acharya's Gitartha Sangraha. So I was really delighted. I was carried away by the profundity of the thought there, the way of presenting ideas in an order. So really great fortune in one life that I was introduced to Abhinavagupta Acharya's philosophy. And fortunately, I could get this K.C. Pandey's book also. This is the first thesis on Abhinavagupta, his life and his works. So that also immensely benefited me. So I had studied both and I developed a kind of attraction. So I started studying many of his texts, like initially it was only Pratibhijna Vivruti Vimarshini. then Bhagavad Gita Vyakhyana. Then we had Dhvanyaloka with Lochana as a part of our MA program. So I studied that Lochana and I was amazed that such a great philosopher gets into the intricacies of poetics also, Dhvani, and very, very subtle analysis of the concept of Dhvani he made in that. And later I studied, and some of the scholars like Padma Shri, Pullela Ramachandrudu sir and others held that Abhinavagupta Acharya was actually over projecting the Dhvani concept. What Anandavardhana Acharya intended was differently projected by Abhinavagupta Acharya. That was his observation. But I personally feel that Abhinavagupta Acharya was himself a great yogi, definitely, and he was also a great mystic. And various dimensions are there, various dimensions of his personality. So I would like to throw light on some of them just to remember. So here we find a great philosopher in Abhinavagupta. Somebody was asking why Abhinavagupta Acharya is not recognized as a philosopher. Actually, had he written an independent work, he would have been regarded as an independent scholar. But what happened? He commented, though his commentaries are regarded as complete texts on any system, single works are not available. And even in his Tantraloka, we don't find any independent proposition, but he was actually compiling and processing and presenting all the ideas. So many Tarka schools, Tantra schools prevailing during that particular time. And on one side, we find him as a philosopher carrying the legacy of Kashmir Shaivism. Then we have in him a mystic. This is reflected in the first part of the Tantraloka also. In Tantraloka, we find how he gives importance to some of the Diksha Kriya, and he promises there that during Diksha Kriya, you can invite your forefathers, your predecessors, and you can offer Jalatarpana to them, etc. So these are the claims that he makes. Then aesthetician, of course, we know from his Lochana commentary and Abhinav Bharati. So very, very subtle analysis of the concept of beauty, whether it is verbal or objective. It is the aesthetic sense, aesthetic treatment of the things he has presented in his works. That is one. Influential musician, because K.C. Pandey also had written in his book that during his period he was considered as a great musician. And one of his images, not exactly photographs, but one of the pictures, paintings, so that shows him playing on veena. So influential musician and a poet. So he himself was a great poet. This is evident from many of his works, like some stavar there, Bhairavastava and other. So these actually reflect the fine poetic merits. Then we find in him logician. So though he had not commented on any of the logic books like Gautama, Nyaya Sutra, Vatsyayana Bhashya, or Vachaspati Vishnu, may be contemporary or later one. But the previous logic books, he did not refer to those books. He did not comment on them. But in him, we find a very trained logician, because the way he analyzes the things and presents them in a perfect order, that actually shows that he is a good logician. And in some parts of the Tantraloka, we find how he takes upon something and puts across in an order. And he brings out the fallacies in others' argument, perhaps on the lines of Somadatta, that is Shivadrushti, because in Shivadrushti we find a very, very beautiful and very methodical treatment of the ideas, like Kshanikavada, Shunyavada, all these are treated in Shivadrushti also. So those ideas may have been taken by Abhinavagupta and may have been given a good treatment in his other works also. So thus we find in him a very a kind of conglomeration of all these various dimensions of his personality. Then we find in him a perfect yogi. And a perfect yogi, as Jayadratha puts across in his commentary, he says, Abhinavagupta Acharya reflects all these. A perfect yogi, whatever he is supposed to possess, the 6 main qualities Abhinavagupta possesses. He says, the first thing is Avyabhicharini Bhakti. As the 13th chapter of Bhagavad Gita says, Bhakti Avyabhicharini Vivikta Desha Sevitvam. So here also in Abhinavagupta we find his unflinching faith in God, the God energy. Then realization of mantra. This is the second one, in which we find that whatever mantras he had learned from his teachers, practiced and mastered, so he has realized the efficacy of mantra. It's not that he had just repeated the mantras, he had just continued the same mantras in his books, copying from the other books. It's not like that. He had realized the efficacy of the mantras, then control over all the 36 principles. So Shat Trimshat Tattva Sandoha is also one of the beautiful Kashmir Shaiva texts. So all the 36 principles are that Tattva, and he has written, the commentator has written that Abhinavagupta Acharya has full control over all these principles. Then successful activities, or you can say success in all the activities he has undertaken. This is Siddhi. So he has got Siddhi. Then poetic creativity. So as Arvinda Ghosh also had written somewhere in his Integral Yoga, that the best of his poetry was an outcome of best moments in meditation, he said. So that came out. The beautiful moments he had experienced in meditation, so that got expression in the form of poetic creativity. So Abhinavagupta Acharya also had this poetic creativity, and we know from his Tantraloka that at many places he beautifully presents all these ideas, like Bhaskaracharya, the great mathematician. Then spontaneous knowledge of all the disciplines he had studied. So we know from history that he had studied several Shastras from the available teachers at that time, like Bhattendu, Bhattotpala, and many other. Because at one place he himself says that just like a honeybee, a student should acquire knowledge. A honeybee moves from one flower to another flower and collects honey. Similarly, a sincere student should go from one teacher to another teacher and get right knowledge from the able teacher. So this kind of practice he demonstrated in his life, that spontaneous knowledge of all the disciplines like Sankhya, Yoga, especially in Tantraloka we find all these important schools of philosophy being analyzed and sometimes criticized, but that is healthy criticism. So all this we find in his Tantraloka also. Tantrasara is a kind of summary of Tantraloka. So spontaneous knowledge of all disciplines, that means when he takes upon one particular discipline, immediately he absorbs it, he assimilates the essence of that particular Shastra, and whenever it is necessary, wherever it is necessary, he presents the essence. So this we find in the Tantraloka Pratyavijna Vivrit Vimarshini also. As the learned speaker was telling before, he studied Vyakarana with all intensity, that he remembers the rules, and wherever they are to be applied, he applies them with all care. In Gita Sangraha, we find how he explains the words like Sat or Upodghata or Samvit. All these words are explained etymologically. So his Vyakarana, Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaiseshika, Purvamimamsa, Uttaramimamsa, all these disciplines were thoroughly studied by Abhinavagupta, because before that 8th, 9th centuries in Kashmir, there were so many philosophical systems in vogue, like Advaita of Shankaracharya, and this Mimamsa Shastra, Bauddha. So all these philosophical systems were already being studied in Kashmir during that particular period, and Abhinavagupta had a great exposure to all these, and he was fortunate to have great teachers, and that's why he had this great quality, like spontaneous knowledge of all disciplines. So such a great personality. And in the year 2016, we had celebrated the 1000th birthday of Abhinavagupta Acharya. And with all reverence, we remember this great Vibhuti that had preferred to take birth in India and really immortalized the great ideology that India had produced. So offering my great respect to this scholar and Vibhuti, I proceed. When Abhinavagupta Acharya is talking about yoga, he had full idea that Patanjali Yoga Sutra was already there. Perhaps Vyasa Bhashya was also already composed, because at some places we find some similarities between the thoughts of Abhinavagupta Acharya and the thoughts that Vyasa Bhashya Karta presented in his Bhashya. So therefore, Abhinavagupta Acharya must have studied Yoga Sutra with available commentaries, or maybe he may have studied those with good teachers, good yogins. That's why immediately he assimilated the essence of yoga, but he had a different understanding of yoga, and at several places he differs from the prevalent yoga practice. And very unfortunately, in spite of all his best efforts, even today, the same yoga is continued, what Abhinavagupta Acharya had discarded, saying that this is useless. But still people are practicing that for petty benefits. So Abhinavagupta Acharya had studied yoga. Abhinavagupta Acharya had analyzed the content of yoga, the practice and fruit of yoga, and he had himself developed a different kind of yoga. This you can find in the Tantraloka also, that it is Sarva Tattvanam Chiti Yojanat Yogamityahu. So somewhere he says very clearly that the yoga sadhaka, he matures into such state that he actually takes everything into that Paramatatva. So that is Chit, and he merges everything into that Chit only. So that kind of mergence is known as yoga, according to Abhinavagupta Acharya. But if we compare this with the previous definitions of yoga, we find that some people call yoga as samyoga, some people call it as viyoga, some people call take the same word in different sense also. So what is that ultimately? Whether it is Jivatma Paramatmanoho Samyogo Yoga Uchyate, as the Smritikara had mentioned earlier, is it only a kind of mergence, or is there are there two different things that you merge one into another? Are there two different things? Does really any mergence happen in yoga? Because this was observed in the Bhagavad Gita also, that Sri Krishna himself says that there is actually no mergence. When there are two things, one thing merges into another. When there is only one thing, there cannot be any mergence. And following the statement that is found in the Mahabharata, later in the Yoga Sutra also we find Chittavritti Nirodha. It is not Chittavritti Yojana. So it is Chittavritti Nirodha, though it is rather passive. So it is Nirodhatmaka Yoga. But Abhinavagupta Acharya has a different understanding of this. He says Yojana is possible. Yojana is actually uniting, merging, but it is not in the sense that we understand, that Jivatma is merged into the Paramatma, or Shukra Shonita Sanyoga Yoga Uchyate. All this is meaningless according to Abhinavagupta Acharya's explanation in the Tantraloka. according to him, all the tattva, that means all the 35 tattva, should be merged ultimately into the Shiva tattva. This is the Shiva drishti that even Somananda was talking about. So that Shiva drishti and merging everything into the Shiva, this is the ultimate purpose of yoga. This is exactly what Abhinavagupta Acharya felt. And in this particular background, if we try to understand the philosophy of Kashmir Shaiva Darshana, on which Abhinavagupta Acharya yoga understanding is based, we understand that here also we find three categories: Shiva Tattva, Shakti Tattva, Jiva. But ultimately, this Jiva and Jagat, these are not different. So Abhinavagupta Acharya is not ready to discard this Jagat like Mithya. Mithya, as Shankaracharya and his predecessors preferred to discard that as Mithya. In whatever manner you do it, but it is Pratipanno Padho Traikalika Nishedha Pratiyogitvam, Jnana Nivartyatvam, Sadviviktatvam. So in that manner, they had looked upon the material world and they said, you just remove it. And in order to get to the ultimate reality, you have to come out of this. And unless you think that it is only a false image, you cannot really get to the Shiva realization. So everything else, that means other than Shiva, will stand as an obstacle in the path of yoga. Therefore, in the other systems, we find Shiva is the ultimate reality or Brahma, and Jagat is only Mithya. And Jiva is none other than the same Brahma. And in the Abhinavagupta Acharya's understanding also, which is based on the Shaiva philosophy, three are there, but this Jagat is not Mithya. Though some of the Shaiva thinkers prefer to use the word Abhasa, they take it in a different sense, not in the sense that Adi Shankaracharya had taken. Because Adi Shankaracharya has used the word at several places in his Bhashya, Brahma Sutra Bhashya, Atasmin Tad Buddhihi, Smruti Rupaha Paratra Puru Drushta Abhasa, etc. He had explained this Abhasa. This is Adhyasa according to him. And he had concluded very clearly that it is the avidya that he is talking about. And avidyastamayo mokshaha, etc. But the Abhasa that the Shaiva thinkers had given is different. That here the upasarga added to the root bhasa is taken in the sense of ishat, alpatva. Therefore, abhasa means sankuchita bhasa, limited manifestation or expression. So this abhasa you find at several levels, like the Maya Kanchuka, the 5 Kanchukas also, if you observe, you find everywhere some type of sankocha. And because of this sankocha only, that Shiva becomes Jiva. So it is parinita pramatritvam. It is the kala, sankuchita kala that he's talking about. And of course, we find similar idea in the Brahma Sutras also. Parabhidhyana tutirohitam tato hyasya bandha viparyayo. So it is cause of bandha that limited knowledge, limited power, limited occupancy. So all this is limitation, and this limitation is because of Maya, they said. Therefore, it is Maya Kanchuka. So the Brahma, the supreme transcendent one, it is Vishwa Uttirna, because Vishwa is the manifestation, and beyond that the source is there. From that source only the Vishwa is manifested. It is not Arambhavada, Parinamavada, Vivartavada, but this is you can say it is Abhasavada or Swatantravada. Swatantravada with reference to the Shiva Tattva, Abhasavada with reference to the Jiva or Vishwa. So it is Abhasa, a limited manifestation. But beyond that there is reality. That's why Pado Osya Vishwa Bhutani Tripadasya Amritam Divi, the Yajurveda also says very clearly that The reality is much more bigger than what we observe, perceive, what is the objective of our knowledge. It is beyond that. It is Vishwa Uttirna. But when something is created, it cannot be out of the jurisdiction of this. Therefore, it is Vishwa Maya. So, whatever is manifested, that automatically carries the Shiva Tattva, and Shiva Tattva is there even beyond this Vishwa. These are the two aspects that the Kashmir Shaivism states in their texts, like Vishwa Uttirna, Vishwa Maya, the immanence of the Shiva Tattva and transcendence nature of Shiva Tattva, two aspects. And Jiva is spiritual limitation or individual, that is Anu. Then what is this Jagat, material world? It is the supreme creative energy, immanent in creation. See, the difference is Adi Shankaracharya's philosophy takes this as Maya, which is inexplicable, anirvachaniya, etc. Sadasabhyam anirvachaniyam, they say. But in Abhinavaguptacharya's philosophy, it is the Shakti, and therefore Shakti Shakti Mato Abhedaha. On the strength of this particular principle, they say that the Jagat is also ultimately Shiva. In the other systems, it is not accepted because they say that if there is Karyakarana Bhava, then the Karya is supposed to carry the characteristics of the Karana. And if Jagat is the Karya of Brahma or Shiva, then it should reflect all the characteristics of the Shiva Tattva or Brahma Tattva. Because the Jagat is reflecting different characteristics, it cannot be the effect of Brahma or Shiva. This is the general logic that they put forth. But it has been refuted vehemently in the Arambhanadhikarana, in the Brahma Sutra also we find this, like Tadananyatvam Arambhana Shabdadibhyaha Sattvacha Avarasya Bhavecha Upalabdhe. So many sutras are there. And elsewhere also in the second chapter, second Pada, the same topic is taken for criticism, and again it is criticized that any other thing than Brahman can be the cause of this universe. So the cause and effect relation, a very difficult thing to establish, but it is very efficiently handled by this Abhinavaguptacharya. And for this, the Shakti is again divided like Parashakti, Aparashakti, Paraparashakti. So three layers, like Parashakti is the transcendent energy, Parapara is the middle, like it is connected to this and this, transcendent and immanent. Then Aparashakti is there, this is the Vyakta Swarupa, in which everybody is totally carried away. Almost all the Mandadhikari are fatuated in this one only. That means they develop fatuation for this Aparashakti only. And it is the thing that the Ishavasya Upanishad also speaks about, like Hiranmayena Patrena Satyasyapi Hitam Mukham Tatvam Pushan Napavrunu Satya Dharmaya Drishtaye. So actually everybody is totally mesmerized with the Aparashakti. But the philosophers try to elevate the level of this sadhaka and take him to Parapara, then Parashakti. And a kind of union with the Parashakti is the goal of all yoga. And in this Abhinavaguptacharya's yoga system, if we observe, we find that it is more integrated, unique, pragmatic, world affirming, and universal. Because we understand here that Abhinavaguptacharya had studied all available Shastra during that particular time, and he had taken the important points from those schools, and he developed a kind of system in his commentaries and independent work like Tantraloka, that you find a kind of integrated ideology. That's why it is unique and universal, because it does not prohibit anybody. It welcomes everyone, provided he possesses the required qualification. And in this particular positive pragmatic philosophy, you find the word Chitta, Chittavritti, all these have their respective position, their respective value. that nothing is completely negated, discarded, nullified. So this kind of a very important contribution that we find in this yoga. So this developed between the 8th century and 12th century AD. And the yogic experiences are so wonderful that at every point of time, even in the Shiva Drushti, we understand them, that all these are not just repetitions that we heard from somebody and we are repeating the hearsay. Instead, they say that all these are experienced and can be experienced. Such kind of yogic experiences are mentioned in these texts, and there is one Shiva Sutra, Vismayo Yoga Bhumikaha. So this itself speaks of the great, like Yoga Bhumikaha, Vismayaha. So whenever it is, whenever the word Vismaya is used in the Shaiva texts, we understand that Vismaya is referring to Yoga Bhumikaha, because they are wonderful yogic experiences. Then we have the text from which we can glean the information about the yoga. So Mahamaheshwaracharya Abhinavagupta had written, authored this Tantraloka in 12 volumes, and there are about 37 chapters and 5,859 verses. And we find scattered information about the yoga. Apart from this, we have some texts on Kaula Sampradaya, Pratyabhijnana Sampradaya, Spanda Shastra also, like Spanda Karika, Spanda Sandoha, Pratyabhijna Hridayam, then Krama, Kula, Spanda. So all these were the schools, and many texts were written on them. And we can get this information about what kind of yoga was accepted by them and what kind of yoga was regularly practiced and recommended for the mankind. So we can get from these texts. So who were the prominent teachers and schools at that time? We understand that there was one Trayambaka yogi. He was an Advaiti monastic, and Amardaka Dvaiti, Srinatha, that is Dvaita Dvaiti. See, in Kashmir Shaivism also, as in the Vaidika Vedanta Sampradaya, we find all these pure Dvaiti, pure Advaiti, Dvaita Dvaita, etc. Because such references are found in the Brahma Sutra, like Pratijna Siddher Ashmaratyaha, Sampatteriti Jaiminihi, Ashmaratya, Apishali, Jaimini, Kashakritsna. These names are found in the Brahma Sutra, and Shankaracharya explains each one that this particular thinker belongs to the Dvaita philosophy or Dvaita philosophy or Advaita philosophy. Similarly, in Kashmir Shaiva philosophy, we find this pure monistic idea, dualist idea, and mixed Dvaita idea. So these were the thinkers. And we find the Pratyabhijna school, Somananda, then Krama school, then Kula and Spanda school. Each one was developed by a particular teacher because it is affiliated or attached with the name of that particular teacher. And Abhinavagupta Acharya was very lucky that he had studied many of these important works from very authentic teachers, very good teachers. And now when we talk about the yoga, generally what we understand is we are in the body, we are observing, experiencing, and participating with the universe outside, the world outside. And the world is the main obstacle because the world is in the form of all the impurities from the 12th tattva to the 36th tattva, like the grossest pancha mahabhuta, then subtle tanmatra, then the indriyas. Beyond that there is mind, beyond that there is ahankara or ego principle, beyond that there is intellect, beyond that there is the prime matrix of the universe, that is Prakriti. And without the participation of Purusha, Prakriti cannot function. Therefore, Purusha Tattva is also accepted as consciousness. And all these actually is impure. That is, Malina Adva, Ashuddha Adva, according to the Shaiva philosophy, Kashmir Shaiva philosophy. So it is Ashuddha Adva. All the 24 principles of this Sankhya, it's only Ashuddha. And now the Kashmiri Shaiva thinkers have contributed immensely to the subtle analysis of further categories. Like there are some categories which are pure and impure, like Maya, Kala, Vidya, Raga, Kala, Niyati. All these is actually nothing but limitations. If it is Kala, it is Kalakrita Paricheda. Madhusudana Saraswati says in the Advaita Siddhi Hetu Visleshana. So it is Kala, that which brings limitation to the objective world. Because of this Kala, there is limitation. Atyanta Bhava Pratiyogitva. Then we have Niyati. It is actually the limitation in cause and effect relation. Raga, limitation in the fulfillment of desires. Vidya, limitation in knowledge. Kala, this is actually the first expression of the reality, they say. And all this is because of Maya. So Maya Kanchuka, the fivefold Kanchuka, this is pure and impure, because there is Shuddha, above this there is Sadvidya or Shuddha Vidya. Therefore it is actually connected to that, so pure and impure. Then we have all the pure tattvas, starting with the Sadvidya. Then we have Ishvara, Sadashiva, Shakti and Shiva. Shiva is the ultimate one. This is the Anuttara, Anupaya, according to the Shaiva terminology. So now this yoga of Abhinavagupta is all-inclusive, very pragmatic. It actually takes into consideration each element of this creation and tries to open our eyes to the reality that each one can be perceived, realized as manifestation of the Shiva Tattva only, and therefore perceiving that Shiva Tattva in every element around is pure yoga. So in this process, the sadhaka may adopt any technique, any method, but according to his temperament, according to his spiritual qualification, he has to adopt that particular method. And there are three methods that Abhinavagupta Acharya also observes and explains in his Tantraloka. The Anava, though Anava Mala is there, it's Anavopaya, Shaktopaya, Shambhavopaya. We understand that actually this yoga practice starts with Anava Upaya. This is the lower one. It starts with that, in which we find all Hatha Yoga practices, breathing exercises, and Karma Yoga, selfless service is also included, rituals, worship, pilgrimage, fasting, Vrata, Niyama, Yama, Niyama, all these are included in the Anu Upaya, Anavopaya. And all the body and physical actions, mental action, these are all included in the Anavopaya. And Abhinavagupta Acharya very clearly says in the Tantraloka that Anavopaya is for the low qualified spiritual seekers. That means if a person is less qualified in the spiritual path, then he can go for Anavopaya, like Hatha Yoga. Hatha Yoga Sarvoyam Raja Yoga Siddhaye. So this is Hatha Pradipika. Similarly, here also Anavopaya should actually enable that particular person or strengthen that particular sadhaka so that he will become eligible for the next two, Shaktopaya and Shambhavopaya. So the next one is Shaktopaya. Shaktopaya is also known as Jnanopaya. Here, knowledge plays an important role. Shaktopaya. So here, the techniques involve the mental energy like Swadhyaya, Dhyana, Dharana, Bhavana, and the mental repetition of the mantras. So all this is Shaktopaya. Then as a person masters the Anavopaya and becomes eligible for the Shaktopaya, then in him he finds rapid change. He is physically changed, mentally changed, and intellectually is also changed, because he finds in himself some new thoughts just flashing. So that kind of surgeons is known as the yogic accomplishment. Now he will become eligible in the Shambhavopaya. He will get into that. Shambhavopaya, here it is based on the will. Then we understand where that particular consciousness is centered in ourselves. Then we focus our will, concentrated effort of will. We remain balanced in that particular point. And here, it does not require any external or internal effort. So this is effortless, but still it is an upaya. Upadayapi ye tyajyaha tan upayan prachakshate. This is Vakyapadiya. Bhartrhari says that upaya is that which is taken by somebody and after accomplishing something, just discarded. Upaya. So Shambhava is also upaya, because Shambhavopaya makes a person eligible for the next Anupaya. Anupaya, actually there is no upaya itself. That is the Sahajavastha. That is the ultimate state. So these three are given in the Shaiva philosophy, and Abhinavagupta Acharya now and then refers to these only, and he warns the sadhaka against the allurements of Anavopaya, the Siddhi, etc. He says, no, you don't limit yourself to the material things, getting this or that always. This is actually your sankocha. So raise above and beyond all these, raise yourself from the infrasentient to the suprasentient, take yourself to that reality. And for that, Shaktopaya and Shambhavopaya are there. And once you master the Shambhavopaya, the next one is nothing but the pure Shiva. So here I have explained that Anavopaya is only for inferior aspirants, while Shaktopaya is medium aspirant, Shambhava for highly qualified aspirants. Then when we come to the theory and practice of yoga, we find there that in the yoga that Abhinavagupta Acharya had preferred and practiced himself and recommended to most of his students is that kind of yoga which does not involve any physical torture. In Tantraloka, he clearly mentions this, that torturing your body in any way is not recommended. So in asana, pranayama, and in mudra and other things, there is a lot of torture given to the body. So that kind of training or that kind of torture is not required according to Abhinavagupta Acharya. So that kind of yoga is prescribed by him. Yogo nanya kriya nanya tatva rudhahiya mati swachitta vasana shantau sa kriya ityabhidhiyate. So we find there that ultimately this kind of different yoga I am going to expound. This is exactly what Abhinavagupta Acharya explains in his Tantraloka, quoting from Malini Vijaya Tantra. He says, yeah, when Parvati asks Parameshwara to explain the yoga, Parameshwara very clearly says that Shrunudevi Pravakshami Yogamritam Anuttamam. So now I'll explain to you the excellent nectar-like yoga. That's the best. Yat prapya shivatam martyaha labhanti ayasa varjitaha. So without any effort, without any physical exertion also, you can get the fruit of yoga. So therefore, Abhinavagupta Acharya recommends that kind of yoga. No suppression of emotions and instincts. This is rather very surprising that if I don't suppress my emotions and instincts, how can I get to the yoga? But remember that even Patanjali Maharshi does not use the word in that sense. When he says Chittavritti Nirodha, that Nirodha is not any forcible suppression of your instincts or emotions, rather understanding them and simply uncoiling them so that the lower instincts are totally destroyed, totally removed, and there is only higher consciousness. That's why the word Nirodha is variously explained by the commentators, like Bhojaraja in Rajamartanda explains the word Nirodha as Swakarane Layaha. So it is actually merging into its cause. Therefore, there is no suppression, even according to Patanjali Maharshi. But people generally argue that Patanjali Maharshi, Yama Niyama, they actually talk about such kind of things only because you are supposed to control, you are supposed to suppress. But it is a gradual process that you are not actually suppressing them. You are trying to unravel the secret of all these emotions and instincts through gradual practice of the Yoganga. And breath control is also not required. At many places, Abhinavagupta Acharya explains very clearly that pranayama is not exactly in the way that is prescribed by the Hatha Yoga texts. And during his period also, people must be practicing that kind of pranayama, unnecessarily pressing their nostrils, etc. Abhinavagupta Acharya says, this is not the pranayama that I am going to recommend. This is the higher or rather highest yoga that is prescribed in the Kashmir Shaivism. And Adi Shankaracharya's commentaries and independent works on several subjects, you find like Viveka Chudamani and there. So there he mentions that pranayama na nasagra pidanam. It is not just pressing your nostril. Rather, Adi Shankaracharya explains in a different sense, saying that Puraka, Rechaka, Kumbhaka. So he says Puraka should be in the form of Aham Brahmasmi. Rechaka should be in the form of Neha Nanasti Kinchana, Jagan Mithya. Then Kumbhaka should be Ekameva Dvitiyam Brahma. So this kind of Puraka, Rechaka, Kumbhaka can be practiced, and this is true pranayama, true yoga according to Shankaracharya and according to Abhinavagupta Acharya also. And in this particular yoga system, the seeker is free to enjoy this life, but with limits as per humanistic laws. The social laws are there. So within that, if you can enjoy life, no problem. Because in Bhagavad Gita also, especially while explaining the meaning of the shlokas like Devan bhavayata anena te deva bhavayantuha parasparam bhavayantaha shreyaf param avapsyatha, and before that also sahayajnam prajasruštva puro vacha prajapatihi anena prasavishyadvam esha vostu ishtakamadukka. So anena. So these commentators highlight that particular word and say that this pronoun, this anena, refers to anena yajnena, and that yajna is indriya dwara, indriya devata tarpanam yajnaha. In Bhagavad Gita Bhashya, we find this kind of explanation that the indriyas are created for that purpose. So let the indriyas flow. Don't stop them, but you should not have any craving for them, because everywhere there is Shivatva only, not a limited Jivatva. Therefore, if you can feel that Shivatva in Shabda, Rupa, Rasa, Gandha, Sparsha, then these cannot be any bandhana, these cannot be Vishaya. Vishaya in the sense, Visheshena Sinvanti, Visheshena Badhananti iti Vishayaha. But it all depends how you take them. In the same Bhagavad Gita, it is stated that Yajnarthat karmano anyatra lokoyam karma bandharaha. The same thing can be applied to the Shaiva understanding of the thing, like Yajna is Indriya Devata Tarpanam, Indriya Dwara. Then Yajnarthat karmanaha anyatra. That means if you don't understand that everything is a part of the cosmic Yajna, then that particular karma will put you in bondage. Then in this context, from Tantraloka, we have taken this Ihapi Prasiddha Purana Siddhantagamanumānādi Vihita Purna Shakti Swabhava Ishware Sati Swatmani Abhimukhi Bhute Tat Pratisandhanena Jnana Mudeti Nunam Sayeva Ishwaroham Iti. So this is the result. Ishwaroham. I am the Ishvara. But when Pratisandhanena Jnana Mudeti, that kind of realization that takes place out of this Pratisandhana, out of this connectivity. This is the yoga he's talking about. How to connect myself with this world outside? Because it is not outside, it is within. Just like a Nyagrodha, Bija, that has everything within. Similarly, all this is in the Chitta. Therefore, this Pratisandhana should take place, that whatever is Drishya, visible, this is nothing but the expression of Shiva. So this Pratisandhana, if it is there, then Abhimukhe Bhute Swatmani, then Purna Shakti Swabhava Ishware Sati, arthat that particular Ishvara in the form of Swatma, when there is a kind of state facing this Ishvara, this is a kind of reflection in the mirror. This is exactly what Jnaneshwar Maharaj says in the Sangadeva Pasashti. He says, Paraspara Pahata Mukule Bheda. He says that Jnaneshwara Chakrapani Doni Dolas Arasa Jese Paraspara Pahata Mukule Bheda. So it is like a mirror placed in front of another mirror. So the reflection is unimaginable. Here also, the sadhaka finds Ishvara as his own self, and this particular realization is the result of Anumana, Agama, Adi. Pratyaksha is also included. And all this comes from Prasiddha Purana Siddhanta. So, in our spiritual context also, the self is recognized as same Shiva. That is propounded in the Purana, Agama, and substantiated by reasoning also. So this yoga of Abhinavagupta tries to take us to that particular realization that is the pinnacle of all spiritual experience. But here we should understand the role of Diksha. Diksha is actually initiation of that particular disciple into the discipline. Nacha adhikarita diksham vina yogesti shankare. So in this particular Shankara yoga, you cannot get an entry without possessing the required spiritual qualification. That means if you are not physically, mentally qualified for that, you cannot get into that spiritual experience. Kriya jnana vibhedena sachat vedhani gadyate. And this is also of two types. One is jnana, another is kriya. Kriya jnana vibhedena. Sa means diksha. So this diksha is also of two types. And in the yoga path of this Abhinavagupta Acharya, we find kriya diksha and jnana diksha. So initially the kriya diksha is also given, but at some places it is explained that kriya starts when jnana stops. And now what about chitta? Because Patanjali Maharshi has very obviously stated in his Yoga Sutra, chitta vritti nirodhaha. Nowhere does he try to expound that this chitta can also be taken into Ishvara Tattva. But we find in the works of Abhinavagupta Acharya and in the works of Kshemaraja and others that chitireva chetana padavarudha chetya sankochini chittam. So they understand that the mind, the psyche, the mind is also nothing but the divine consciousness. But chitireva, the same consciousness, chetana pada avarudha, because it has slipped down from the state of chetana, chetya sankochini, it is contracted. It is contracted in the sense, it is contracted with reference to that particular object. So its observation is limited. That particular mind observes whatever is present to it. This is exactly what Patanjali Maharshi explained in the fourth pada, that chitta depends on that particular object, especially while refuting the Vijnanavada Bauddha Vada. Patanjali Maharshi also says that you should accept the chitta, you should accept an objective world outside also, because jnana is ascertained, the nature of jnana is ascertained and differentiated from other on the basis of this object. If there is no object, how can you differentiate two cognitions? That is the problem. So chitireva chetana padavaruda chetya sankochini chittam. So this is the explanation provided by Abhinavagupta Acharya and Tantraloka also, that the chitti itself is chitta. Therefore, we understand that in Patanjali Yoga Darshana, Chitti Shakti Aparinamini, in the Vyasa Bhashya we find these terms, Chitti Shakti Aparinamini, Darshita Vishaya, Shuddhacha, Anantacha, Aprati Sankrama. All these are the adjectives of Chitti, Chaitanya. And on the contrary, Chitta is presented as something different. It is a Dravya, it is Jada, it is a product of Prakriti. But here we find in the Abhinavagupta Acharya's philosophy that Chitta is nothing but the same Chaitanya that has come down to the inferior level. Therefore, there is every chance that you can raise your Chitta back to its previous level, that is superior level. So, all activities of Chitta should be properly understood. Then all need to be deified. Then this inferior level will be totally removed and Chitta will get back to its previous stage of Chetana. So this is a very important contribution of this yoga of Abhinavagupta Acharya, that your dhyana, that means your regular constant meditation, practice of meditation will take you to that higher level, that your mind is no more an inert obstacle in your path of yoga. Rather, you have realized that it is also an expression of the pure consciousness. So this is absolutely different from what Patanjali Maharshi had perceived. And Abhinavagupta Acharya sticks on to that, and he presents his understanding of yoga in this manner. Then coming to the auxiliaries of yoga, that means what actually can be taken as component of yoga, what can be taken as useful in the path of yoga. So naturally we look to Patanjali, Yoga Sutra, then Yoga Upanishads, all that, and we find in them that Patanjali Maharshi recommends or prescribes 8 components of yoga, while some Yoga Upanishads present 7, 10, 12, and Hatha Yoga 4. So the auxiliary parts of yoga are taken differently. But when it comes to the Tantraloka and Abhinavagupta Acharya's understanding of yoga, we find in them that there are only 6 anga. Yogangas are 6, but not exactly the 6 that are given in the Yoga Upanishad. No, these are different. And you observe here, asana is removed, yama niyama are removed. So 3 are gone. Then there should be 5. But tarka is added. This tarka is not just reasoning, but it is sattarka. Sattarka kutara chedya. Abhinavagupta Acharya has mentioned somewhere that this sattarka is like an axe, and it removes all your vikalpa and take you to the nirvikalpa sadvidya. Therefore, sattarka is nothing but sadvidya. And it is mentioned in the Tantraloka, iti pancha yamasakshat samvidhi nopayoginaha tarka prabhutayo yecha niyamaha. Similarly, na asanam pranayamascha. Why? Because sarvam etad bahya vijrumbhitam. Very perfect observation that all this is nothing but a kind of demonstration, a kind of exhibition. You are just trying to impress others. Your asana, pranayama. Then what is useful in the path of yoga? First is tarka, your alertness, your application of logic, but a very sound logic. Because sat tarka, somewhere Abhinavagupta Acharya explains that sat is the adjective added to tarka to qualify that particular one. So it is an adjective. And when it is used as an adjective, it actually is meant for a different purpose. And we find that, yes, Sat is mentioned like San asau tarkaha, sauscha asau tarkaha, sat tarkaha. And what is this Sat adjective? He says, Sakshat Tattva Nishthaha. If Sat is not there, it is only Tarka. But Sat adjective is added to distinguish this from the other kinds of reasoning practiced in other schools. That is pure logic. You are actually exerting your intellect. You are applying your logic, okay. But here it is Tattva Nishtha. It is directly rooted on the reality. Atayeva Tarkantara Vilakshanaha. Therefore, it is different from the other Saha Param Kotim Praptaha Tarkaha Sattarkaha. So, this way, they actually explain that Tarka is useful in this particular Yoga Marga, and whatever Tarka is practiced in other Hetu Shastram cha Yalloke Nitya Nitya Vidambakam Vadajalpa Vitandabhir Vivadante Anishchitaha. He says Vada Jalpa Vitanda, the tautology or ramification, all this is unnecessary. So this kind of discrimination is made here. You find Tarka, Dharana, Dhyana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, ultimately Samadhi. So this Tarka can take us to Samadhi, like Patanjali Maharshi's Shraddha can take us to Samadhi. Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. So Patanjali Maharshi has very clearly prescribed that Shraddha can take us to Samadhi and Prajna, and that Shraddha is explained in the Vyasa Bhashya as Chetasaha Samprasadaha, Astikya Buddhihi. So this kind of Shraddha can take us to Samadhi, and in Abhinavagupta Acharya's yoga, this Tarka can take us to Samadhi. But the Tarka should be based on the reality, not just to vanquish others or win over the other people, defeat other people. It should not be aimed at that. And therefore, he said somewhere, Sri Purva Shastre Proktam Tarko Yogangam Uttamam. So this Tarka is Uttama Yoganga, the best Yoganga, he said. Heya Dhyalochana Tasma Tatra Yatnaha Prashasyate. So there you don't have Upadeya, Heya, Heya Upadeya Shunya. That kind of Tarka is prescribed here. Sri Purva Tantra, that is Sri Tantra in the Kashmir Shaivism. And this way we understand that Abhinavagupta Acharya also focuses more on the efficacy of Sat Tarka, and you find this in some chapters of Tantraloka. And ultimately, integral yoga of Abhinavagupta Acharya presents the essence of yoga in this form, that Etadevahi Nama Yoginam Yogitvam. In what way? Nikhilamidam Vishwam Shivatmana Parijanati. Very beautifully summarized. That what actually makes a yogi yogi? Because of what a yogi becomes a yogi, it says Nikhilamidam Vishwam Shivatmana Parijanati. So Paritaha Janati. That means at every point, in every object, in every element of the creation, he finds the Shiva Tattva. Nikhilamidam Vishwa. That's why even in the Vishnu Sahasranama we find Vyasa Maharshi prescribing this Vishwam Vishnuhu. A great mantra is given that this is the ultimate thing. And the same thing is reflected in the philosophy of Abhinavagupta Acharya, that is found in the Tantraloka and other works. Let Nikhilavidam Vishwam Shivatmana Parijanati. So nothing is different from Shiva, nothing is away from Shiva, everything is within Shiva, or you can say everything is Shiva. So this realization itself makes yogi. Thus, a yogi who has thus succeeded in transcending the limitations of all duality, he becomes Jivan Mukta and finds everything as Shiva. And this is the culmination of all spiritual practice. This is yoga that Abhinavagupta Acharya wants to prescribe to us. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madhusudan Garu. Thank you so much. Before I invite the next speaker, I would request the subsequent speakers to kindly, in the interest of time, also look at their device clock from time to time so that we are able to maintain the 30 to 45 minutes slot for each speaker, because we would not want to interject and, stop the flow of your intellectual output. So just a humble request for that. Now, we will have Shri Swastik Banerjee present a brief profile of Swastik ji. Shri Swastik Banerjee is currently pursuing a doctoral degree in philosophy at the esteemed Department of Philosophy, University of Calcutta. His academic journey has been supported by notable fellowships, including the University Resource Fellowship from the University of Calcutta, the Ishwar Ashram Trust Fellowship, and the Kashmir Shaivism Institute Fellowship. During his master's degree in philosophy at the University of Madras, Swastik Banerjee attained the top position in his program. This period provided him with a unique opportunity to study Vedanta under the esteemed guidance of scholars, including Mahopadhyay, Mani Dravid Shastri, Swami Paramananda Bharati, Professor John Grimes, Professor Godabarisha Mishra, and others. Swastik Banerjee ji has received invaluable guidance and training in the Trika tradition from notable scholars and practitioners, such as the late Professor Devabhatta Sen Sharma, Professor Navjeevan Rastogi ji, Pandit Prannath Kaul, Sri Lawrence Mall, Giriratna Mishra ji, and many more. His research focuses on Trika philosophy, popularly known as Kashmir Shaivism, exploring the non-dual nature of reality and the path to self-realization. His dedication extends beyond academic pursuits, and he is a devoted practitioner of the Kola Tantric path, having received Purna Diksha in Sri Vidya and holding the Krama Diksha from Kalikula. Guided by experts, he continues to delve into the esoteric and occult systems of both Eastern and Western traditions. He has presented his research at various state, national, and international conferences, including esteemed platforms like IIAS Shimla, Jadavpur University, ICPR Banaras Hindu University, and so on. Additionally, he has shared his insights through public lectures on philosophy and spirituality. Demonstrating his creativity, he has written scripts for dance productions, which have received a production grant from the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Despite having received an offer to pursue a DPhil in theology at the prestigious University of Oxford, fate led him to pursue a PhD from Calcutta. Being in Bengal, coupled with his immersive travels and interactions with esteemed gurus and Mahatmas, it's provided him valuable insights into the realms of esoteric knowledge and spirituality. These experiences continue to shape his profound understanding in these domains, which he seeks to develop further. Today, Swastik ji will be speaking on nature of self as consciousness in Trika with reference to Abhinavagupta. Swastik ji, welcome. And as requested, do keep an eye on the time.
Yes, I will be keeping it very short and just focusing on the arguments. Firstly, I am really grateful to Indica for providing me this platform present among some of the senior-most and well-known scholars in this field. I'm just a student who is studying Kashmir Shaivism or Trika philosophy and just preparing myself. So my today's presentation is on self-consciousness. To put it more precisely, Chaitanyam Atma. Chaitanyam Atma is the very first Shiva Sutra which we come across. And it really puts forward the statement of this system. So in the beginning, I will do a Mangalacharan, which is taken from Abhinavagupta's commentary on Paratrisika. It goes, Yasyam antar vishwam etad vibhati bhaya bhasamanam visrishto shobhe shine anuttaram stitoutam vande devim swatma samvrittim ekam. I have translated this as like trying to take in the essence. I fix my essence like one day I have, because there is no duality. So my consciousness, which is in this individual identification with the body, is getting fixed with the glorified supreme state of effulgent being, Devi. in whom the entire cosmos or my entire experience of reality shines, appearing to be externally manifested or appearing to be different from me. Beyond this agitation as in the differentiation of objectivity, beyond this agitation of objective multiplicity, she resides unsurpassed supreme. Like she is not only just like the immanent experience of my as the cosmos, but also unsurpassed, as in the transcended, unchanging, supreme state of consciousness, which is one with this immanent, which is none other than the dual self-aware consciousness. Now, this which is none other than a non-dual self-aware consciousness. So I'm using English terms. Let me just translate it. Consciousness here is Chaitanya. Self-aware or self is my ahamta or the Atman, which I experience as myself, or a very given state of being where I know myself or I am here. The very sense of I, but not the I identified as swastik or the object. Consciousness in this doctrine, which is Chaitanya, is universal, it is immanent and transcendent, samvit. It is conscious of itself. That is Chetate iti Chaitanya, is the definition given. That which is conscious of itself. Now, the individual consciousness, which is created by our mind, is the chitta. Because there can be a confusion when we use the word consciousness as consciousness being an epiphenomenon of the brain, and consciousness being the core idea of debate right now. Whenever I say consciousness, it is taken in the sense of Chaitanya, which is not the epiphenomenon of the brain. The epiphenomenon of the brain is known as chitta in this system. They're not calling it brain, but the limited chitta is chitti sankocha, that is the limited or the condensed consciousness limited within our body and objective experience. So Abhinavagupta is one of the most important thinkers of the system, and he has argued on the establishment of this doctrine of consciousness as non-dual. And how he does it is evolves from the given tradition of which is started by Vasugupta as we know it, but it goes back thousands of years to Krodhavattarika or Durvasa Muni and to Srikantanatha. But Krodhavattarika is the first human one, but beyond that is your Srikantanatha, who is a divine being embodying himself as Shiva, and beyond that is the Paratattva, the Amriteshwara Bhairava Swachandanatha. So it comes down like from the very experience of the truth as consciousness, the experience is given directly down to Durvasa, to an unbroken lineage which gets hidden. This factor of being hidden is being referred as a rahasya, the rahasya sampradaya. And then it again becomes remanifest with coming of Vasugupta with the dream and all the different doctrines that has been said, to Kallata, to different people, to Abhinavagupta. And the tradition again remains unbroken to Swami Lakshmanjoo and his disciples who are continuing the system. The core argument that I am going to present is based on Abhinavagupta's argument, but I am not giving the quotes over here. It is said that the consciousness, if it is non-dual, cannot be seen differently in the objects or in the subject, because there is a difference in the objects of experience and the subject of experience. So this is the first problem that follows, that how the objects of experience which are external to us, or in other words, which I experience as different from me, can be considered consciousness. First problem. Second problem comes is how the process of experience, the objects of experience are the promeo. Promeo is the first level, which Abhinavagupta or the Trika tradition will put it as apara. Then comes the parapara, the in-between level, which is my process of experience, the cognitive process, the pramana vyavastha, like my pratyaksha, anumana, all these things, which goes from the subject to the object, how it becomes consciousness, or how we know consciousness devoid of pramanas, and consciousness becomes self-effulgent. Then it comes back to the ground that how the subject, which we identify as so and so, like this experiencing person, becomes consciousness. When this triad or this triputi is established as Pramatri Chaitanya, then comes the argument that how this Pramatya Chaitanya is able to manifest itself in all these three. This brings us to the argument of the nature of Swatantra. And then from there, we are moving forward to explain that Shiva Shakti, the very nature of this consciousness, which is defined as Shiva Shakti in the agamic sense. Here, the Prakasha Vimarshamaya are not dual aspects, but it is how the consciousness is defined to understand the non-duality. And once the understanding of this non-duality is understood, the idea of Akrityamaham, the self, the very self which resides in every experience and everything that we are aware of, is established, and thus Chaitanyam Atma is established. This is my very basic line of argument. Now I am moving into the argument which I have written down. So Abhinavagupta starts his Ishwar Pratyavijna Vimarshini with this Mangala Charan. Nirasamsat Purnat Ahamiti Pura Bhasayati Yat Dushakam Aste Tadanucha Vibhaktum Nijakalam Swarupat Unmesha Prasadana Sthiti Nimesha Prasadana Sthiti Tad Advaitam Vande Shiva Shakyatma Nikhilam. So he is saying that Tad Advaitam Vande Shiva Shakyatma Nikhilam, which is like the Shiva and Shakti in the state of union. Again, in Paratrishika, he says that Shiva and Shakti cannot be known separately, which was non-dual. Purna Ahamiti Pura Bhasati. Previously, as in before we started seeing the objectivity, going back to pure subjectivity, it was previously experienced as Purna Ahamta. Purna Aham iti. Dvishakam Aste is breaking it into the Ahamta, that is the subject or the experience of subjectivity, and Idamta, or the experience of objectivity or the objective experience. So irrelevant irrespective of that, it ultimately merges into Shiva Shakyatma Nikhilam. Tat Advaitam Vande Shiva Shakyatma Nikhilam. So the argument goes as follows. The objects promeva of the objects are those which become known. Okay, the promeva are those which become known. These are categorized into two kinds. Internal, such as the experience of sorrow or happiness, like all things we entirely have in our mind, our anxiety, sorrow, everything. The external, such as the color blue, or for the audience who is experiencing this conference right now, it's me or the lecture which you are seeing different from you, which is external. So there is little doubt regarding the internal objects to be within consciousness, because the internal objects are verily perceived as a part of mind, and thus it is evident that it is experienced as consciousness and not something different from us. However, it is the external objects of experience which appear to be different than consciousness. It appears because it appears different from myself. This, of course, is a challenge to the non-dualism of Trika. Thus, they respond by the analysis of object of experience and establish that it cannot be external to Chaitanya. It is Chaitanya that shines as the known object. How? Even though the objects such as sun, moon, or fire, Somarkavani, are capable of shedding light. However, even if there is light, but there is no experience of the object of light, they are not known. See, this is an argument which similar to an idealist argument, and perception is the criteria, but it goes further. So therefore, in order to be known, whatever is shedding light or whatever is the object has to be an object of experience. Therefore, when something becomes an object of experience, it comes down, or it can be reduced down to be existing within the sphere of consciousness. Thus, objects are known because there is consciousness. See, anything that is object is right now established, can be experienced only within consciousness. Now they move further into the argument. The objects are, to them applies that to be both known and the ones we are ignorant of. The lack of knowledge about something rests on consciousness only. The abstract ideas and concepts cannot also be different from consciousness. Now, why is it said so? Because the concept of something impossible, like a square circle, should exist within consciousness, only then it can be revealed within consciousness. Similarly, the abstract idea, like the theorems of quantum physics or mathematical doctrines or the ideas of quality and whatever technological development that has happened or is going to happen, is embedded somewhere in reality, and that is consciousness. Now, consciousness itself reveals it outside, and only then it gets manifested in the real world. Even the object of ignorance, like when we are not aware of something, say I can say that I am not aware of who Spider-Man is. Now, a person who does not know who Spider-Man is will come to know who Spider-Man is once he sees Spider-Man. Therefore, the ignorance of Spider-Man is eradicated with knowing Spider-Man. So anything like Spider-Man is just for a reference. Now, now we have to understand how the idea of external, the object, is explained by Trika. They explain that the idea of external, or the term external, the thing that we are calling idam or that or bahit, when applied to consciousness, is different from an objective idea of externality. That is in case of a house and a pot. Now, in case of a house and a pot, or the ghata and the griha, the externality of a pot implies that it is not included in the pot. Moreover, it is a relation of conjunction or sangjog that plays an important part over here. Now, relation becomes very important later on also. So there's a separability. Okay, like the pot can be separated from the house, and it is external and it is different. However, in case of consciousness and the object is not different from consciousness, nor is it in the relation of sangjog, but it is again in the relation of tadatma. That is, if we try to say something is different from consciousness, then it is something which will never be an object of someone's individual awareness or any sort of awareness. Thus, ultimately, it will be reduced to something that remains eternally unknowable, and nothing can be derived about that. Thus, it is redundant to even discuss about something like that. So whatever is residing is ultimately residing into a domain of I consciousness. Now, this I consciousness is ahamta, is something we will discuss again later. Hence, they argue that the notion of an external object separate from consciousness is redundant. So, positing a separate existence than other than consciousness is not required. The relationship between the consciousness and the objects perceived within consciousness is explained by the analogy of Darpan and Agarwal, or the city within the mirror. It is used to illustrate that while the perceived objects within consciousness may appear to have depth and multiplicity, there is ultimately no difference between these objects and the consciousness itself. It is further emphasized that what distinguishes consciousness from an inert object like mirror is its inner activity of experience. Consciousness not only sheds light upon and reveals the object, but it also experiences and cognizes the object. The external presence of the object, which are experienced by the subject, are therefore perceived within the consciousness. Now the question comes, how this multiplicity of object is explained. See, here the multiplicity of object is explained by stating that the object is multiple, because when we see the object as say ghata and not pata, that is, it is a pot and not a cloth, this idea of exclusion is embedded in the power of Aishwarya or Shakti. So when we try to understand this objects as ghata and not pata, and pata as not ghata, that is x as x and y as x as x and not non-x, and y as y and not non-y. So these two categories are ultimately, while analysis by Apohana analysis, that we ultimately reduce that it is through Shakti that the Vishwa Vaichitra, or the multiplicity of the object, due to its very property of Aishwarya of consciousness or Swatantra, it manifests the Vaichitra of this multiplicity. This is the very basic argument given on explaining the multiplicity. So it is consciousness which is appearing as the object in its multiple different forms, and it is not, thus there is even the multiplicity itself does not necessarily distinguish the external objectivity from the essence, that is consciousness. Now, the process of knowing, pramana, involves a contact between the object and the subject. These instruments of cognition, which is known as antakarana. Now, antakarana in Advaita Vedanta is mano, buddhi, chitta, ahamkara. In Trika, it is man, buddhi, and ahamkar. So, these three are going together and taking the shape of the object, quite similar to Advaita Vedanta, but also not absolutely similar. So, but the structure of it is man, buddhi, chitta. So the antakarana themselves are incapable of revealing anything. So they are themselves dependent on a driving force, that are the Karaneshwari Shaktis, which is a part of consciousness. This driving force gives life to the antakaranas and makes them function. Therefore, it is this Shaktis of the driving force, the Karaneshwari, Gochari, Bhuchari, Dikchari, Khechari, and ultimately Chidgaganachari, this Shaktis moves it towards the object to manifest it. So there are those which are Shaktis which are existing in the object. There are Shaktis which are existing in the process of cognition, and there is a Shakti that is existing in the subject. These three move and interact to make the very process of pramana vyavastha to happen. So without this Shakti, which is an invariable part of consciousness, it is the objects will not get its life or will not become visible. The cognitive process involves consciousness, which means consciousness plays a crucial role in our ability to understand it. The instruments of knowledge, such as our senses and mental faculties, can only fulfill their functions because of consciousness. Light and darkness are important factors in our visual perception. However, the experience of light as well as perception of objects are only possible because of this. Even now, our cognitive instruments fail will be there is a themselves and lack of experience due to flawed understanding. This flawed understanding is also a part of consciousness, which is generally resolved by the proper understanding. Thus, they're not separate. So when someone has new knowledge or awareness of stating that I have not known this before, the recognition of the absence of knowledge is rooted in knowledge, which is an object of consciousness. So it is often said that the consciousness, it is through consciousness that the subjective experiences and everything arise. Thus, it is said that the Chaitanya is the eye of eyes, the mind of the mind. It comes in Keno and the Upanishads. It has neither eyes, but it sees it all. It has neither ears, but it hears it all. It is not the mind, but it knows it all. Thus, consciousness, which is the locus of all process of experiencing, does not need another cause or another pramana to experience itself. It is because the causality, if we go through the arguments of causality, the cause leads to the effect, but the effect is another effect is not needed to bring us back to cause, but it is simply a process of pratyabhigga or withdrawal, which brings us back to the mula pramana, which is consciousness. Now, the cognitive agent, that is pramata, is the subject knowing the object. He or she is known as a seer. The experience of being is a subject is an experience of embodiment. This embodiment is an object of conscious experience. If we withdraw from the senses of the object, the conscious cognitive process, and even the experience of experiencing myself as someone, then by the removal of all concepts which we identify as the embodiedness, we end up in a sort of voidness. Now, what happens here is like the Buddhist school, they ultimately reduce the individual person as containing skandhas, because that is how we know our embodiment, and ultimately it reduces into a unspeakable state, which is known as sunyata, voidness. It's just the lack of definition. In Trika Shastra, it is known as anakhya because it cannot be said. So there was withdrawal from the state of objectivity, and there was a state of anakhya, and it comes in Shakta. Then there was a withdrawal from the process of experience. Then there was anakhya, and we come to the subject, and we start analyzing the subject as in I am knowing. This is what constitutes me as the knowing subject. And then we do a laya, that is, if my or I is withdrawn, I as an identified embodied subject, embodied as the swastik manager, whoever is listening, is withdrawn, there is a state of anakhya, which cannot be spoken of. This void is that. So it is the lack of ability to define. However, this does not reject consciousness, which is being present as the experiencing itself at this point. Thus, pramata is also dependent on consciousness. So consciousness itself is the only factor which is independent of all this, but independently capable of revealing this triad of para, apara, para in the form of mata, mana, maya, and thus consciousness of pramatra chaitanya becomes swatantra. But therefore, it is because of this consciousness or because of this chaitanya, parasamvit, parasamvit as in samvit is which has the Vedana of itself, and para as in the unsurpassable state of sampur, anuttara parasamvit as they call it. It is because of this everything else shines. This swatantra is the essence and the main Shakti. Why Shakti? Because this is what makes consciousness consciousness. And this is the next part of my focus of argument. Consciousness, however, is independent and shines on its own accord. Thus, it is swatantra. It is because of this everything shines. Consciousness has an inherent ability to shine and reveal itself. That is a swatma prakashya, paramananda lahari, parachaitanya deepaka, swayam prakashakirana, nitya vaibhava shalini. These are the statements used for consciousness vidya. Relying on any other means of knowledge, consciousness is often regarded as a foundational principle of awareness and knowing. This subjective experience of being aware, perceiving, and having a sense of self, unlike other means of knowledge, such as sensory perception or logical reasoning, consciousness is considered to be more fundamental and primary. It is the very essence of our subjective experience, the source from which all perceptions, thoughts, and experiences arise. It is not contingent upon external stimuli, but dependent on any specific conditions for its existence. If consciousness were dependent on external factors of experience for its illumination, it would compromise its nature of being swatantra. The notion of swatantra being the exclusive quality of consciousness suggests that it possesses an inherent experience, inherent independence and autonomy. Thus, it is not reliant on anything of functioning, and it is the thing that makes everything else function or be revealed. The consciousness, as I previously discussed, is defined as chetate iti chaitanya. Consciousness is known as pramatra chaitanya, which is the unchanging substratum. In Krama doctrine, we see 12 kalis. In the center is kala samkarshini, which is beyond the krama, or an indication to the name of the 13th or the state which is beyond any of these modifications of the 12 or the process of knowing, but it pervades all these states. So similarly, here also it has been used in different names, sometimes as Parameshwara, Parabhattarika, Kala Samkarshini. Even when we read Shambhu Panchashika, we find it as Chit Surya. So the name does not matter, but the idea of the truth given here is Chetate iti Chaitanya, or the consciousness which is self-experiencing or which is conscious of itself. It is further posited that the consciousness is reflexive in nature. That is, experiencing itself means it is reflexive. Like a mirror, it reflects on itself. This reflexivity, therefore, defines as the most defining serves as the most defining character of consciousness. Thus, consciousness is defined as prakasha vimarshamaya. This is another word used for Shiva Shaktyatmaka, where prakasha is Shiva and vimarsha is Shakti. The prakasha comes from the root kash. Kash means to shine, and prakrishta kash is the upasarga added, and it becomes prakrishta kash, to shine or to shed light upon. Now, the shedding light upon is a nature which is shared by other things also, like sun, moon, fire, etc., even our electric lamp and everything. But what makes prakasha or consciousness different is the aspect of vimarsha. Now, vimarsha is a necessary aspect of consciousness. Mrish dhatu means to do vichara or to analyze. Now, just shedding light is not the only thing, because there is nothing else except consciousness. There is nothing else to shed light upon. So consciousness itself sheds light upon itself like a mirror and experiences itself. Like it is said that experiences itself and becomes and therefore the ananda comes, like two us from anuttara experiencing anuttara becomes ananda, like the experiencing of the whole self. Thus, the Yamala Murti of Shiva embracing Shakti and absolutely in the state of non-separability is a big indication. Also, Shiva, Parvati holding the Darpana or the mirror to make Shiva experience himself as a Shakti becomes. So, this is why when someone had asked that why Abhinavagupta is not calling it Shaktivad, but why is it known as Shaivavad? Because it is ultimately Paramadvaitavad. Everything that Shiva does, which is Shakta or the Prakasha, is because the consciousness is experiencing itself, or the Shiva's consciousness is experiencing itself as Shakti, and within this Shakti, it cuts itself into two, and once, like from A, it becomes E to U. And so from that Ananda, it has an Visfuran, that is, there is a Uchchala, like Swachanda Ananda Vrindocchala. So Uchchala happens because within that consciousness and that Vrish, that is Vimarsha, within this analysis of this own Ananda, the Shiva cuts itself and makes itself appear as from Aham to Idam, the object of its own experience. As I am experiencing myself as myself, but this whole process is happening within Shakti. So Shakti becomes the primary important factor for everything that happens in Trika. Shiva becomes the playground over which Shakti plays. So the shedding light is Vimarsha. So Vimarsha, V Upasarga is known as Vishishta or Vishesha. So the Mrish Dhatu is to be like it reflects upon itself. So now the question comes, what is the nature of this analysis? The analysis of experiencing is the experiencing of its own being. The school posits that without this aspect of reflection, the consciousness would be inert and devoid of vitality. Thus, it is maintained that it is the reflective nature of consciousness what gives it its inner dynamism. In contrast, if one advocates non-dualism and the oneness of all existence, but does not acknowledge the reflexive nature of consciousness as emphasized by Trika, then consciousness becomes merely passive, without attributing to the inherent self-awareness. This would...
I hope you're approaching your conclusion in 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes. It's almost done. So, therefore, the consciousness over here and the Shakti over here is also in the relation of Tadatmya, not Samyoga. So therefore, the Shaktiman, the Shiv and Shakti and the Shaktiman Shiv cannot be considered to be separate. In the last part, I would argue that the self cannot be different from consciousness because it is a bare minimal subjective awareness of experience, which is known as Akrityam Abham. This bare awareness of being is the Akrityam Abham. It retains itself in all forms of experience. If this Akrityam Aham is rejected, then it would mean that we are rejecting the very self-existence itself, which is contradictory on the ground. And thus this Akrityam Aham is that which is present in not only the experience of subjectivity, that is a Krityam Aham, as me, the process of experience, that is the pramana and the object of experience, it is also serves as the ground of Vishranti where all the experiences ultimately dissolve. And therefore, this supreme experiential principle, Chaitanya, is eternally associated with its experience of itself inseparably, and that is Akrityamaham. And thus, we can conclude that the system and the doctrine of Trika, as propagated by Abhinavagupta, is the realization of Chaitanya Mahatma, or consciousness with its reflexive nature of Ahamta. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swastikji. Our next speaker is Shri George Baselaar. Georgie was born in 1951 in the south of Holland. He later grew up in Sydney, Australia, where he pursued his studies in civil engineering. At the age of 18 in 1969, George G developed a strong interest in yoga, leading him to delve into the practice of transcendental meditation. In 74, he completed the teacher training program under the guidance of Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, the founder of TM. His spiritual journey continued as he embarked on studying Vedic science and Sanskrit at Newcastle University in 1975. In 1980, he traveled to India and had the opportunity to learn the science of Ayurveda from renowned Ayurvedic experts such as Dr. Brihaspati Triguna and Dr. Bhagwan Das Kashyap. During his time in India, he also had the privilege of meeting notable saints and spiritual figures, including Sri Anandamoyi Ma, Devraha Baba, the Shankaracharya of Kanchi Kamakoti Peetham, Sri Chandrashkarendra Swami Swamigal, and an unidentified yogi and saint from Gangotri. In 1982, his interest shifted towards Kashmiri Shaiva philosophy after studying Vasugupta's rendition of the Shiva Sutras. He traveled to Kashmir to study under the guidance of Swami Lakshmanjoo, the last living master of Kashmir's oral tradition. Georgie considered himself fortunate to be accepted as a student by Swamiji, and he continued his studies and maintained a close association until Swami Lakshmanjoo's passing in 1991. During his time with Swamiji, he actively participated in transcribing and preserving the master's teachings. He was given permission by Swamiji in 1988 to transcribe all of his previously recorded lectures, a task that took nearly 20 years to complete. In the years following Swamiji's passing, he returned to Kashmir annually to deepen his understanding of Kashmir Shaivism, including the recitation of Sanskrit hymns and the various mantras associated with Shaiva rituals. His dedication to the study of Ayurveda also led him to complete a diploma course in Marma therapy in 2014 under the guidance of Dr. Sunil Joshi. Currently residing in Northern California, he, along with his partner, devotes their time to the Universal Shaiva Fellowship and Lakshmanjoo Academy. Their work involves publishing and disseminating Swami Lakshmanjoo's teachings with the goal of translating his Kashmiri and Hindi teachings into English to make them accessible to English-speaking students interested in Kashmir Shaivism. His efforts in accordance with Swamiji's wishes have resulted in the publication of various texts, both in English and other languages, including Kashmir Shaivism, The Secret Supreme, Self-Realization in Kashmir Shaivism, The Oral Teachings of Swami Lakshmanjoo, Vasugupta's Shiva Sutras Vimarshini, and the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, among others. Through his ongoing dedication to preserving and sharing Swami Lakshmanjoo's teachings, he aims to ensure that the wisdom of Kashmir Shaivism is accessible to sincere students worldwide. His presentation today is on Swami Lakshmanjoo's contribution to Abhinavagupta's teachings on Trika Darshana. Welcome, Georgie. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. Okay, I need to just go to view here, speaker. It's not coming up for me as the speaker, but that's okay. I still have you on the main screen, Dimple.
So are you able to share your screen, Georgie?
I'll share it in a minute. There is gallery view. Okay, this will do. I have a gallery view there, so I can see that there are others there. And first of all, Dimple, thank you for inviting me.
My pleasure.
I feel humbled to be here on the same stage with many of my dear friends and many who are, well, I've been listed here, I can see, as a scholar and author, of which I'm actually neither, or because I'm more of a sadhaka. I've spent my time with Swamiji, and for the first 8 years working in the garden until he gave me permission to study his teachings in depth. And as an author, I haven't really written anything except that I've tried my best after 20 years of listening to Swamiji's teachings to embody his message. And that's why I've actually mentioned today that my talk is going to be on Swami Lakshmanjoo's contribution to Abhinavagupta. But first, thank you very much to Dr. Nagaraj Paturi. The introduction and the first talk was very informative. Of course, my dear friend, Professor Navjivan Rastogi, who I've had many, many years of, we can say, just a relationship with. And it was actually Professor Rastogi who in 2006, if he remembers, at Swami Lakshmanjoo's centenary celebration, who took us all together. And he said, I have a serious meeting with you and with the most of the trustees of Swami Lakshmanjoo's ashram. He said, you people are sitting on a treasure and you must publish Swamiji's work. It must be made available. And that inspiration for me was really something. And since that time, we published 11 books extra with the inspiration that we got from, again, from Professor Rastogi. We were intending, but he got the whip out, and I think he stirred the pot. So we did something. Of course, Dr. Ramakant Angiras, who I'm very familiar with, have sat in webinars with him and seminars. We've, in fact, last year, I think we had one seminar in Delhi. Mark Duskowski, who I saw, Mark was online this morning. I was expecting he would give a talk. I know Mark is not feeling that well today.
He will be joining us, fortunately, but his talk, we rescheduled it because, as you know, he'll be joining us from UK. So therefore, we kind of changed. So he will be speaking.
Time difference. That's good. That's good. And I enjoyed Professor Madhusudan's talk with nice illustrations. Swastik, I know, last year in a seminar in Varanasi at Banaras Hindu University. And Dr. Chamanlal Razdan, who on the schedule is following my talk, a great scholar of Shaivism and had met Swamiji many, many years ago. Professor Mishra or Sri Mishra?
Giri Ratna Mishra ji, yes, Giri Ratna Mishra ji.
I'm not sure whether we've met, but we will meet in his talk, I'm sure. And then Dr. Vishwalingam, the name has come up often. I still haven't met, but Staneshwara, yes, Staneshwara from San Diego University. So I am really humbled to be on this talk today. And I've titled, as I said, I've titled my talk Swami Lakshmanjoo's contribution. So I'm going to give the whole audience the flavor of Swamiji, and I will share my screen now. Let me see. And so many of you will be familiar with Swami Lakshmanjoo. This was a picture that was taken in the last year of Swamiji's earthly existence, there are stories always around everything that happened to Swamiji, even this particular picture, but we're not going to go into that just now. And I want to start my talk with a mantra that Swamiji emphasized before he left this world, a mantra which he said was capable of not only uplifting individuals, but uplifting all mankind. So I will do that. I will recite it's the Agora mantra, and the Romanized has been sort of especially adjusted for the Western audience who have a little bit of difficulty with the diacritical marks. Om Agorebhyo Tagorebhyo Gora Gora Taribhyascha Sarvata Sharva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Urupebhya Agorebhyo Tagorebhyo Gora Gora Taribhyascha Sarvata Sharva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Urupebhya Agorebhyo Tagorebhyo Gora Gora Taribhyascha Sarvata Sharva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Rupebhya. O Lord Shiva, you alone transform yourself into all forms, into the forms of the powers of Rudra as Agora, the enlightening and uplifting energy, Goratari, the frightening, darkening energy which pushes one down, and Gora, the energy which keeps one fixed, neither rising or falling. These forms, embodied in Rudra Shiva, are helpful to aspirants while they are aware, and frightful for the ones who are ignorant, pushing them down and down. And this mantra, how this mantra evolved into Swamiji's world, we can say, and why he gave it to so many of his devotees, and he emphasized to recite this mantra daily, was that in 1989, Swamiji had a very, very deep, profound experience where he went into a state which he later described as his union with the state of Parabhairava, which means the state with Paramashiva, Supreme Shiva. And during that time, Swamiji actually had the darshan, the direct darshan of Swachanda Bhairava. And we know that Swachanda Bhairava, also known as Agoranatha, the lord of this mantra, Swachandanatha figures in Kashmir Shaivism as the form, the first embodied form of Lord Shiva in the period of Satyuga. It's well known in the chronology of this Shaiva Sampradaya that in Kali Yuga, Lord Shiva appeared as Srikantanatha, and he appeared on Mount Kailash, although this is a figurative say of Mount Kailash, because Lord Shiva is everywhere, but he appeared to Durvasa Rishi, and he bequeathed to Durvasa Rishi that he would be the custodian of Shaivism for the totality of Kali Yuga. And that was Shaivism in its three forms, in the monistic, monodualistic, and dualistic Shaivism. And this was indicated in the last pages, or the last part of Sri Somananda in his book Shiva Drishti. So this Agora mantra, Swamiji said, was so universal that it really can't lend itself to just one translation, especially a literal translation. And why he felt it was so important was that Abhinavagupta refers to these three energies, the energy of Agora, Gora, and Goratari, as so closely related to the state of Anuttara. In fact, in Tantraloka 3, in the third Anika of Tantraloka, when he starts the whole section on Matrika Chakra, which runs for over 100 verses, it starts from verse 66. And in verse 67, Abhinavagupta makes a vague reference to the fact that the supreme energies are Jyeshta, Raudri, Vama, and Amba. Now, Swamiji, in his translation of that verse, drew out from Jayarata's commentary and said, yes, these energies are actually the subtle names of the Agora, Gora, and Goratari energies. Agora, of course, being Jyeshta, which lifts you up. Gora being Raudri, who keeps you stuck and fixed. And Vama, who pushes you into the world. Now, in Shaivism, these three energies have their role. In fact, without these three energies, Shiva and Shakti would never have been able to come down into the world and manifest themselves in the hearts of all living beings, which includes everybody here today. So somebody mentioned there before, why is there so much differentiation? And the differentiation is only there when we're unaware of our true nature. So in order to play in the world, both Shiva and Shakti, or Shiva through his Shakti, had to step down through, and it's already been mentioned today by other speakers, through the 5 pure tattvas, through Maya, through the Kanchukas, and through the 25 tattvas, which make up the tattvas of Sankhya philosophy. So since this is about Abhinavagupta today, I wanted to give the audience a taste of what it was like to sit at the feet of Swami Lakshmanjoo. And I want to play this important sloka that everybody would be familiar with who's studied any aspect of Kashmir Shaivism, the first introductory sloka of Tantraloka, which Abhinavagupta again used as his Mangala sloka for his brief version, Tantrasara. It's also the first verse of his Paratushika Vivarana. So it's very brief, but I wanted to play Swamiji's voice and Swamiji's explanation of this verse. Let me see here. Oops. Okay.
Vimala Kalashaya Binav Srishti Maha Janani Bharit Tanush Panch Mukhu Gupta Ruchir Janaka Tat Ubayamala Sufrit Bhava Visargamayam Hridayam Anuttara Mritukulam Mam Samspratat. My essence of being, which is filled with supreme nectar of God consciousness, and which has come forth by the union of my mother and father. Let that essence of my being vibrate in this whole universe. My mother, who was named as Vimala because she was residing in the purity of God consciousness, and her only festival was my birth in her life. My father, who was full-bodied because he had no desires at all for sensual pleasures, and his name was Panchamukha Gupta. Panchamukha Gupta means Narasimhagupta. His name was Narasimhagupta, and he was my father. And by these two souls has outcome the existence of Abhinava. And let the heart and the essence of his being vibrate in this whole universe.
So in that verse, I mean, it's so pregnant with meaning. Of course, Abhinavagupta gave a much more elaborate explanation of that in his Paratushika Vivarana. He talked about how this verse embodied both Shiva and Shakti and his own parents, but how the whole word Abhinava, which means ever new, ever fresh, and he said creation and destruction are the two main aspects of this. In between, of course, we have maintenance. He said, but we only get destroyed in this world. We only finish one cycle of samsara to be renewed again and born again. It's just the cycle of time and the cycle of with Abhinavagupta. It's very hard for me to explain, how great Abhinavagupta is, because I'm just such a small soul in this universe, and everybody else has done their best. Swamiji, on the other hand, throughout his life, very rarely mentioned his personal experiences, but he did have darshan of Abhinavagupta throughout this particular lifetime, he said, as Swami Lakshmanjoo. And the last experience that he had of Abhinavagupta appearing to him was precisely it was 1985. And we used to have lectures of Swamiji every Tuesday and Thursday with John Hughes, Denise, and they would record these lectures. And we would come to the ashram on Tuesday morning, an hour before the lecture, just to see how Swamiji was and if we were getting a lecture that day. And on one particular day, we came there, and it was Denise Hughes and myself, and Swamiji was just shining. He used to shine sometimes, but on this particular day, he was shining brilliantly. And we could only sit in silence at his feet for about 15 minutes. And then he said, there won't be any lecture today. And he paused. There was another silence for quite some time. He said, Abhinavagupta appeared to me in last evening, and he gave me some very special knowledge and some very special treasure to share. And that's all he said. And then on the Thursday, when we had the lecture, we were actually doing Paratushika Vivarna at that time. Swamiji said, well, today I'm going to share something with you. It's not Paratushika, but it is 16 shlokas. And Professor Rastogi, who mentioned that he's working on the Ishvara Pratyabhijna Vivritti Vimarshini, and he mentioned many parts of that in his talk, which was just so wonderful for me, because what Swamiji shared with us was the first 16, we could say, Mangala shlokas of the 16 sections. We know there's only 4 chapters, but they're broken up into 16 different chapters. And the reason that Swamiji later said that this was so important is because that these Mangala shlokas, which represent the swaras, the vowels, the Amrita Bijas of the Sanskrit alphabet, are the essence of Pratyabhijna. And they have to be, because they're all contained within Shiva, within the state of Shiva Tattva. So I'm going to share again with the audience here the actual recording that Swamiji made on that day in 1985, where he introduces and he recites each of these verses. And I'll share my screen again for that, because I have the actual verse. When he sings the verses, I have them there in Devanagari. So let me share my screen again. Oh, actually, no. What I will do first, I'll play this very short clip. This is a very unique thing where somebody recorded just a little 6-minute section of an interview with Swamiji talking about Abhinavagupta. The lady is Mother Alice, who used to visit Swamiji. They're in the Shikara and they're on the lake. Can everybody see that? Can somebody give me confirmation if you can?
Yes, it is possible.
Okay, it may be a little rough because it's that kind of recording, but we'll play it and see.
What about, the great teacher Abhinavagupta that you study of so much? Where did he come from? He was such a great master of the Shaivite philosophy. He lived up here at Gopitirth.
Yes, near Gopitirth.
Yes.
And Gopitirth, your master's place.
Yes.
And he lived there. And
where did he come from? From Kashmir? Was he a Kashmiri?
Yes, he was Kashmiri.
He was a Kashmiri.
Kashmiri ko Abhinavagupta yadi prasiddha.
I see.
Kashmiri ka.
I see.
Belonging to Kashmir, and he was genius. He was not married, you see.
Yes.
He had no children. He has said in his book, in one of his books, Darat Maja Prapratibandha Katha Manapta. Abhinavagupta is who was not married. But he had girlfriends to attend him. Because you see, motherly assistance is not done by men.
So he didn't hate women?
No.
Yeah.
He liked women, but he was not given to sex. But supersexual joy, yes.
He was in an ecstasy. When I see the pictures of him, he looked.
He had acquired those great 8 yogic powers also in his lifetime.
All the 8 powers.
All the 8 powers.
And he was famous throughout the land, was he not?
Oh yes, absolutely.
And then when did he leave his body, Swamiji? When did he die young or?
No. He died at the age of 96 years.
96 years old. And he was well and hearty all that
Very
time?
hard, yes. No disease, nothing. Because he had experience of yoga and he could induce yogic medicines in his body.
And it's his books that you are translating?
He never tried medicines
He never touched
in
them?
his life, no.
I see. And
Yoga was-
just yoga alone.
Yes.
And then he wrote these books
Yes.
on the Shaivite philosophy, which
Not only Shaivite philosophy, he wrote books on music, books on art, books on drama,
he
books
was
on rhetoric,
really
books on poetry.
creative.
He was greatest. He was genius.
Genius and creativity,
Yeah.
and known throughout the land
Yes.
because of that. And now the books that you were trying to translate with some of your American students, which ones are they?
Tantraloka is one.
Tantraloka?
Tantraloka, he wrote, he didn't write, he spoke, he explained, and his disciples were noting down.
They took us like a
Yes.
scribe.
Yes, scribe.
Like a scribe.
Yes.
And any
in-
other book
in-
that
in
you were?
37 days. In
37 days.
37,000 shlokas.
37,000 slokas.
And he was just going on.
That's like writing the Encyclopedia Britannica in a week, isn't it? My,
All his disciples were noting down.
writing as fast as they could. Then sometimes I've heard that like
I think in those days there was shorthand also.
I see.
Because they couldn't write so
I see. So a type of shorthand
yes.
was there. But then when he died, who took his place then, Swamiji, in the greatness of this Shaivite?
Khemraja.
Khemraji.
Khemraja was his chief disciple.
And he lived a long time here in Kashmir?
Yes. But he didn't live so long.
I see. And then came your teachers?
Many generations.
Many generations later.
Generations after that, one master came. His name was Gopal Rasa. Another master came. After 2 generations after him, his name was Laskak Rasa.
And how
Another master came. His name was Mukund Rasa.
was the Shaivite philosophy already fully established when
It was.
Abhinavagupta took his seat?
Yes.
It was well known then.
Well known.
And what year did he live? What
year?
year did Abhinavagupta
In the
live?
9th and 10th century AD.
And Shaivism was well known then,
Yes.
by then.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how old Shaivism is?
You can't say definitely. It is very ancient thought. It is not religion. I told you that.
Yes, it's not a
already.
religion.
It is very ancient thought. It is explained by Lord Shiva himself.
I see.
So it is as ancient as you find Vedas.
So in the Vedas, even
Apavrishi.
in
It is
the
called Apavrishi, not conducted with, by human being.
so it was given by the gods to
By
the
the
earth.
gods, yes.
So it would have come out of as old as the mythology of the world then, and still being very clearly interpreted here.
Yes. And messenger, the messenger and the interpreter was chiefly Abhinavagupta. Abhinavagupta has laid down it in clear words.
In the greatest authority that has been shown in the world was Abhinavagupta.
Yes.
Now, Swamiji,
and now hundreds of years later, you are the last.
So that is the part of the clip about Abhinavagupta, and already Dr. Madhusudan had mentioned about Abhinavagupta, and he gave that illustration. This is a paper that was written by Swami Lakshmanjoo, and we often talk about the greatness of Abhinavagupta, but what is the essence of his experience? And Swamiji was always emphasizing to us that he had achieved a state which was in the 8th Anika, in the 13th Anika of Tantraloka, the whole of a very large portion of that is all about anugraha and the grace, the 27 different levels of grace. And Swamiji said it was clearly understood by even those around him at that time that Abhinavagupta had achieved the state of what's called Tivra Madhya Shaktipada. It's the second highest level of grace. The highest level usually appears when a guru or a saint or an aspirant leaves the body. But he experienced the second state, Tivra Madhya Shaktipada. Tivra, intense, medium grace. And it's explained there that any yogi who experiences this, they experience the state of Rudra Shakti Samavesha. So the Rudra Shaktis embrace them. And there are, in the Malani Vijaya Shastra, it talks about that there are 6 signs, and these are the signs also that Dr. Madhusudan had mentioned. The 6 signs: unswerving devotional attachment to Shiva, the full attainment of mantra siddhi, attainment of controlling power over all the 5 elements, which extend themselves into the 36 elements, the capacity to accomplish any desired end, mastery over the whole science of rhetoric and poetics, and the sudden dawning of knowledge of all the Shastras. And as Swamiji said, this is a paper written by Swamiji many, many years ago. These 6 great spiritual signs were observed by discerning people in Abhinavagupta. And in his time, everybody looked upon him as Shiva incarnate. So Professor Navjīvan Rastogi, he has mentioned about doing his work on the Ishvara Pratyabhijna Vivriti Vimarshini, which is called the Brihat, the larger commentary that Abhinavagupta did. And these are the Mangala Shlokas of the different Amrita Rudras. I pulled these out originally many, many years ago just to see them. I guess there's only 1 page on that. But what I'd like to do is, these are the slokas that were given to Swamiji directly by Abhinavagupta in 1985. So what we're talking about here is that Abhinavagupta is still very much alive in terms of his maintaining and also his contribution to this teaching. And so I will play I'll play Swamiji's recitation of these with a little bit of an introduction also. Have to scan back here, I'm afraid, sorry. Here we go.
Now there are some more shlokas, very important to be recited along with these shlokas. Those shlokas are just 60 on 16 vowels, and they are composed by our Abhinavagupta in that Pratibhikya. Shall I recite those also? There is no harm if you just memorize it afterwards. A, I, U, Ri, Ri, Li, Li, A, I, O, A, Anga. These 16 letters. Each letter has got 1 shloka. This letter is mantra akshara for those rudras, and those rudras are 16 in number. Those are called Bij Samudbhuta Rudra. Amrita, Amrita Purna, Amritaba, Amrita Drava, Amritauga, Amritormi, Amrita Sandana, Amritanga, Amrita Vapu, Amrita Udgara, Amritasya, Amrita Tanu, Amrita Sechara, Amrita Murti, Amritesha, Sarva Amritadara. These are 16. And for these 16, he has composed these 16 shlokas in Vrihat Pratibhikya, in his commentary. First is the turn of Amrita. Shall I recite it? Amritam anantam anuhottaram ughora shodashik shakti chakragatam ahun manas padanirudi prathamo podgatakam vande. Now shloka for Amrita Purna, second Rudra. Anandam Amrita Purnam Saman se parpadhe param satyam Gatita nuttar dridhatama Nirudi bhajam shivam vande. third Rudra is Amritabha. Ichha Shakti Sunyar Baram Amritabham Ananta Bhuvan Janan Patum Vande Swashakti Lahari Bhalit Bhairav Parahanandam. Now fourth is Amrita Drava. Ishwaram Sheshitap Prashmanam Amrita Dravam Sada Vande Apratigati Secha Vikas Vishrantam Amrita Karamaulim. Now fifth is Amritauga. Yadanuttar Sambodhat Ananda Vikasarechaya Purnam Ishwaram Unmishad Amritaug Sundaram Tatstu Vedamam. Now sixth is Amritormi. Aham Anand Ganecha Gadite Sharatun Mishat Samastormi Yitullas Tarangitam Amritormim Aham Chidarnavam Vande. Now seventh is Amrita Sandana. Saprasara Prankita Vilasat Urmis Samkhibita Chit Rasa Puram Amrita Sandana Saram Bhairava Samvit Maharnavam Vande. Eighth is Amritanga. Purvam Yadanuttaram Amrita Bhumima Sadhya Saptamim Kalanam Vishramiti Tat Pranamamyam Amritangadam Paranandi. Now ninth is Amrita Vapu. Shivam Amrita Vapusham Amrita Kala Chatushtayi Triti Bhagjusham Pranamahami Basayantam Kramarahite Pi Kramamanekam. Tenth is Amritodgara. Sanjeevan Turi Kala Kalit Vibodham Samast Bhavanam Dushan Vishishirnanam Amritodgaram Shivam Vande. 11th is Amritasya. Ekamanuttar Rupat Pravriti Trika Shakti Puritanandam Amritasya Maisi Jagata Brahmanabhutam Shivam Vande. 12th is Amritanu. Aike Paramarth Kalaya Trishakti Yuga Gatita Vaishurupyamaham Amrita Tanum Atanu Bodha Prasara Mahakaranam Sumramyaharam. 13th is Amrita Sechana. Ota Protam Sakalam Vidyasarasena Shivmayi Kurute Yonuttaradham Nyudayan Swayam Amrita Nishechanam Tamasminatam. 14th is Amrita Murti. Aushadam Adivyadishu Pashatray Shatanam Trishulakaram Vandeham Amrita Murtim Purnatrika Shakti Paramartham. 15th is Amritesha. Baindavam Amrita Rasmayam Vandeyo Nuttare Nijedamni Purni Bhavayati Tamam Amritesham Tam Namasyami. And 16th is Sarva Amritadara. Prasritam Anuttar Rupat Anandadikramen Vishwamada Sarva Amritadara Mantar Bahishchi Visrajantam Abhivande. Afterwards, when you memorize it, I will translate it afterwards.
Now, the only unfortunate side of that was that that tape was made at a time when there was a lot of transition happening in the ashram. We never did get a translation. But in 2016, I was fortunate to go to Varanasi and sit with Mark, and he suggested that, let me just go here. Yeah, Mark suggested that there's a great scholar here who can help you to translate these. And I went there and I found this person was a very recognized scholar, but his rendition was dry. I didn't get any rasa from that. So I went back to Mark's place and I said, come on, Mark, you can do it. And Mark gave such a wonderful, full of rasa explanation of these slokas. And because I didn't know Mark that well up to that time, we'd met once in 2006 in Delhi for Swamiji's centenary celebration. And what surprised me, you know, I'm not around scholars except for the time that I spent with Swamiji, was Mark translated all of these verses, and not once, or only once, did he refer to a dictionary to see what that was. And that shows fluency, not just in Sanskrit, but in understanding Abhinavagupta's subtle nuances with the language and with Kashmir Shaivism. And I was very honored to do that with Mark.
Can I say something just a minute?
Yes, please.
The other 34 rudras that cover the consonants are a verse to each one of those is dedicated at the beginning of each chapter of Jayarata's commentary on the Tantraloka.
Yes.
So there are 16 that were verses that were made by Abhinavagupta at the beginning of his commentary on 16 chapters of the Vimarshini, and 34 of the remaining ones are in the commentaries at the beginning of the chapters of the commentaries of 34 chapters of the Tantraloka by Jayarata. And I translated all of them, and you'll find that somewhere in an appendix to one of the volumes. Just by the way, I hadn't noticed that at first, and relatively recently I noticed. So actually there are the full set of 50 rudras that are listed in the Mali Vijayottara, each one with its own verse.
No, those verses are something really, really special. And Swamiji did say, he says, you know, recite these verses. They will have some effect. And I didn't realize at the time, until I delved into where they came from, because he told us in that small thing that they were from the Brihat Vimarshini, the long commentary on Ishvara Pratyabhijna. And subsequently, Swamiji gave a few clues as to why they were so important. One of the main clues is, again, I'll share my screen, is in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Bhairavi asks Bhairava, please give us the essence of what is the way to enter into the state of Bhairava. And the first 6 or 7 dharanas are all to do with breath. They're all to do with awareness of the breath in the different states of upayas. And in verse 30, which is the 7th dharana, again, Swamiji points out that this dharana is the essence of your own nature, because he says that by doing this 7th dharana, you can rise directly from anupaya to shambhavapaya in one flight. And that the actual practice, again, I'll share my screen because it's good to illustrate this. The actual practice is, well, first of all, I guess, if we look at the Tattvas chart, where we have, the states of Anuttara, this is from the appendix of Tantraloka 3, which was published a few years back. It's appendix 14, letters of Matrika chakra, and in the vowels themselves, you can see how much is packed into just these 16 vowels. Anuttara, Ananda, Icha, Ishana, Unmesha, Unita. Then, of course, there's the Shantavaranas, which are all Anashrita Shiva. And then you have the 4 states of Kriya Shakti, Trikona, Shatkona, Omkara, Trishula. And, of course, Anuswara, Ang, Shiva Bindu, and Visarga, Shiva and Shakti Bindu. So in that seventh dharana of the Vijnana Bhairava, the yogi, according to Bhairava, he tells Bhairavi, if you just contemplate on the 12 letters, leaving out these Shantavaranas, then you will rise through Sushumna Nadi, and it's to be contemplated and imagined. You imagine the letters, you imagine those, and if you go just on where the letters and placing them in those places, it says that pretty soon you'll go into the spanda of those letters, and eventually that spanda will become Chit Rupada. It'll become the fire of consciousness. And when we were doing this thing, we did this with a group here when we went through the different dharanas. This was the placement of those letters: A, I, U, A, I, O, Au, Ang, and Aha, as explained in that Vijnana Bhairava Dharana 7 Sloka 30. And so in it's very easy to just join this, that if these are the subtle swaras, which are the basis of, as Mark pointed out, these are the basis, all the vyanjanas, all the consonants come out of these vowels, as explained very clearly by Abhinavagupta in the 3rd Anika of Tantraloka. But here you're going back to the essence of everything else. And of course, all the other consonants make up the different external parts of the body. If you go to Matrika Nyasa, you find that, the different limbs of the body constitute the pentad of letters, etc. So these practices, or this particular practice, is embodied in those 16 slokas that Swamiji recited, which he got directly from Abhinavagupta. And how did Swamiji know Abhinavagupta so intimately? Again, he did let on a few times, especially in 1985, that he had darshan of Abhinavagupta on numerous occasions throughout his life. In fact, when Swamiji first commissioned a painting of Abhinavagupta, the painter came back and he had Abhinavagupta with a long and pointed beard. And Swamiji said, no, that he doesn't have a long pointed beard. He has a neatly cropped beard. So in that, I'm going sort of forward here. Yes, this is the depiction that he said he doesn't have that long pointed beard. So how would Swamiji know that if he hadn't seen? Because that's not mentioned anywhere. And he mentioned that he had 2 duties. He had that. All of those qualities of of Rudra Shakti Samavesha, and that's why he was a self-made master, Swamiji said. And then the question was put, why did Abhinavagupta go to other masters then? And he said he went only for confirmation of his experience. And of course, everybody who studied Tantraloka knows that he held Shambhunatha in the highest esteem. So we can go back a little bit here. This is from the Bhairava Stotra, which is the 10 verses of the Bhairava Stotra. This is the 2nd verse. And in a paper that Swamiji wrote, which was in Hindi, he indicated that this verse was Abhinavagupta's declaration that he had achieved the highest state of existence in the physical body. Tvanmayam etad ashesham idanim bhati mamatvad anugraha shaktya tvam cha mahesha sadaiva mamatma swatma mayam mama tena samastam. And the Kashmiris, of course, have a beautiful way of reciting these verses, not in a way that is filled with quite a bit of rasa. So those of you that have ever been to the ashram in Kashmir or been to any of Swamiji's havans would know this. So the translation that we got from this verse was, by the energy of your grace, this is Abhinavagupta speaking, it has been revealed to me that this vibrating universe is your own existence. Thus, O Lord Shiva, this realization has come to me that you are my own soul, and as such, this universe is my own expression and existence. And I wanted to sort of finish off here, because I'm staying within my time limit. Professor Angiras made mention of this verse, which is, as you can see there, Tatacha Mayava, and it's from Shiva Shakti Stotra. Shiva Shakti Stotra here. There were only 2 verses that were kept of this stotra, and this one in particular, which appears in the 19th verse of the 15th chapter of Abhinavagupta's commentary on the Bhagavad Gita. And, Tavachika Chanana Stutirambike. Dr. Angiras made mention to this, but it was in Hindi, and every time I hear him talk, I realize how much I need to learn Hindi. But Swamiji really favored this verse because he said it really sums up the idea of this whole idea of Amba and how this Shabda Rashi, this great mass of sounds, has flown into the world, and that in fact, for the enlightened yogi, all words are mantra, all words are filled with divinity, not just mantras and slokas and everything. So I've picked, for finishing off here, Swamiji's translation of this verse from his English translation of the Bhagavad Gita, Abhinavagupta's Bhagavad Gita. So I'll just play this short clip.
Tavujga janana studiram bike sakal shabdamai kilde tanu nikhal muhur dishume bhavatan Manasi Jahasubahish Prasara Sucha. It is Devi Stotra by Abhinavagupta. Tavujka Janana Studirambike. O mother, mother, Taucha Kachana Stuti. By sitting in meditation room aloof, leaving all activities aside and thinking of you Om Paravak Deve Nama, Om Paravak Deve Nama, Om Paravak Deve Nama, Om Parabhairavaya Nama, Parabhairavaya Nama, like this. And reciting my name, that is not your stuti. The Abhinavagupta says, that is actually not your stuti. One who sings glory in the secluded corner of puja room, with all doors shut. Why? Why it is not that? Sakal shabdamai kilde tanu. O mother, O great mother, Swadhantra Shakti,
this is jug, this is paneer, this is lime juice, this is ghee, this is paratha. Sakal Shabdamayi, this is also your Suti. When I perceive this, this is also your Suti. Sakal Shabd, you are not excluded there. Sakal Shabdamayi, Kilte Tanu, this is existing in the body of your, in your universal body, O Mother. So, Nikhil Murtishu me bhavadhanayo. And Murti, you have got 4 arms, 18 heads, like this. This is not your body. Nikhil Murtishu me bhavadhanayo. When I see Viresh, I see mother, I see mother. When I see Jonathan, I see mother. When I see George, I see mother. When I see that shikas, that bad, I see mother. Nikhil Murtishu me Bhavatanayo, I am united in thee, O Mother. Manasija Subahish Prasara Sucham. And while thinking of thoughts, in those thoughts also you are existing for me. Yadi vichinti shive shamidha shive, going in the depth. So, myself, after going in the depth of this secret of thee, Jagati jatamayatna vashahatyadam, I find that in this universe it has happened automatically. What? Tutijapar chanachin tanvare jita nakaluka janakal karha pimim. Each and every moment I am adoring you, thinking of you. O Divine Mother, I have no one in you, only you. You are existing in me, in each and every murti, in each and every step, in each and every movement of this world. So this way you should think this state of Parabhairava, not only in individual shikas way.
Georgie, did Swamiji really say shikas way?
Yes, he said shikas. You should have to translate that for others who don't know what shikas means. It's a Kashmiri term. I think it means just downtrodden and full of rubbish.
Basically, we can use it in many ways, but I think here he meant disgusting, because he says that he sees the Divine Mother in, Jonathan and Nikhil, and he also sees it in a shikasur type. So it's like if somebody is disgusting, also in her, also in him, also I see the Divine Mother. I think that's what he meant.
Yes. It lends itself to a very wide audience, that word. Yes, I don't think I can add. I've stayed on track with time, used 45 minutes there, and this whole idea of the letters of the alphabet and this verse and everything going back to Matrika Chakra and Malini, they form the essence of Abhinavagupta's teaching, and that's. Abhinavagupta, you know, we can't say he's becoming alive, because he certainly is alive. And even one person said to me, you can't celebrate his Jayanti because that means he's gone. You have to celebrate his birthday. You know, that I thought that was very clever. And that's what we're here today, to celebrate the life of the most amazing Shaiva scholar, you know, in the sampradaya of Kashmir Shaivism. And I look forward to hearing the rest of the speakers. What I've heard so far is always informative. So again, thank you for inviting me today, and let us see what happens at the end here for question time that might come up.
Thank you so much, Georgie. Nagraj Garu, would you like to say something?
No, actually, throughout it was such a enjoyable presentation with the videos and audios and experience. Actually, I had never earlier heard a Kashmiri way of recitation of Sanskrit verses like this. This is my first experience of actually hearing how a Kashmiri recitation actually looks like. Wonderful, actually. And I always wanted to have a look at Swamiji. And today we had that good fortune also. That is my Dhanyahu, I should say. We had a darshan. And thank you very much for giving us that opportunity of having darshan of Swamiji.
Thank you.
I'll just finish. I recently was invited to a conference in Jammu, the first one on Kashmir Shaivism at Jammu University, in fact. And I found that you know, no matter how much I can say and try to bring out Swamiji's teaching, just a short clip of Swamiji speaking is more than I could say in 100 years, probably. Because that's coming directly from someone who is connected to the sampradaya. And, you know, although it went underground for 500 years, Swamiji started to tell that lady who was about the masters, and then unfortunately she cut him off. He would have given a few more names there, I'm sure. But that's gone now. And so I always find in any of these presentations, if I can allow people to have even just darshan of Swamiji without understanding it, that matters more than anything, as far as from my side. So I was happy to do that.
I just wanted to thank you personally, Georgie. There are YouTube videos of Swamiji, and I keep visiting those from time to time. I have had the fortune of having darshan of Swamiji when I was a little girl in school. So he had come to our school. We used to have annual havan and all. So I do remember him, and it's very strange that we left when I was very young, but his voice, like when I hear it, it seems very familiar, like as if I'm hearing him as he was speaking in my school. So thank you so much. There's a question by Sri Niranjan ji. They ask, is there any correlation between Matrika Chakra, Malini, and Shiva Maheshwara Sutra? Would any of the scholars here want to answer this?
Well, I would just say one thing really quickly, that in Tantraloka 3, and Mark will be able to elaborate on this also, in Tantraloka 3, Abhinavagupta points out that the first three letters, A-I-U, which is Ayun Rilik, is the first of the Shiva Sutras or Maheshwara Sutras. The essence of the whole of universal play, that they come out of those first three letters. Of course, the long letters are absorbed into those three letters. So yeah, there is a connection there, but I'm not familiar with Panini's Vyakaran. I won't try to even pretend that I know that, but I know these first three letters are highly praised as Icha, Jnana, and as Anuttara, and Icha and Jnana Shakti. And that's that. But Malini is of course different. Malini, the alphabet of Malini, is not in the regular order. And Abhinavagupta praised Malini at the highest level, as did Swamiji's grandmaster, Swami Ram, who studied the Paratrishika Vivarana for 20 years. and Swamiji himself. He held Malini Krama as very, very just the essence of Abhinavagupta's philosophy.
Thank you, George. Thank you so much.
I think except the Pratyahara Vidhana used in the Maheshwara Sutras of Panini, the order in which the phonemes actually have been ordered in the sutras has a longer and older history than Panini, from the Siksha, from the times of Siksha, from the times pre-Paninian Siksha development times. So the way that Siksha time identification of the process of emergence of phonemes, both vowels and consonants, how it gets connected to sadhana, how it gets connected to Shabda Brahma sadhana and all that, that is actually the addition that is done by the Trika scholars later. So that is from where you get these Matrika and Malini systems. So the Matrika and Malini systems are Kashmir Shaiva Trika addition to a very older and longer existing phoneme ordering system that was existing right from the Shiksha times. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagraj Garu, for that information. Our next speaker is Dr. Chamanlal Raina, born in 1940 in Srinagar, Kashmir. He's a respected scholar and fellow at the Center of Spirituality at Florida International University. He has made significant contributions in the field of Sanskrit studies and religious studies. With a strong educational background, Dr. Raina is a Sanskrit graduate with honors in Urdu, master's degrees in English and Hindi, and he's conducted research on Kashmir Shaivism or Lalleshwari for his research methodology course at the University of Kashmir. He later completed his PhD on the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo and Iqbal from Kashmir University. Prior to his position at FIU in the USA, Dr. Raina taught research methodology courses at the Iqbal Institute, University of Kashmir, and contributed to the academic community as a faculty member at the Department of Religious Studies. His postdoctoral research focuses on the exploration and facets of Shakti Tattva, and his works have been published by prestigious institutions, including the University of Kashmir, University of Rajasthan, Sri Somnath Sanskrit University in Gujarat, and Florida International University. Dr. Raina has made significant contributions to the field through his annotations and translations. Notably, he has published an annotated and translated version of facets of Sri Chandi Navadurga and Sri Lalita Sahasranama in English. His annotations extend to the Jwala Sahasranama and Sri Sharika Sahasranama Nirupanam for the Bhagwan Gopinath Research Center in Delhi. He has authored several books, including Sri Rajni Sahasranama Nirupanam and Kashmir Shakta Darshanam, published by Somnath Sanskrit University, and Bhavani Sahasranam Nirupanam, Quintessence of Shakti Tattva and Sri Aurobindo, published by Rajasthan University. His research primarily focused on Kavidya, Shakti Rahasya, and the quest and reflections of Shakti Tattva. In addition to his scholarly pursuits, Dr. Raina expresses his artistic side through artwork based on Bija Mantras and Agamic Shlokas. He's currently working on a publication centered on the Dashamahavidya, which will be available in English in the near future. Dr. Raina's presentation is on Abhinavagupta with a vision of aesthetics. Dr. Raina, we can see you and I'm requesting you to unmute.
Yes, I am listening to you.
All right, namaskar, namaskar.
Namaskar, namaskar. आवाज समझ में नहीं हुआ?
हमारा बिल्कुल कोई करे.
Namaskar. Professor Navjeevan ji, Sri George Barselar ji, Dr. Mark, yourself, and the scholars, those who have spoken or those who will be speaking after me. I am just a learner, but I think I am very fortunate that I was born in Kashmir, because I inherited what our tradition is from Abhinavagupta to this date. We inherited is how I inherit. When I sit with my mother, she used to go to the kitchen that is known as choka,
and she would teach me how to do Agni Puja. And there is a concept that is known as Oksor, Dusor, Tritsor. All these are the basis of the aesthetic concept that has been given to us by Abhinavagupta. Abhinavagupta is not far away from us. He is with us. He resides in the recesses of our heart. He lives with children, with your children, with everybody's children. And we have to understand Abhinavagupta from that point of view. How he gave this concept, it is the Kripa, Daivi Kripa. And in the language of Sri Aurobindo, it is said that is a divine intervention. There's a divine intervention. I talk to you, I never knew you. I never knew of the Indica because I had been here for so many years. And it is all divine intervention when we talk. As I am so glad to say that I see George Bursler after many years. I have seen him in the 80s when I was asked by Swamiji to work on this book, Kashmir Shaivism. If you see it, and he has told me to write on Kashmir Shaivism. And you will be glad to know these are the paintings I have been asked by Swamiji to make paintings and to work on Kashmir Shaivism. These are my paintings. This is the inspiration I received from Swamiji. Now, this is the concept of Sri Chakra as I understand Sri Chakra at Sharika Parvat. And this is what my imagination is about the Sri Chakra. Let us go and see this. And it is Shiva Tattva. And then when we go to this is the Shakti Tattva. This is aesthetic. Somebody made it. And it is because of the concept of the Tattvas that we can make it more and more beautiful. It is I only did this thing. And this represents the Shiva Shakti Anu and yourself and myself and everybody's self. There is no. Shri Chakra Pri Bindutat Parapara Shri Raja Rajeshri Chanda Paduga Nirusmukha Shiksha Janga Yuga Vedruga Yusujugmaya Sam Vedodara Trapnyai Kucha Fit Sumritukta Vyadi Vedana Vedantam Ritalo Janavaguti Shri Raja Rajeshri. Today we are fortunate in the sense that today is Jethottam, Jeshta Ashtami, and I say, I pray Mata Rajna Bhagavati, who is our Ishtadevi, and she is presenting herself through every vibration. That what George Bursler was saying, and Swamiji has learned it from Swamiji, that the Matrika. And Matrika is residing within every nerve and nerve and nervous system when we speak, etc. And then we say every word, what we see, what we think or perceive is nothing but the manifestation of Vagdevi. She is Saraswati, she is Sharda. That is why. Though the topic is Abhinavagupta and his vision of aesthetics. Aesthetics is the Saundarya Shastra. And Sundarta is, we say, Saundarya. In Kashmiri, we have the name of our grandmother, Sundaramal. In both the communities, Sundaramal, Sundar Ladika Pratyachis. So Sundarta is that we focus on. What is the Sundarta? Is this facial? Yes, it is. According to Abhinavagupta, it is. But it is within the recesses of my heart. That is the Ananda. And that is the base of this aesthetics. If we read otherwise, most the work has been done by K.C. Panditji. Most of that becomes the primary source for Westerners, because they cannot read Sanskrit, they do not have access to the books, and there are not the teachers available. So his work, the Indian aesthetics, Western aesthetics, plus his work, Abhinavagupta, is the base book for us. It is a guiding force, it is a beacon light. And that from that light, we can see many more things. And it is because of this fact that today, if you go to Kashmir and you see there are Tripur Makan. What is this Tripur? This is Tripur Sundari. It is connected with the Trusor of Kashmiri household and even the brand. And there are 3 steps going up and down, and that is related to the applied aesthetics. You see, when our mothers or my grandmother would make this whitewash, it wasn't actually whitewash, it was gurit mills. The word is gurit mills, and leaven, lepana, it is lepan to wash it. And you see, they would use this hand, left hand, and like this. That is concept of the Vamacharya. From left to right. You see, our aesthetics is not only in books, it is in the applied form. When we say Karan and Poth, Poth is the sattva, and we can have Farron of any color. But when it touches our body, it must be white. That is the sattva, and we learn the satogun, tamogun, and rajagun. If we take the point of this tongue, it is known as tongue, and there are 3.5 worlds. When even in West say, when Kashmiri daughter is being wedded, she is being adorned with this taranga, though it is symbolic, but it does carry meaning. And even Zuj, Pooch, and that Pooch is nothing but the Kundalini Shakti. Also, and if we know it, the pocket of the male is from the right side and the pocket of the female is on the left side, along with the dur, and dur is red, that reflects the Shakti Tattva. All these things are imbibed in our psyche, and it does help us to understand what was in the mind. For example, all this lecture is based on, my work is on applied. I am fortunate because I am not being given the Shaktipat by Swamiji, but I have his Drishtipat, and George Bursner knows it very well. He knows it very well, and I will say that it was he when I asked him. This book was written under the guidance of Swamiji in 80s. It took me 3-4 years. Then we have to leave, and then he had written that some portion of it is written individually. And this is the aesthetics, book on aesthetics, aesthetics, as said by Swamiji, because every word has been verified by Swamiji. And George Bursler knows it very well, and this is his introduction. He writes, Dr. Chamanlal's contribution to the teachings of both the Shakta system and the Trika Darshana, Kashmir Shaivism, is enormous. His numerous books, papers, and pamphlets have benefited thousands of sincere spiritual aspirants in finding the deeper meaning embodied in the text and stotras or hymns of these highly mystical philosophical terms. The Shaktivad is being reproduced and reprinted in Kashmiri language and will be a great benefit for ongoing seekers of truth. I pray that one day this profound book can also be published for the English reader, because this is what has been told to me, and rather as a child is being taught by father and mother, so I was taught these words by Swamiji. I owe him much. See, how destiny takes place. After migration, I went to the USA. I got a job, and because of my work, and I started teaching their Sanskrit. What I thought that they have misinterpreted the concepts. They do not know. As, for example, you will know it because those who know Kashmiri, we say Asun and Vasun. It is Abasa. It is both A and Basa, but it is Abasa. But we know what Basun is, what Asun is. It is Aham and Idam. Asun and Basun is Trika. It is Asun and Basun is nothing but Aham and Idam. So the aesthetics is based on the 4 pillars. What are these 4 pillars? Satyam and Ritam. Number 1. And number 2 is Satyam and Ritam, though these are the basic concepts, but when we go through it, and we need 2 more pillars, that is to understand the Shiva and Shakti. And that is why we have the paintings. I will show you. This is Kashmir art, and these with the grace of Swamiji, I could draw these things, and even this is Swachanda Bhairava. I have written, translated, not translation, but I do comment upon these as I think it is Swachanda Bhairava, as George Bursler is very fond of, and this stotras. And see how things move from place to place. And if you go to the Western dramas or Western paintings, we do find difference because our focus is on the Ananda. Ananda, it is root with root Nanda plus all means around, and whatever it is the inner experience. The inner experience is calm when we are attuned with. Just go to the Durga Sapshati last page, published by Gita Press Gurukul, and there is Sutatarambike that has been well explained in English by Swamiji. That is Abhinavagupta. He said, whatever there is sound, that is the Matrika. You know, when we enter our homes, that is known as Garatu. And here in America, it is known as housewarming or Graha Pravesha. In the Indian world, we say Graha Pravesha. Then we there make that tree type with tuna means with lime. And if you see trees, that has its basis in the Saptamatrika. Kashmir has that is its applied aesthetics. If you only want to know that what the words are in Abhinavagupta or Tantraloka or other books, then that will be only philosophical. But today the world is changing. Unless we put all those things in our practical life, then there will be only study. And without understanding Kashmir Shaivism, the basis of Kashmir Shaivism, what can we say? Because we say in American way of life, everything is real. Everything is real. So it was said by Abhinavagupta and others. Even this has been told by, I think, in my humble way, Swami Ramji Maharaj, who lived, who happened to be the incarnation of Abhinavagupta's teachings. It was because of him that Swami Muhatabak, Swami Vidyadharji, Swami Govind Kaulji, and ultimately, when it flowers and it becomes the Shiva Tattva, it is Swami Lakshmanjoo Maharaj. See how it works. And I had the opportunity, because I was living at Nai Sadak, and I used to go to the Hari Parvat, and I would pay my obeisance at the feet of Swami Ramji Maharaj, and then I would feel the vibration, that is the spanda, and the way that has been evolved from time to time, even in our life, in our drawings, paintings, even our food habits, even tahar. What is that? Haridra Anarasakaye Nama, Shushakti Ekurupine Nama, Shama Baye Nama, Master Jolaye Nama, Trailoki Mohini Nama, Tripura Sundare Nama, Tripura Malini Nama. All these are with Tripura, even the book which is being adored and recited by most of our by many people, that is the name Panchastavi. Why Panchastavi? Pancha means the fire, and it is a Suvati of Pancha. And then what we see, if we have to see the applied form of aesthetics, we can see in the Tripura Sundari. Tripura Sundari is the basis of our understanding. And then I will say how Tripura Sundari will work. These are the paintings which I have made under the guidance of Lakshmanjoo Maharaj. These have been approved by him. These paintings, speeches, and the shlokas written underneath have been approved by him.
हमारा चाहिए त्रेश
अच्छा because it is 7:45 this time, early morning.
We are blessed that you took out time, and this is a very big effort for us. I mean, thank you so much.
And then, otherwise, I have written the paper. I will email it, and you may send it to those who are interested. It needs, but that is academic exercise.
Audience, for audience, some of them are asking for the titles. Please put your screen in a speaker view. Then the screen will be in bigger shape. Then you will be able to see the titles closely on your screen. All audience.
Dimple ji, क्या छुवाना नहीं?
हाँ बोलने होता तो इस बार इनफैक्ट का बेचू बेसिकली तो व्यू करूँ ना चेंज अगर तो स्पीकर व्यू करे तमसी था कि सॉरी लूप पूछे तुम क्या जो बासान के ओड़ी छु इवान वुष्णु मतलब सारनी तो
हाय या तो बुजुर्ग सुन क्या सुन इमीडिएटली
इनफैक्ट हमारो एट वुच में
Kalpana, I've lost Kalpana to do it.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much.
I learned typing at the age of 65. Then I typed 5,000 papers. So.
Can you put Chavalji screen and speaker view? वो my view में ना दिख रहा होगा gallery speaker वगैरह तो ताकि केवल वे दिखाई दे हमें screen पे speaker. View चू.
I don't know that much.
No, audience can put it themselves. Each
audience can put it. Like the
audience can choose the speaker view.
Yeah, that might be a better option.
Yeah. That they will be able to see the title closely.
एक मिनट हमारा होएव तो पन्न न्यूज पुस्तक छौ ना तो एमुक फ्रंट पेज होएव तो ताकि सारी हैकन मुझे की कॉस्ट किताब छ
that was a Hindi title, right?
प्लीज अनम्यूट करता हमारा माइक्रोफोन पानुन हाँ वाइन मुन के हाँ ये तो दुर्गा सब यत्न मारा तुहुन पेंटिंग छ तिम होए
first book सौंदर्य शास्त्र aesthetics book also.
Yeah. It is in Kashmiri.
Oh, okay.
The paintings.
Okay, yeah.
Alpna ji, well, hey, to I say thank you.
I'm trying to find out. I cannot see the gallery screen for some reason.
This is my.
The quest and reflections. You heard Tamara Bay Exmenters quest and reflections. Thank you. Please
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
thank you,
Please
thank
go
you.
ahead, sir.
Please continue, sir. Please continue.
This is a painting on Bhavani Ragnavati, published by Sri Soma Sanskrit University. And the great thing is how the divine works. When Swamiji was reciting the shlokas as recommended by his father, Pandit Narayanjoo, Swamiji asked him, what is the meaning? His father told him, Pandit Narayanjoo said, no, I cannot. Then a teacher was requested for to teach him Sanskrit and meaning. It was Pandit Maheshwaradana Rajanak Maheshwaradana. And he taught him the Vedic Sanskrit and books related on Kashmir Shaivism, plus Vyakarana, and that Vyakarana, it was Ashtadhyaya also. And I had the opportunity, because after migration, we went to Rajasthan, Ajmer, and I could study this, a little portion of this Ashtadhyayi under the teacher there, because we were only taught this Siddhanta Kaumati. And then it did help me to arrive at the basic root and its system. That is the way how language evolves. That is the way how our word evolves. I will tell you one thing. There is an Anika word in the Tantraloka, but the same word has become the Hanukkah in Judaism. Hanukkah. H-A-N-U-K, Hanukkah. And there is similarity in various words. Say, there is Nath name for the males, and we say Nath. See the influence of Nath Sampradaya. And even in Judaism also, when we study it, their months are what we have the these names. It is in the Judaism also. And they also do the puja. That is also the Tantra puja as we do it. And they put that burning bowl there and offer it to the deity. What does this suggest? That there is interaction. There was interaction at the time also when they could exchange their thoughts. The aim of understanding Abhinavagupta is to reach the masses. Now, see, the time is changing. You do not go to the library. I have seen my grandchildren, I at the encyclopedia, world encyclopedia, they never see to it because they have their mobile in their hand and they will say, they do not remember it. They don't bother about it. So the world is changing. Who will read Abhinavagupta? If we have to reach the masses, we have to tell them, make small books so that they could understand what at least he said. How I made it for. Maybe I may live one day or 1 year or some time, but who will tell these things to unless we sit together and tell it to our children, at least at a time when we are just having dinner time. We must speak to our children about the glory of Abhinavagupta, the Trika. If you go to the word Trika, it is Trikagni, it is in the Vedas. And it has been translated as triad. Whatever triad it is in this world is nothing but it's a concept of the triple Sundari. And that is, even in the Agamas also, it is Siddhoga, number one, Manavoga. Similarly, it goes on from tier to tier, tier to tier, up to the seventh. And Swamiji would say, Shat Chakra Vedanam Itisarva. It is all the Shat Chakra Vedana when we do Shat Chakra, and that Shat Chakra is nothing but this is the Shat Chakra. This is Shat Chakra, and here it is the Shiva Tattva. This is, we can say that we can make it, just frame it in that phraseology. That phraseology has given strength to our psyche, and that is why Kashmir Shaivism is being respected by all. It is the yoga. Kashmir Shaivism is poetry. It is mathematics. As I have said, I may read it. It is closely related to the Shakti worship that we see in every corner of Kashmir, or because of the impact of the Agamas read with the Tantra fold prevalent in Kashmir. Kashmir is one of the Shakti Pitas among 50 Pitas mentioned in Lalita Sahasranama. Such questions need a rationalistic approach of study, rather to believe in tradition and myth from the philosophical understanding. Further, in Shaiva system, there are 7 mixed principles where Mula Prakriti is termed as Prakriti Maya. And we say in Kashmir, why are we entangled in this Maya? It is, but we go beyond that, and that is the Ananda Swarup. Now, he has written it. Swamiji's contemporary was Swami Lakshmanjoo. I hope many people must have read him, and he has written 161 poems related to Shiva. And that is all aesthetics. Whatever Swami Abhinavagupta has said, it has been put in Kashmiri poetry by none else who is known as Lakshmanjoo. I had the opportunity to work on it. I worked on it and I dramatized it. It is Kashmiri portion. This is the book. Do you see it? This is 161 episodes of the marriage of Shiva and Shakti. And it is all in poetry, all the rasas and all the bhavas. What has been said by Abhinavagupta and others are already in Kashmiri poetry. Why? Because Kashmir is the big crown of India. It is the beauty. Mata Sharda is there. Saraswati is vibrating through every word when there is murmuring of these breezes, and the lake is there. So this has the impact. That is why Swamiji chose to be at Ishwarashram. There is beauty, and the reflections of the Mahadev Parvata are there. When you go and meditate upon these things and Shaktipitas, and known as the Ishtadevis of Kashmir, and Swami Amarnath, and also Hareshwar, Sureshwar, and Dhyaneshwar. Maybe those who are born after migration, they may not be knowing even these names and their location. All these are based on the concept of Shiva Advaita. That is the form that Shiva is one, but it does manifest. And this manifestation is because of the Avrohana descent. And who was influenced by this? I will take you back to 1944-45, when Sri Aurobindo visited Kashmir, and it was under the orders of Maharaja Hari Singh. Maharaja Hari Singh, Madhusudan Kaur Shastri, who was the superintendent of research there, and he offered him all the books printed by the department. And when Swami, when Sri Aurobindo reached Pondicherry, he wrote a postcard and saying that had I studied Abhinavagupta and Kashmir Shaivism, I should not have worked so far. This has been, at that time, the sweet clerk was a great scholar of Sanskrit and Manuscriptology, Pandit Dinanath Shastri. Dinanath Yakshar Shastri, who was later given this Rashtrapati Award, Sanskrit Award also. He diarized this and he has said that Kashmir, whatever Savitri is, or whatever the sonnets are, has its basis in Kashmir Shaivism. As for my earning bread, I had to study Urdu and Persian and Sanskrit, and then I worked on Sri Aurobindo, and it gave me an understanding that whatever Savitri is nothing but the expression of Mriturma Amritam Gramya. And it is the Ananda, because it is not the tragedy like the tragedy of Greek tragedy. No, there should be Ananda. When Satyavan regained his life, what else could be for an Indian woman to be Suhagin? That is the beauty. So these seven sounds, Sati, Savitri and Satyava, Sati, Savitri and Sita, these are the respected, and all these have, it is beginning letter with Sha, Sha, Sa, Ha, that means energy giving. You are a lover, Sha, Sa, Urja, this is all Urja. And this Urja is the expression of beauty. The beauty is in the Bindi. Why? And Bindi and also in the Tilkam also. And even if you see from the aesthetic point of view, when it is known as Nirvan in Kashmir, actually, and it is known as Mauli, we put one note, and that is Shiv Shakti Ekrupini. Who has taught us? It has been given to us by the tradition and has been conveyed from generation to generation from Abhinavagupta to Swami Lakshmanjoo Maharaj. These things do help us to understand and tell to our children. And moving from it is deep philosophical understanding with this application, that is the need of ours. And I will tell you who has been influenced. Even Alkeshwari, Mata Rupa Bhavani, and I have translated and written it. This is my book. And if we see the pages, though it is in Kashmiri, and each verse has been put, explained. It is not in translation, it is explanation of each verse. That is nothing but the beauty, the aesthetics of Sri Shaiva. That is why when the woman who is just married and reaches to the Vodu means in-laws, and he has to say, who has come? They will say, Tripur Sundari. So not Tripur Sundari. Our daughter-in-law is the Tripur Sundari. What will Tripur Sundari give to them? She will give them wealth, riches. She will maintain the house. She will look for the aesthetics. And it is not only that she has come and they will have children, but she will look for the welfare of the family. This is what application means. Applied even in USA also. When we sit together, I tell my grandchildren these stories about our past. And I'm sure they will one day, when you will see my granddaughter also, she will speak some words, some sentences from Panchastari, though she's a school-going child. Why? Unless we convey them all these things, how can we explain our glory? The glory is to be conveyed. I think I have taken much of time, and just I will say one thing. You see it? Bala, this is the first Suryodaya, what we say Navari. Navari Samvatsara. This is the painting on Samvatsara. Balar Kamandala Basam Chatrapaham Tralochanam Pasham Kushparam Bikim Dajantim Shwam Baje. This is and that is why in our Kashmiri system, in the system, I pray that it should be retained. There is the concept of you, Posh Puja. Posh Puja is the aesthetics of Abhinavagupta. Even Bravian, if you see it from the research point of view, Posh Puja is Abhinavagupta's application of aesthetics. You will find it nowhere in India, in Hindu families, only in Kashmir, that we consider them Shiva and Parvati as
So
dear.
would you like to,
That is
benefit, so Jamalal sir, for the benefit of the larger audience, would you like to tell them what exactly is Posha Puja? Like it's a part of the wedding ceremony.
Posh Puja is after the Saptapadi. When Saptapadi is over, they have seen it and they look at the mirror, Darpana. That is to see the Saundarya. At the time also the woman or the girl says that I do not accept you. It is okay. That is the concept of Darpana there. See how it has evolved. And then what happens? Then they are after this Saptapadi, they are sit on a cushion and it should be brocade or makhmal or anything, and that is being known as the Chhatra. And then father, mother, Pukhi, Boa, Masi, etc. friends, they do come and it is being recited, the verses. That is just own original Kashmir concept. And we pay them for offer floor. That is the plural attributes to Shiva and Shakti. So Shiva and Shakti is always in our home. That is why 999th epithet of Lalita is Shiv Shakti Ekarupini Nama. Then 1000 is Sri Lalita Ambikaye Nama. And that is why the same word Lal is associated with Laleshwari. You will be glad to know that I have translated it, though it was in my pre-PhD. I did translate, no translator, I commented upon in Hindi, and it has been by Nataraj Publications. My work at this time, it is complete. It is on the Shmavidya, and before that, I wrote Kadi Vidya and the Nyasas, Anushtana, all these are related. Now, so far, now my health is being deteriorated.
Swastik, I saw your question in the question and answer box. Probably the same question you may be bringing up. You raised your hand. Your question is whether all these Kashmiri cultural elements are prior to Kashmir Trika system or later to Trika system?
No, I don't have a question actually. I just have a comment to make.
You made that comment, or it is in the chat box. You made a comment whether all these Kashmiri cultural elements are earlier to Trika system or later to Trika system.
No,
it is an evolution. It is evolution. Always it is evolution. It is evolutionary thought.
But that is an interesting way of looking at things.
Yes,
any scholar would definitely be interested in trying to know the connection between the Kashmiri philosophical thought and the sadhana system and the Kashmiri culture. So this is a beginning. Probably Dr. Raina has thrown those seeds now. So using these as seeds, maybe people can further research on these things, whether there are connections between the Kashmiri cultural elements and the Kashmir Shaiva system. That's a very interesting.
Actually, I
That is true.
Professor Rastogi.
I have some curiosities. I think, let me thank Professor Nagaraj and Dimpleji, because I'm listening to Dr. Ranaji for the first time. And it's my good luck that I feel I'm enlightened. But there are three just small queries. Is there any evidence of Aurobindo's visit to Kashmir in 1944 and 45?
Yes.
And
Sri Aurobindo.
Yes, of Sri Aurobindo.
Yeah. It is. It is because he has used the word Sulaiman for the word Shankaracharya.
Pardon?
Sulaiman, he has used, when he went Kashmir, and then he went to pay his obeisance to Shankaracharya to Lord Shiva. The guy with him who associated him, not helped him to reach that, he told me it is known as Sulaiman Ting. Ting is the Tunga. Basically, Ting is Kashmiri word, the original word is Tunga. Tunga becomes Ting. Tunga is Ting, Sulaiman Ting. And they would say, he told them it's a Sulaiman Ting, but he has also used the Sulaiman word in one of his sonnets. And perhaps you must be knowing, you have heard his name, or you might have
yes.
What is his name? Dinanath Yaksha. Dinanath Yaksha received the postcard addressed to Madhusudan Kaur Shastri that I have been privileged to see these books. Had I not received these books, presented to me by the then Maharaja, then I would not have done so much. I thought that I have given the concept of the Atimanasa or supramental consciousness, but already these things have been given by Abhinava others.
That's right. I simply wanted to know, because that is a very important statement, and that changes many things. Because our view is that, of course, there are great similarities between Kashmir Shaivism and the thought of Aurobindo. Now, here is the direct evidence that you are talking about. So, as a student of Kashmir Shaivism, I mean, because when I met Dinanathji Yakshi, I've been meeting him quite often. So, and he has been my mentor, in fact, I should say. So I have dedicated one book to the memory of Dinanath Yakshi of mine. So because I owe to him a lot. But the only thing is this, because at no point of time he ever mentioned this fact to me. And it was not necessary for him to mention this fact to me. But still, I think this is very important, because so is there any record of Dinanath Yakshi having made this statement?
It is I have documented in my PhD thesis.
Right. So I think that will be great. I mean, I will be obliged if I share. Of course, I'll send my address to Dimpleji or to you, and through I'll take you my address.
I will scan the page and I will send to you and others.
That's right. And another thing was just very small thing. You mentioned there are 4 pillars of aesthetics. So what are those 4 pillars? You just
I forgot 2. I said Satyam and Rhythm.
Perhaps I missed them. That's the only.
I missed them. In my age, it was in my mind. Therefore, I have said these things when Angrezi was at the University of Rajasthan, and I was asked to speak on Sri Aurobindo, but because my work was on Sri Aurobindo at Kashmir Shaktivad. It has been published by the Rajasthan University. The 4th thing is Satyam, Ritam, and 2 I forgot. So I just forgot. It was in my mind, but these are the 4 pillars.
Satyam, Ritam.
So one is Satyam and Ritam. This has the
remaining 2 we will share.
And then 3rd I did say. Now I do not remember. What is the 3rd I did? It make me help to recollect the word. Because when we speak, we are it goes like a stream.
Not a problem, sir. Not a problem. Please don't take too much trouble.
No problem. Chabalal sir, मैं आपको mail करके I'll pass it on.
And I will just ask my memory.
No problem. I'll have it later. No problem. Please.
Why not? Tomorrow I may convey it to my granddaughter also.
Chabalal ji,
the whole things.
ये हमारा ओस सत्यम रितम शिवत शक्ति कैसे
No. Shiva Shakti no, Satyam and Ritam. It is one is Samvit, the other is the word which I do not collect it. I worked on it. Satyam is them, and that is from the Vedas. Because we have to, even in, I will tell to Rastoki ji and all others who are scholars of brilliance. I should say I'm just a student, but with my age I have learned all these things when I said before Swami ji that.
We are all students, you see. We are all students, we are all learners. Yes.
Could I add one thing?
And these things do help us. What we need to do, this is my humble request to all of you. All of us are with this gray here now. I may be more elder to all of you. Maybe, I don't know, but I may be. Whatever little we know, Kashmir Shaivism, instead of making more philosophical, let us make it more rational in very simple language. Now, nobody is going to read these things. Changes have come.
Dr. Raina, George ji wants to say something. Yeah, please, George.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, I can just add something for Dr. Rastogi's question. I had the pleasure of interviewing many of Swamiji's devotees, one who was a devotee of Swamiji from birth. He confirmed that Swamiji and Sri Aurobindo had a close relationship. They did meet, that they used to exchange aerograms, the old aerograms, because he used to post them. And Swamiji, in the last year of Aurobindo's life, he spent the whole time in seclusion. This was 1950, I believe. Swamiji went to Aurobindo, and he went there at very early morning. He went to the gate, and the mother sent a chokidar to say there's somebody important at the gate, you must let them in. And Swamiji actually had darshan or exchange, we can say, with Aurobindo in the last year of Aurobindo's life. I went to Auroville, I went to Pondicherry, I checked with the main librarian, and I said, you must have some aerograms in your history of Swamiji, and he was too busy to search for that. We've searched in Swamiji's room, we didn't, but Swamiji had the habit of burning things. But what he did say in the end to me personally, Aurobindo was the only one outside of Kashmir who had a very clear concept of universal mind. His concept of universal mind was completely in line with Kashmir Shaivism. So yes, Swamiji they definitely met, and they did exchange ideas and letters. So, you know.
Thank you, George. The only question remains whether Aurobindo ji also visited Kashmir. And that's my question. And he was presented with the text of the Kashmir. I mean, just a historical question. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure, sir. Rastogi ji, just I recollected it is Shreyas and Prayas.
Right.
Satyam, Ritam, Shreyas and Prayas. Now, thank God I could recollect it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So, four pillars are there: Prayas, Satyam, and yeah. This is all what we need to say about. If somebody says what is this aesthetics, I will say these four are the pillars. Go through it and try to concentrate on these things and study Vyapti Chara Chara Bhava Vishesham Tanmayam Ekam Anantamanajam. Then he says, Nirtiti Gayati Hrishiti Gadam Tatritam Samvit. It is all that what is being said at the time when he finally we should not say whether it is a merger or lie or he entered or whatever it is. He just became, he was Shiva and then he became Ek Atma Rupa with Shiva. That is all. So I think in my humble way, whatever I could speak or whatever I had written these 11 pages, this was only my hard work which I did yesterday. I will send it to Dimpleji and you may just put your comments. I shall feel honored that. Thank you very much. Namaskar, Mare. God bless you all. Shubham Sarvatra. Shubham Bhavatu Sarvatra.
Dr. Rastogi, one young woman, Kanchan Gogte, is working at Pune University on Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo's literature, and she is particularly focused on the visits of these two figures to Kashmir. She has collected data about Swami Vivekananda's visit to Kashmir. And she was to actually send some information about Sri Aurobindo's visit to Kashmir also, but I will check with her whether she really got that data or that information or not.
No, that will be excellent, because you see there is one statement by Swami Vivekananda also about Kashmir Shaivism, about Trika Shaivism, and I was trying to locate the source of it, but unfortunately I could not. So it was attributed to Swami Vivekananda, whether it is by Swami Vivekananda or not. And but because since you see it's so early, I mean, because our knowledge of really speaking, you see what has happened, Professor Nagaraj, that our acquaintance with Abhinavagupta and the Kashmir tradition, I mean outside Kashmir, is very, very recent. In fact, you see it dates back with the publication of Kashmir Shaivism by J.C. Chatterjee. So, I mean, this is I think it is the first 20 years of the 20th century that we started to know about this, I mean, this very illustrious tradition, but naturally. And then, of course, Swamiji's was there, but with the advent of Professor Pandey, my teacher, so when he published his Abhinavagupta in 1935, so then Abhinavagupta was a name that was introduced to the university systems and the academic systems, I mean, all over the world. So he internalized, I mean, in that way. So the only thing is, because you see, there are missing links in our understanding, and naturally, so whenever these inputs come, they become very important, because you see, then we are in a much better position to at least appreciate our contemporary history and contextualize many things that go around Kashmir Shaivism and of course our own knowledge about them. So thank you so much. I'm so sorry that I intervened and disturbed.
No, that's a very good. That's a very good.
Can I speak for only 1 minute?
Hanmara, please go ahead.
मेरा आप सभी से नम्र निवेदन है, आप सोपुरी जी को जानते जो वाइस चांसलर रहे थे जेएनयू में, उनके पास स्वामी जी को एक धरोहर में मिला था, जो महेश्वर जो राजन जी ने अपने यानी अवस्था में जाने के समय 126 नाम लिखे हैं देवी के, शक्ति देवी के शक्ति में चित्त भैरवी पर है ये। और उनके पास जब उनकी स्नान क्रिया हो रही थी तो स्वामी जी उस वक्त मौन अवस्था में थे, मगर वो वहां पे गए थे, तो उनके महेश्वर राजदान के जेब में से वो 4 पन्ने निकले थे। उसको स्वामी जी ने धरोहर के रूप में और गुरु का प्रसाद समझकर अपने पास रखा था। उसके बाद उन्होंने उसको बहुत, that was a sacred relic with them. उसके बाद ये आदरणीय योगिनी जी शारिका जी के पास थे। उसके पश्चात ये प्रभा जी के पास पहुंच गए। प्रभा जी के पास जब ये पहुंचे थे तो ये बिल्कुल उन्होंने इसको as sacred, just like it's a sacred word for them. तो बात में जब वो मेरे पुस्तक कादी विद्या का विमोचन कर रहे थे वाइस चांसलर सोपोरी जी, आप उनको सभी जानते हैं, सोपोरी जी, तो उन्होंने बात बात में कहा कि मेरे पास इस वक्त 126 नाम ये पेजेस है। इसको प्रोफेसर कुशुक ने शारदा लिपि से देवनागरी में ट्रांसक्राइब किया था। तो मैंने जस्ट flash of second, I told him, if you allow me, I will just have a look at it and I will just explain it, whatever it comes to me. He said, okay. And उन्हें लगा था कि आप माने कि मैंने ये काम 101 नाम पर एक पेज लिखा है, सोर्सेस ढूंढ के कि कहां से इसका सोर्स है, फ्रॉम द वेदास, फ्रॉम द पुराणास एंड फ्रॉम द तंत्रास। तो उन्होंने कहा ये तो हिंदी में है, तो मैंने इसके लिए फिर उसके पश्चात मैंने इनके 126 नामों को सिंपल इंग्लिश में भी अंग्रेजी में किया है। अब ये क्योंकि इस समय ये प्रोफेसर सोपोरी जी, सुधीर सोपोरी जी के पास है, उन्होंने फिर इसको डी के पब्लिशर्स है दिल्ली में, उनसे इन्होंने इसको पब्लिश करवा लिया और इस पुस्तक का विमोचन भी हो गया। मैं चाहता हूं क्योंकि ये एक धरोहर, इनको 126 names of the divine mother as yami, it is the yami अवस्था of महेश्वर जो राजदान, तो उनके पास ये धरोहर रूप में है। तो उस पुस्तक को अगर आप मंगवा सकते हैं, पढ़ सकते हैं, कहते सोपोरी जी विल बी वेरी ग्लैड। और उन्होंने फिर मैंने उनके एक और पुस्तक है जो उनकी दृष्टि पर है, किसी और टिपू साहब ने वो लिखी है, उन्होंने मुझे कहा था प्रीफेस लिखने के लिए, और उस पर मैंने फिर प्रीफेस लिया कि ये दृष्टि के, एक तो शक्तिपात होता है, दूसरा दृष्टिपात क्या है। The drishtipāt I could understand from the guidance I received from Swami Lakshmanjoo Maharaj. Universalism approves of it. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
मैं अवश्य मंगा लूंगा जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद,
थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार।
थैंक यू रैना साहब, थैंक यू रस्तोगी जी। आई एम सो ग्लैड कि आपने पूछा ये क्वेश्चन रस्तोगी सर, एकदम और ज्ञान की गंगा यहाँ पे अविरत बहना चालू हो गई, तो थैंक यू सो मच। एंड I think we should just forget the time restriction. I understand.
Rhythm and Shreyas and Prayas.
Correct. So now we are nearing 6 p.m. So our next speaker is Sri Sundar Vishwalingam, born in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, of Sri Lankan Tamil ancestry. He's an independent researcher on Indic traditions based in Chicago since 2001. His PhD thesis on Abhinavagupta's conception of humor, its resonances as Sanskrit drama, poetry, Hindu mythology, and spiritual practice in 1984 was strongly recommended for a D.Litt degree and earned him a personal commendation from the VC of BHU. He was instrumental in inviting foreign specialists to participate in the International Conference of Abhinavagupta at the BHU Musicology Department in 1981 and remained actively involved in the subsequent IGNCA National Conference there in 1982. He's collaborated throughout in his anthropologist wife, Dr. Elizabeth Shalya Vishwalingam's extensive fieldwork on the popular worship of Abhinavagupta, supreme tantric deity Bhairava in Banaras, Kathmandu, and elsewhere. The paradigm of transgressive sacrality was the object of a 3-panel pilot international conference at the South Asia Annual Conference at the University of Wisconsin at Madison. Among their joint papers proposing an acculturation model of Indian religious history are a paradigm of Hindu-Buddhist acculturation between Mecca and Banaras, and acculturation model of Hindu-Muslim relations, Bhairava in Banaras, and violence and the other in Hinduism and Islam. He's been guest editing the collective volume Abhinavagupta Reconsiderations, which includes papers from 2 BHU conferences, and his comprehensive introductory overview towards an integral appreciation of Abhinavagupta's aesthetics of Rasa. He contributed the chapter on Hinduism, aesthetics, drama, and poetics to the Oxford Handbook of Religion and the Arts in 2014. His talk on Abhinavagupta centrality to Hindu self-understanding, Bori 2017, is a rebuttal of Western attempts to debunk Sanskrit aesthetics. His publications include Abhinavagupta's Rasa aesthetics and Bharata's sacrificial theatre, humor and its semblance in the little clay card, Prichikatika, talk at IGNCA Delhi, and Carnival and Transgression in India towards a Global Spring. based on his keynote address at this international conference, are inspired by the 10th century Kashmiri sage's constructive vision and way of thinking. Since 2001, Sundarji has been hosting and animating the swabhinava.org global website for collaborative multilingual publishing that aims to contemporize Abhinavagupta by applying and extending his insights, making them more accessible to non-specialists, otherwise deterred by the unnecessary jargon of academies. His presentation this evening is on Abhinavagupta on Rasadvani, Emotion as Meaning. Sundarji, the floor is all yours. Thank you so very much for joining us this early from the US of A.
Thank you so much. Can I share my screen, please?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Is this showing? Select a window. Okay, just give me a moment. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Yes,
but
Sundarji, yes.
it
You
can
need
be
to,
made into full screen.
yeah, you might want to do the presentation mode. Yeah, we can see the notes, etc.
Oh, how do I change it to, wait a minute, viewers?
There
You can
would
see
be
the
a-
notes?
Yeah, you will need to move into your presentation mode because right now it's
I
not
am already in presentation mode.
on
But full screen. It has to be full
yeah.
screen.
Yeah, it is full screen. Okay, let me see now.
No, what are you on a MacBook?
Pardon?
Are you using your MacBook?
No,
or
I'm on a Windows. I'm on a Windows.
Windows. Okay, so in that case, you would see.
Okay, let me try something. Let me try and move it to I have an external screen, so as
All right.
well. Just give me a moment.
No, please take your time. We are all ready to kind of.
Yeah.
And for the audience members, please be there and invite other learners because we are just warming up. So we have a whole host of speakers, scholars.
Let me just try. Yeah, sorry. Let me just try closing this and reopening it again.
No worries. Please take your time. Or if you would like us to run it for you, we are happy with that too.
Just give me a moment. Let me just try again. And otherwise, I will resort to your.
Yes, and now you have to just run this.
Okay.
Bottom, yes, this is it.
Now, is it better?
But why do we still see your notes?
Yeah, that's what. No. Okay.
So, we can do one thing. Srinivas Garu, you there?
Yes, please.
Could you project your screen and project Sundar Garu's presentation, please?
Sure.
Okay. Sundarji, all you need to do is say next to us and we'll make sure that, No
Okay,
worries.
very good.
So just give us
Okay, I'm sorry for this delay. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank, okay, very good. Nagaraj Garu.
Yes. Okay.
Don't show the slides, if you press forward, the bullets will appear one at a time. So I think that would be better for the audience, not to lose focus. So anyway, I'll rush through this because I only have 30 minutes left to speak. So I thank the Indica Academy for hosting this collective homage to Abhinavagupta and inviting my contribution to your scholarly bouquet of flowers. Convener Nagaraj Garu, whom I originally got to know during his stint almost 20 years ago at the University of Chicago, has always regarded me as a worthy and sympathetic interlocutor. So I thank him for his blessings. I also thank servant leader Dimple Kaur for reaching out and facilitating my participation in every way. And also my apologies to all the previous speakers for having been sound asleep during your presentations, not because you were boring, but due to the time difference. So I intend to listen carefully to your recordings on YouTube. So before I actually start the slides, this topic, I'd already covered it with a concise but thorough explanation of Rasadvani in my introductory overview to the collective 2006 volume, Abhinavagupta Reconsiderations. That paper was titled Towards an Integral Appreciation of Abhinavagupta's Aesthetics of Rasa. And then later in 2017, I revisited the subject at the Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute to rebut attempts by Western scholars, people like Sheldon Pollock, to debunk the whole notion. The links to both of these presentations are available in my speaker profile at the official Indica Academy website for this conference. So you can always follow up for more details there. So why am I now rehashing something which I've already done before, and most of you, I think, already know quite well? Can you see the slide? Yes, please. Thank you. So, whereas those expositions did not isolate any single aspect of what is indeed a complex and multifaceted process, Rasadvani, what I want to do now is to focus entirely on distinguishing Rasa appreciation from what is called reader response theory in the West. Because most of this debunking involves, they say, Rasa is a response of the reader, and therefore, this reader response theory has been discredited in the West. So this is the way the whole, so sometimes Anandavardhana is pitted against Tantraloka, saying that Anandavardhana focuses on the poem, whereas Abhinavagupta focuses on the Sahyadaya. So all kinds of things. It's just one of the objections. So this is the reason why I think this is still a very misunderstood issue. So what I want to do now is actually focus on this notion of rasa as meaning. See, in the West, rasa, I mean, the emotion that the reader or the samajika feels is considered a response, not the meaning. You get the meaning from the poem or from the play, and you respond to it. But this is not what the Indian tradition says, starting with Bharata. It says the rasa is the meaning, artha. See, this is there already from Bharata. So how is this possible? So this is what I'd like to delve into here. So now, in your speaker profiles, everybody has actually mentioned their gurus and and the authority of their gurus. So who is our new universal Sarvajna guru? That is ChatGPT. So this artificial intelligence program, ChatGPT. So last night it occurred to me to ask ChatGPT this question. And it replied to me in this way. It said, Rasa, see, this is ChatGPT. The guru knows better than all these scholars like Pollock and Schulman and etc. It says, Rasa aesthetics is not the same as reader response theory. This is ChatGPT saying. Rasa aesthetics is an Indian aesthetic theory that focuses on the emotions that are evoked in the reader or audience by a work of art. In contrast, reader response theory is a literary theory that focuses on the reader's experience and interpretation of a text. While both theories are concerned with the role of the reader or audience in interpreting a work, they approach this issue from different perspectives. So ChatGPT says this quite categorically, but it doesn't explain why and how. So this is what I would like to do. Probably it doesn't read Sanskrit yet. So anyway.
No, ChatGPT has read you, Sundarji. ChatGPT has read you. We know it because when we asked for Abhinavagupta scholars, it gave your name.
Oh, it gave my name?
Yes. Yes.
I was quite surprised. I asked just to test it, what is so-and-so's theory of humor, and it actually gave a very accurate,
it knows
and accurate summary.
ChatGPT knows you.
So what I'd like to do now is to rapidly illustrate the how and why of this difference between the two perspectives. Rasa as emotion, Rasa Dvani, and reader response theory. And this argument is what I'm going to try and get through as much as possible in each of the following slides. So let's hear. So as you can see, I start off this Rasa aesthetics versus reader response theory. And it's very important. Rasa is not a subjective response. So they always play on this opposition between objective poem and subjective rasa. That's not how the Indian tradition sees it. So the aesthetic emotion is not a subjective response, but the poetic meaning. How can an emotion be a meaning? So that is the difficulty which many scholars have, in trying to wrap their mind around this idea. So, okay, Rasa is already the meaning of drama in Bharata's foundational treatise. So, Bharata says this very clearly. Everything revolves around Rasa. Without Rasa, nothing else would work. And he calls Rasa Artha. So basically the idea of Rasa as meaning is already there. But the Natya Shastra is prayoga oriented. Bharata was not a philosopher. He was not even a kind of a linguistic rhetorician in the sense of Dvanya of Anandavardhana. So, but still already there, this idea, it's already there. So what happens with Anandavardhana? His notion of Dvani aims to fill in the gap by accounting linguistically for rasa in poetry. Next, please. So that deals with the linguistic aspects of elements and structure of a particular verse or poem. But still, that doesn't explain how the rasa that we feel, how is that connected with what is there, the objective elements in the poem. So this is where Abhinavagupta comes in his commentary on the Lochana on Anandavardhana's Dvanyaloka. So what he does is he elucidates the complex cognitive processes that sustain rasa dvani. So we see there's a continuity, Bharata, Anandavardhana, Abhinavagupta, building on each other. Next, please. Okay, so what happens, according to Abhinavagupta very briefly, is that in the theatre, so he also commented on the Natya Shastra, and the two commentaries are actually unified. The same perspective, and by commenting on the two treatises, he actually provides a unified understanding of rasa for both theatre and poetics. So how do we enjoy this emotion? First of all, we enjoy the protagonist's feelings, say Rama or Sita, their love for each other, through a process which he calls Tanmayi Bhavana, which we can translate by identification. So these are processes which are not really taken into consideration in that much in rasa response, in reader response theory. In reader response theory, there are 10 different readers, each of them can have a different response to the poem. Whereas in rasa theory, all of us have the same. So that's why we have the next point, please. So we all participate in the protagonist's feelings through identification, Tanmayi Bhavana. And that is why the emotion, which is unique to Rama or Sita, all of us share in that same emotion through a process of universalization or generalization, which is called Sadharanikarana. So what Sadharanikarana implies is that all of us enjoy the same emotion. Okay? The emotion is the same, the substratum of that enjoyment is the same, the emotional substratum. And so we are not actually responding differently. If we respond differently, then the poem has failed from the Indian perspective. Next slide, please. Next, yeah. So in this context, what does it mean to translate poetry, to translate literature? I was recently at a translation workshop on Tamil literature at the University of Chicago, and one of the participants proposed that when we are translating, we want to translate the original idea. We want to translate the original idea in the poem, so we translate it into English. We want to produce the same idea. So that same idea may perhaps provoke different emotions in different people. But from the point of rasa poetry, and this is what Daniel Ingalls saw very clearly in his anthology of Sanskrit verses by Amaru, etc. So he understood that to translate, quote unquote, translate rasa poetry is really to re-render the original Sanskrit or whatever language to evoke the same emotion. So if you succeed in approximating the same emotion by using different words, even changing some of the elements of the poem, then the translation has been successful. If you simply translate the idea, maybe a very literal translation, and it doesn't evoke that emotion, and that's what usually happens when you literally translate, then you've not really translated the poem from this perspective. Next, please. So as I said right at the start, all of these objections to rasa theory confound rasa as meaning, which is what I am presenting, with the subjectivity of the reader response. Next slide, please. Now this is extremely important. Rasa is not just a concept. In fact, it is primarily not a concept. Rasa is a shared emotional experience. So when people watched a Sanskrit drama, they had an emotional experience which brought them together. So it was an experience. The conceptual formulation comes much later. Bharata mentions it, puts it at the center, but the reason why its conceptual formulation came so much later is that Indian philosophies, the various schools of Indian philosophy, which were all formulated to account for many different kinds of things like ritual, Advaitic experience, the world like Nyaya, all of them had concepts which were not adequate to account for the emotional experience, which is unique. So people needed to explore, experiment, come up with all kinds of different concepts before an adequate understanding, a conceptual understanding of this experience came about. I think this is important because even when like Anandavardhana, who wrote in the 9th century, gives examples of Dvani and Rasadvani and all of that, he takes his examples from his predecessors like Kalidasa, etc. See? So that the principles which he is elucidating were operational much, much earlier than him. This is very important. It's not like if you debunk the concept, rasa as an experience no longer exists. Next point, please. So as I said, the performance-oriented Natya Shastra focuses, what it focuses is not so much on the rasa as experience, though it's taken for granted, but the on-stage dramatic configuration, vibhava, anubhava, vyabhichari bhava, etc., that configuration which evokes rasa. So it focuses on that. Next, please. So stimuli, vibhava, evokes anubhava, responses, and vyabhicharins. So this is important because in the real world, we don't have all of these three. We basically, you see people have, behaving in a certain way, that a stimulus, then other people responding, etc. So these are emotions which engender purposive activity in the world. But really, when we watch drama or listen to poetry, it's more an act of contemplation. We are seeing all these things which we see in real life, but then we are trying to make sense of them by contemplating all of them together to see how they make sense. And ultimately, this sense is an emotional sense. So there's a big difference here. Next, please. So as I said, instead of reacting to stimuli, spectators try to make sense of interactions. Next. And as I said, this emotional experience is mediated through Tanmayi Bhavana, or identification. Next. For Bharata, rasa is the meaning around which everything resolves. Just give me a moment here. Yes, nahi rasad rite kastid artha pravartate. So that's his statement. So next, please. Okay. So now the question is, Bharata was dealing with theater, but how do we apply it to the separate poetic tradition? We also had a poetic tradition which was in many ways independent of, separate and relatively independent of the theatrical tradition. And there, rasa was not central. We had alankara and all kinds of figures of speech and all kinds of linguistic analysis of the poem. Next, please. Next. So people saw that there were some kinds of poems or verses where there was perhaps even no alankara or a figure of speech, but it was suffused with emotion. When you read the poem, you felt a certain emotion which was conveyed to you. But so what they did was they tried to subsume this sort of verses which had a kind of emotional texture or flavor to them as a kind of alankara. So you had things like rasavad, alankara, etc. But these attempts were still not satisfactory. Next point, please. So what Abhinavagupta does is, because by that time, the whole notion of alankara itself was, this use of alankara itself had sort of, in a sense, degenerated poetry in many respects, because people were trying to show off their virtuosity in projecting figures of speech, etc. So there was also a practical motive and also a theoretical motive for which Anandavardhana elevates suggestiveness, dhvani, as the soul of poetry. So he makes the claim that ultimately, this suggestiveness, not saying things directly or even through implication as in figures of speech, but through mere hints and clues, that this is the soul of poetry. Next, please. So Anandavardhana talks a lot about not just rasa, but also about vastu, that is facts, and also figures of speech. But vastu and alankara can be conveyed both literally, through denotation, and also through suggestion. Next point, please. But rasa can only be suggested, vyangya. That is the ultimate poetic meaning for Anandavardhana. So ultimately, everything else converges on rasa as the poetic meaning. So Anandavardhana himself clearly states somewhere that his real intention for writing this, the Lochana, is for rasa dhvani. So he goes through very detailed and sophisticated analysis of individual poems, how every, even the most minute elements of language contribute to rasa, and how the figures contribute to rasa, etc. So this is important. The reason I'm saying this is because some of the critics of Indian aesthetics, for example, Marie-Claude Porcher, French scholar, actually dismisses Abhinavagupta precisely because of this reader response theory, and says that Anandavardhana himself is confused. That Anandavardhana is brilliant in his analysis of poetic language, but then by introducing and embracing this notion of rasa dhvani, he has confused linguistics with aesthetics. See, as it says at the top, is rasa dhvani a linguistic or an aesthetic category? So she says it is actually a confused category, and she has a long article on that. Next, please. And what is the difference between it would also be, theater is considered a total art form in the Indian context. So everything else, poetry, music, is sort of goes back to the Natya Shastra. So Abhinavagupta's Bharati is actually a comment not just on theater, but on all of art, actually. So because the total art form. So it would be easy to think that, poetry is some kind of just a reduced form of theater. In fact, Abhinavagupta himself says at one point, because he's commenting on both these treatises, theater and poetry, that poetry is really fully enjoyed only when it is dramatized, natyayita. See, like when you listen to a poem by Amaru, there's no natya there. But through the vyangya, suggestions, all of that, a nayaka, nayika, the responses, what they are feeling, their interactions, all of these are suggested. And that is the beauty, because, next point, please. Because Dhvani poetry is rarefied speech. See? So the same thing that Bharata is doing through with visuals and music and all, which contribute to the rasa, the poet has a greater challenge. He's using speech, and he's using speech in a very sparse and suggestive manner. And it also demands more from the audience, because in a theater, you can just basically sit back and just enjoy, like watching a movie. You sit back and enjoy all the emotions going on. But a poem, it demands a recreative effort from the reader. See? So you have to basically get all the suggestions, and very often you have to read and reread, and then to fully appreciate the poem. And what is important is, in doing this, because you are reading the poem, rereading it, and all of that, but ultimately all from the point of view of rasa. So what happens is, the so-called objective linguistic meaning is merged into a greater aesthetic whole, and that greater aesthetic whole is a rasa, which is an emotion, an aesthetized emotion. So what Abhinavagupta really does, and Narada Vadana assumes, is actually they don't make this kind of a dichotomy between object and subject. Object and subject, actually, the opposition is actually transcended. Those who are familiar with Abhinavagupta's Trika philosophy and the Pratyabhijna will know this is a constant theme in Pratyabhijna philosophy. So it would be surprising if it were not applied to the rasa experience as well. Next, please. Okay, just a minute. So as I said at the beginning, in reader response theory, meaning evokes different emotional responses. So the idea behind reader response theory, those who advocated it, especially from the 1940s to the 60s in this country, in the US, with regard to English and Western literature, is that it encourages readers to be objective, critical and objective. Where you read a poem or a text, literature, with a critical eye, you understand the meaning which is being conveyed by the author, and then you approach it with, despite the fact that you share same cultural universe, you approach it in a critical way, in a different way. So it's meant to encourage students readers to be critical in that sense. Whereas in the Indian context, as we have already seen, you actually evoke the same response. And that is aestheticized emotion, which is called rasa. This is a fundamental difference. Say sadharanikarana ensures the same rasa for the whole audience. Next, please. Okay. Entire audience enjoys the ashraya. The ashraya is like Rama or Sita or Ravana, whose emotion we are enjoying through identification. Next, please. And this is important too. The reason why it's called Sadharanikaran is actually it unites people. It unites people through a shared experience, rather than dividing readers, which is what reader response theory does. And this, it's not just aesthetics. There is a very important social function. Because the Sanskrit theater was, in fact, like you take a piece like the play like the Mrichakatika, most of the play is in actually Prakrit language. I think there are at least 7 different Prakrits, and Sanskrit actually is just a small portion. So there are people from all classes, all castes who are watching. And the idea is actually to create an experience that unites people together. And actually in my paper on for IGNCA on Abhinavagupta's Rasa aesthetics and Bharata's sacrificial theatre, I actually try to show that the Mrichakatika is actually a sacrifice. And the sacrifice played a similar role, actually brings people together, it unites them. And this is precisely the reason why in Greece, theatre was so important The reason for Greek tragedy, etc., actually brought the whole community together in that shared experience. And that is why there are ritual origins and this importance. If you're non-Greeks, we're not really allowed to watch the theater. So a very similar function, though in a very different context in India for Sanskrit theater. Next, please. So what Abhinavagupta has done, you see, for example, this notion of Sadharanikaran, Abhinavagupta did not come up with it. Bhattanayaka came up with it. So here again, people like Pollock, for example, says that, Abhinavagupta plagiarized this idea from Bhattanayaka, and he's an ungrateful guy because he not only plagiarizes, he starts criticizing Bhattanayaka and calling him Mimamsaka Agrani and all of that. I basically replied to him, look, if we had no Abhinavagupta, we wouldn't know that there's such a person called Bhattanayaka.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if he wanted
I
to
said that
plagiarize, why
also.
did he bother to mention his name even? So, but what Abhinavagupta does, he takes his idea, basically his idea of Sadharanikaran, and as I said, there's a ritual underpinnings to these terms, not just an aesthetic terms. There are hidden ritual underpinnings to it, and that's why Bhattanayaka takes it from Mimamsaka and Vedic ritual, which Abhinavagupta completely accepts. Even the Vedic ritual side he accepts, what the Vedic Chodana to sacrifice does. But Abhinavagupta, you see, like Bhattanayaka has got so many different functions of speech: Bhavakatva, Bhojakatva, Sadharanikaran. So how these three processes all really fit into one another? The sequential process is not very clear from what we know of what Abhinavagupta says about Bhattanayaka. It's not clear. So what Abhinavagupta does is get rid of Bhavakatva, Bhojakatva, and all of that, and he says just there's Rasa Dvani. And this is a cognitive process, very important, not just a linguistic process. It's a cognitive process which brings together linguistics, emotions, etc. So he shows how through Tanmaya Bhavana and generalization, which operate in Rasa Dvani, thereby, in fact, Rasa Dvani itself, through the processes involved, brings about identification and generalization. This is very important. Next point, please. So, as I said, he unifies drama and poetry. So this is very important because, as we know, after Anandavadana, he was very highly, Anandavadana's theory of Dvani was very highly contested, not just for aesthetic reasons, because he introduces a third function of speech, which was a newfangled notion. He was attacked on all sides, and then some people like Kuntaka and all, they stayed on the sidelines without accepting or rejecting, somewhat trying to be a kind of syncretic in their approach, and all of that. And so it's only after Abhinavagupta that really Anandavardhana became Anandavardhana's notion of Dvani as the soul of poetry, Rasa Dvani as the soul of poetry becomes established. And then afterwards, people like Mammata and Kavya Prakasha and all, they become basically a textbook idea. Next, please. So, and this is important. Rasa is enjoyed as a unique cognition, pratiti, sui generis. See, it's not like anything else. It's unique, it's alaukika. And the reason is, Rasa is experienced without reference to self or other. So the objection was raised long ago. How is it that we enjoy Sringara in relation to Sita? Sita is a wife of Rama, and we are enjoying Sringara when we watch her and Rama together. So there's some kind of auchitya involved. It's not just moral impropriety, but it's also it's an aesthetic problem. So okay, if you see two people, lovers, Romeo and Juliet, why should we enjoy that? That's Romeo loves Juliet, Juliet loves Romeo, that should leave us indifferent, right? So what Abhinavagupta says is, actually the rasa is depersonalized. Sadharanikaran also implies depersonalized. We don't feel as if I am in love, or we don't feel as if this person, that other person, third person is in love. There's just love. His famous Bhayanaka, his description of Bhayanaka in Kalidasa's Shakuntala. So this is important. And one reason I am bringing this up is because I just recently attended a workshop with Vaidik Bhattacharya. He's coming out with a very important book on the invention of literature and world literature in the colonial period of India by the British, and the politics of behind the aesthetics and all of that. And he makes this claim, and I largely agree with him, not fully, that this whole notion of literature, that the response to literature as being something unique, which he says came from this contact with India, as being something unique, self-standing, self-sufficient, without being non-imitative. You see, Bharata says theatre is an imitation of life, lokanukara, whereas the modern idea is literature is not, doesn't imitate anything. It's self-referential. This idea is a new thing, which came with the discovery of Sanskrit literature, etc. And this affected the whole of European literature. Very bold and ambitious thesis. His book is going to come out later this year. So what I pointed out was that actually this idea is already there before in Sanskrit aesthetics. This idea, and this is Abhinavagupta constantly underlines this. But what is very interesting is that the idea of literature as anukara, as an imitation of the world, that is also there. See, Bharata says that, and then Abhinavagupta in both his commentaries emphasizes the notion of purushartha, that is saying inculcating right action in the world, proper action in the world among the readers or the samajikas. So these two exist side by side, and they are not seen as contradictory to each other. So in fact, I invited him to take a look at this because he might have to reframe his thesis in a slightly different way. So, okay, next point, please. So in Rasa theory, this is the main point, shared meaning, the meaning is shared, okay, is the enjoyable, depersonalized emotion called rasa. I think that's the end, right? So, thank you very much. It's open for questions.
We are probably not able to see questions, but because it's my favorite area, share with Sundarji, I think I should definitely participate in this. Actually, when Anandavardhana begins his Tantraloka, already he is talking about three artha vrittis, Vachya, Lakshya and Vyangya. And when Rasadhvani is being called as Asamlakshakrama Vyangya Vachidhvani, Asamlakshakrama Vyangya is already a kind of artha only, because it is Vachya, Lakshya, Vyangya. Artha.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yes, okay, okay.
Vachya, Lakshya, Vyangya. So, Asamlakshakrama Vyangya is the name given to Rasadhvani. Whereas Alankara Dhvani and Vastu Dhvani are Samlakshakrama Vyangya Vachidhvani.
Yes.
So this Asamlakshakrama Vyangya Vachidhvani for Rasadhvani already is making it as Asamlakshakrama Vyangya. Vyangya is a kind of artha. So that is already there.
Yes,
and
definitely.
What Abhinavagupta is doing is elaborating the classification of Rasadhvani as Asamlakshakrama Vyangya Vachi by Anandavardhana.
Yes.
And while dealing with Artha in Vakyapadiyam, in Vakyakanda, Bhartrihari gives the meaning Pratibha for Artha, Vakyartha. Actually, for him, all Artha is basically Vakyartha.
Yes.
And he gives the name Pratibha for this. And while giving various meanings for Pratibha, he includes emotion also as one of the Vakyartha.
Mhm.
in Vakya Kanda. So the foundations, you already mentioned in some of your discussions that while dealing with Kashmir Shaivism, people usually forget about the indebtedness to Vakyapadiyam.
Yes.
Yeah, I noticed this.
Actually, my teacher, Rameshwarja, used to say, because he was an expert on Vakyapadya, he says that in many ways, Kashmir Shaivism is just a refinement, Shuddhi, some Shodhana of Vakyapadya. I completely agree with him. And actually, to be more precise, I would say what happened is that by the time of Dharmakirti, the Buddhists had taken over the Vakyapadya. They took seminal ideas of the Vakyapadya and basically turned it against Bhartrihari himself, but they treated Bhartrihari as an authority. They did this so successfully that many people thought that Bhartrihari was a Buddhist. What the Kashmiri Shaivas are doing is actually they are reclaiming the Vakyapadya from the Buddhists. So, yes.
My father
You're
published
perfectly
an
right.
article. My father published an article in Sanskrit about how actually Tantraloka and the whole Dhvani theory was an application of Vakyapadiyam to Kavya, Shravya Kavya.
Yes.
So that way, this foundation of emotion as meaning was already there in the Vakyakanda Pratibha section of Vakyakanda, where Vakyartha, various kinds of Vakyartha were already being discussed.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
So as you say, Nagaraj Guru, it is clear. It is clear all the time. And when we, and for me, this was very strange too at the beginning, because I come from I don't come from a Sanskritic background. I came from a very westernized background to India, filled with romantic literature and all. So Sanskrit poetry itself seemed strange to me, because it was so different the way the emotions functioned there and all. So you see, when you go to a guru, whether it's Abhinavagupta or somebody else, you want to learn something new. If you already know everything, why go to a guru? So when you go to a guru, you listen carefully and things don't make sense. You approach in all humility and try to make sense because it is there. Not just what Abhinavagupta is saying, it's also already there. But what I find in much of Western scholarship, like even with Pollock and Schulman and all of that, is that they come with already preconceived ideas from the West, you see, which have their value. And when they come across something which seems strange, they don't start really trying to question the baggage they have brought, you see. For them, they immediately assume that, okay, emotion cannot be a meaning, Emotion is our reaction to the meaning, not the meaning, you see. And then they say, why is Abhinavagupta? I'll give you one example. For example, Sadharanika. So Schulman says, the Indians say that when we watch Rama and Sita, for example, there's the same problem I mentioned just now, we enjoy Sringara. He says, actually what we are enjoying is not Sita, but womanhood as a Samanya. See? The Sringara is towards womanhood as Samanya. But nowhere does Abhinavagupta or anybody else say this, you see?
No, in fact,
they're putting it into his mouth. When they say that it is
Rasa they are even contradicting Abhinavagupta. They are even contradicting Abhinavagupta because while listing the 7 obstacles for Rasa enjoyment, he includes this inability to overcome gender and other distinctions also. So, to view Sita as a woman is an obstacle for Rasa enjoyment. As part of Sadharanikarana, overcoming gender distinction also is a requirement.
You see, we enjoy Sita and we enjoy Juliet in very different ways because they are unique. They are unique. What is the Sadharanikaran is the depersonalization of our enjoyment. See, we don't enjoy that as some other person, as we don't enjoy it as self, in relation to self. We enjoy
I may
it
interject, Sundarji, we have just a few minutes before we move on to Mark Sir's presentation.
Yes, sorry, I've overlapped.
No problem. So Priyamvadaji has asked you questions. If you could just...
Yes, I just want to join in. Can I?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I mean, again, I thank Rimpelji and Professor Paturi. I mean, listening to Sundar is always a pleasure, and I don't think, I mean, in contemporary scholarship, who knows more about Rasa than Sundar? And he is very modest, very humble when he says he doesn't know. I mean, of course, he does come from the Western background, but still, I think he is deeply rooted in Indian tradition and Indian background. I remember because he has been discussing so many words with me and writing to me. I mean, so how, I mean, how passionate he was. So, Sundar, thank you so much. Just, I mean, some comments and one question, that's all. So, if your time permits. I think it's not only Natyartha, because you see, it is Kavyartha also. Rasa is Kavyartha also, both.
Yes.
So not this is Kavyartha Rasa. And in fact, Abhinav repeats this, Kavyartha Rasa, Natyartha Rasa, both. Another thing you see, just one, I mean, Bhav, your translation, I don't know, I'm not questioning, but I'm just, I'm curious to know. Bhav as emotion and bhav as chitta vritti, are they the same thing? Because you see, as at one place, Abhinavagupta says, Abhinayanam hi chitta vritti sadharanata patti prana. You see, now if you remember this, so chitta vritti sadharanata prana. And then again, so but I think the chitta vritti has a larger connotation than the bhav. So that was one question, whether bhav is emotion, then how will you translate chitta vritti?
Can I answer that first?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. No, chitta vritti, like as in the Yoga Sutras, etc., is any, I mean, it's not just restricted to emotion. All our mental processes are sort of chitta vritti, and yoga is to sort of, not suppress, but yes, sort of make them disappear, the chitta vritti. So emotion will be one kind of a complex chitta vritti. You see, feel emotion, we have thoughts related to the emotion, we have various kinds of psychosomatic impulses to do things. So chitta vritti has a wider scope than emotion. So emotion is just one kind of chitta vritti. And then rasa is something happens to the chitta vritti, which, sorry, so
just to intervene, I mean, you see,
yes,
when he says abhinayanam hi chitta vritti sadharanata patti prana sakshatkar kalpadhyavasaya sampadanam. Now here you see this is sakshatkar kalpadhyavasaya sampadanam. So and how this is the chitta vritti sadharanata patti. Now this is so you see this is in a sense he is referring to this sadharanikaran, because this is sadharana patti. So in that sense, so that's why you see, I mean, it's just a little bit of confusion. That's all.
So what is the question? The second question.
The question is, I mean, because you see, translating bhav as emotion.
Yes.
That's the only thing is this. So, I mean, is the translation emotion doing justice to the term bhav?
When I use the word bhava, it's a short form for sthai bhava. So in Bharata, sthai bhavas are the 8 sthai bhavas or the 9 sthai bhavas. Yeah, so those are all emotions, what we call emotions, right? The sthai bhavas. So I've been using the word bhava, in a shorthand way of referring to sthai bhava. And those sthai bhavas are emotions. Actually, they're not even emotions. They are emotional dispositions.
Right.
So the actual emotions are the vyabhichari bhavas. I feel happy, sad, angry. So, but underneath them is a permanent subconscious emotional disposition. That's why it is sthayi. It's permanent underneath the vyabhichari, which are transitory. There is a sthayi state of attitude, an emotional attitude. So that is there. Yes. And then what happens to this emotion when it becomes rasa? So that, in fact, Abhinavagupta's whole thrust is to make the distinction between sthai bhava and rasa. Actually, what Abhinavagupta says is that, in fact, this is important, because after saying everything, he finally says, actually, we don't experience the sthai bhava at all. We experience only rasa.
Yes.
And it's only through analogy through analogy and through correspondence, we say that the Sai Baba has been transformed into Rasa.
Yes. Another question. I mean, thank you so much. Just again,
I don't want to take Mark this too much time.
Right. Okay. Okay. So I think I stop questioning you because there are 2 or 3 questions, and naturally.
Please go ahead, Navjeevanji. If you wish to ask, please. We are happy to extend this.
Yeah, I am fine.
Okay.
Because I insisted with Dimpleji that I had to start on time.
Yes.
So I want to extend that courtesy to Mark as well.
So,
yes, please go ahead.
Yes,
please
sir.
go ahead.
You see, you just referred one thing. I mean, this is Ras is the Natyartha and Ras is the Kavyartha.
Yes.
But Abhinavagupta at one place says Natya itself is Artha.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Would you distinguish between Ras as Natyartha and Natya as Ras Artha?
Because actually, when Abhinava says this, yes, by that point, yes, he has shown that Natya itself is not something outside. That whole Natyayita thing, so when it comes to poetry also, he says Natyayitam, it's only through dramatization that the poem becomes. So there's no drama going on in poetry. The drama is in your mind. Yes. So the Natya is ultimately a pratiti. It is a bodha. Ultimately, Abhinavagupta says it is a bodha. It's a pratiti. And it is a kind of reflexive form of consciousness. It is a vimarsha event. Yes. So at that point, there is no distinction between the Natya and the Rasa. See, we don't experience a Natya and then we experience a Rasa as something else. We experience the Rasa through the Natya, through the Tanmayi Bhavana. So all these other things, they are part of the Rasa. That's what gives a unique, that's why each time we experience Rasa in a particular scene or context, the Rasa is different. See, the emotion may be the same, but that particular instance is different because of all the other elements which are there, which are different, which are converging on Rasa. So actually, this is, I can't go into this.
No, that's right.
In the Vivriti Vimarshini, not talking about theatre, Abhinavagupta uses a lot a distinction he makes in discussing Nyaya categories, yes, between Pradhana Paramarsha, you must be familiar with it, yes, Pradhana Paramarsha and Gauna Paramarsha.
Yes, that's
so
right.
Most of the analysis, say how is it, what is the relation between adjective and noun?
Your frontal consciousness, I remember.
Exactly. I actually use the term I borrowed from a Western thinker called Polanyi, subsidiary awareness and focal awareness. Yes. So when you're enjoying Rasa, your focal awareness is on the Rasa. Focus is there. But there are lots of other things which you are subsidiarily aware of. And without these subsidiary elements, there would be no Rasa. You see? There would be no Rasa.
That's right. I mean, you see.
But you are not conscious of them separately, only conscious of them. That is why the Natya can become Rasa. No, Natya does not just evoke Rasa or produce Rasa. It is Rasa. That is his ultimate statement.
I mean, you see, I totally agree with you. The only thing is because you see that there are 2 different statements. One is Natya is Ras is Natya Ras is the earth of Natya.
Yes.
And another is Natya is the earth of Natak or Rupak or Kavya, whatever it is. So yes, you see, so I have a sentence, just
both are correct.
You see, Tatra Natyam Namo Natagata Bhinay Prabhava Sakshat Karaya Manaiko Ghan Manas Nischala Dhyavaseyaha Samastu Natakanyatam Kavya Visheshacha Dhyotini Yortha. So there you have this Natya becomes Artha. And here you see, we are talking about the Ras as Artha. That was
yes. So they both are correct. Yes. You see, so they use this word. I think Anandavadana or I think Bhartrhari himself, apodara buddhi.
Yes, yes.
For analytical purposes, we make distinctions, you know.
Okay.
You see a joke, when you listen to a joke, you laugh. If you try to analyze the joke will be no longer funny. But we want to find out how the joke works, we have to analyze it.
Right.
And while analyzing it, the joke is not funny, right? When somebody tells a joke, you start analyzing it, you won't laugh.
Yeah, that's really
So it's the same for rasa. So through this apodhara buddhi, we have to go and say vibhava, anubhava, this is happening, that is happening. But if you do all that while watching the play or listening to the poem, you will not experience rasa.
Thank you so much.
So that's what I mean by saying that both are correct.
Right. Thank you so much. Just one small question. Rasa, you have translating rasa as a unique cognition.
Yes.
Would you call it a cognition or experience?
Actually, experience. I called it experience at first. But you know, for Abhinavagupta, everything is ultimately bodha and pratiti. Ultimately, you know, I mean, from the Pratyabhinja perspective, ultimately everything comes down to forms of consciousness.
I think both, for both, you see, both itself is a kind of experience. But because the word cognition, I mean, just rasa as a unique cognition, or rasa is when we say it is pratiti, so it is an experience. Pratiti,
both, because Abhinavagupta, Anubhava and Pratiti are not two separate things.
Yes, they're not
maybe
two separate.
Maybe in other systems they are separate, but not. And Abhinavagupta actually uses the word bodha, pratiti, other kinds of. Yes, so many terms, and each term makes sense from a different perspective. Actually,
that's right. Thank you so
Abhinav
much.
Gupta's epistemology of cognition is actually the same word cognition. When used in the Abhinav Gupta's epistemology, pratiti becomes bodha. Pratiti has to become
yes,
bodha.
pratiti is both, no doubt.
Yeah.
Every cognition is an experience. That is the question.
Yeah.
Would we equate cognition with experience? That's the question.
I would do it the other way. I would say we would equate experience with cognition. If something is not cognized, it basically doesn't exist. I mean, everything exists ultimately on supreme consciousness. And it is also
I think
true in the...
We'll be entering into a different domain then.
No, let's continue this discussion by email separately or WhatsApp.
Yeah, now I get you, Professor Rastogi. Sundarji, probably what Professor Rastogi is saying is that experience is what is cognized.
No, I'm not saying
exactly.
That. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
You see, when I use the word experience and emphasize at the very beginning, it was actually not as opposed to pratiti or cognition. It was as opposed to concept. The rasa is an experience.
Yes.
Before it was a concept. So the opposition there is between concept and experience.
Yes.
We can have a conception of something that we never experienced. See? So the Western scholars are trying to conceive what rasa is and having problems. You see, for example, Pollock, his guru, he studied under Ingalls at Harvard, wouldn't agree with him. I'm sure of that, because if you read his book, there's an article which I published in that same volume, Makarand Paranjape, where he says this very clearly. You know, so because Ingalls was a great rasika of rasa, that's why he bothered. That's why he was so keen on translating this into English, so that people who didn't know Sanskrit could also enjoy. And he translated these verses into, they don't literally, these are not literal translations, because his aim was to evoke the rasa of the verse in people who didn't know Sanskrit.
Thanks both to Sundarji and Professor Rastogi.
If Pollock had paid attention to his own guru, he wouldn't be raising these questions.
No, in the West, you have to be against your guru. Okay, now we'll invite Dr.
So Sundarji comes with his fresh morning energy. And I'm sure he's mindful of the fact that a lot of us have been here since morning. So Sundarji,
I'm sorry.
Much as we would like to extend the session, but we still have 3 more speakers and all of them are wonderful. So yeah. Thank you so
Okay.
much. And I wish we could
No,
continue
thank you.
beyond it. So now we have Dr. Mark Dishkowski, who was born in London in 1951. After finishing his schooling, Mark Ji came to India in 1969, where he began his sadhana and study of Sanskrit and sitar. In 1975, he returned to England and studied for a doctorate at the University of Oxford. He completed that in 1979, and his thesis was published as The Doctrine of Vibration. In 1976, he went to Kashmir and received initiation from Swami Lakshmanjoo. He is also the disciple of Oxford Professor Sanderson, Pandit Chakravarti, and Rajvallabh Trivedi, former head of Yoga Tantra department in Sampurnanand Sanskrit University. He worked on the project for the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts for 20 years up to 2007 to make an edition, an extensively annotated translation in 14 volumes of a section of the Manthana Bhairava Tantra. He's the author of several other books and numerous articles. His latest publication is an extensively annotated translation of Abhinavagupta's Tantraloka, along with Jayaratha's commentary. It is in 13 volumes. Between 2007 and 2018, he planned and supervised the production of over 350 texts of tantric books and manuscripts of primary importance of Mukt Bodha's online digital library. He has toured the world, giving lectures at numerous universities, guiding practice and playing sitar for decades. Mark Ji will be speaking on Abhinavagupta's revival and profound exegesis of Trika Shaivism. Mark Ji, we are so honored to have you amongst our beds today. The floor is all yours. Your video and microphone are both muted, so may I request you to unmute? And Dr. Mark, are you there? Can you hear us? We can see you logged in. So this is his afternoon, and it could be that he's taken a small break. So Nagraji, do you think that we could have another speaker take a go right now? Or should we check?
I think Nagarajji has taken a break too.
Yes, so no problem. What we can do is, Srinivas Garu?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I think we can, since Dr. Dishkowski seems to be unavailable, he's logged in, but I can't reach out to him. So probably this is the time when we could have Professor Thimal Sena's presentation. So let me just introduce him. So apologies for the change. Since Dr. Dishkowski seems to be unavailable at the moment, so what we'll do is, we had another speaker from the US again, who was to speak, Professor Thimal Sena. He is unable to join us today from San Diego because there was a pre-scheduled travel, and he could therefore not join us live. But he very much wanted to be a part of the proceedings today, and therefore he is very kindly recorded his lecture for us. So before my colleague Srinivas Garu plays the recording of Acharya Sthaneshwar Thimal Sena ji's recording, I would like to introduce him, and thereafter we would have Dr. Dishkowski speak. So about Professor Sthaneshwar Thimal Sena. Acharya Dr. Sthaneshwar Thimal Sena from Nepal was traditionally trained, consecrated with Sarvadhikar Sarva Samrajya Diksha, and authorized as Shaivacharya with Nepali Sarvamanya order by his Diksha gurus. He was taught the Vedas, Nyaya, Mimamsa, Vedanta, Shaiva Siddhanta, Trika, Mahartha, and other Shastras in Nepal and Varanasi by the teachers as well as others such as Tanka Prasad Thimal Sena, Vidyanath Upadhyay, Ramananda Giriji, and others. He's also received academic and philological training in Mahendra Sanskrit University in Kathmandu and Sampurnanand Sanskrit University in Varanasi, as well as in Martin Luther University in Germany, where he acquired his PhD in classical Indian philosophy. He's currently professor of religious studies in San Diego State University, USA. He's long dedicated himself to the goal of preserving the traditions he inherited in a modern, institutionalized way. First, by founding the Tantric Department of Nepal Sanskrit University in Kathmandu, then by allowing the Shastric traditions to speak as subject in the global scenario through his academic works, and finally through founding Vimarsha Foundation with the goal of preserving classical Shastric and sadhana training. As I just mentioned, that he is unable to join us today in person, but he sent us a recording, and his lecture is on Introduction to the Philosophy of Abhinavagupta. So without further ado, Srinivas Garu, could you please play the recording?
Namaskar. Thank you for inviting me to talk on Abhinavagupta. I'll do my best, but I'm telling you it is impossible to bring forth the philosophy and mysticism and aesthetics of Abhinavagupta in one single conversation. I will not go into the depth of who Abhinavagupta was, as you all already know. I will just go directly to his contribution. Abhinavagupta was an eminent philosopher, an eminent aesthetician, an eminent dramatist, a tantric, a yogi, a mystic, a polymath, and a cosmopolitan in a real sense of 11th century Kashmir. If we explore the texts such as Ishvara Prativijna Vimarshini and Vivritti Vimarshini, they go beyond a mere exegetical exercise, and we see that Abhinavagupta has a deeper philosophical insight of his own that he adds on top of what he has received from his preceptors. As an aesthetician, he wrote a commentary called Lochana, the eyes, on Tantraloka, the light of Dhwani, resonance. Tantraloka is Anandavardhana's text, and Lochana, the commentary of Abhinavagupta, takes the book to its zenith. The same way, as a mystic and a tantric and a yogi, we can read his works like Sri Tantraloka, a voluminous work actually, although he claims that nata astihaya nasti malini vijayatare, that there is nothing in the Tantraloka that doesn't exist in the Malini Vijayatara. But it's encyclopedic. He cites more than 100 original agamas, and he repeatedly cites his guru like Sambhunatha. And this is an assimilation of multiple tantric traditions like Kula, Kaula, Krama, Mahartha, and Trika. And so all these sub-schools, sub-variations that existed before the time of Abhinavagupta come to merge within his philosophy, just like all the streams and the flows merge into the ocean. He was also a poet, and you can see that in his devotional poems. And as a dramatologist, as a dramatist, you can read the Bharati commentary, Abhinava Bharati commentary in the Natya Shastra of Bharata, which actually explores so many other nuances that are not captured in Tantraloka Lochana. He is not an ordinary exegete, he is not just simple a commentator, and his originality blossoms everywhere he writes on the guise of a commentary, and you can exemplify this with two of his texts. One is the Malini Vijayatara Vartika. I would like to single it out in some 1500 verses. This book is merely addressing the first verse, Jayanti Jagadananda, the very first verse of the Malini Vijayatara. The same way, when we read the Paratrishika Vivarana, what we find is he's not simply reading the text as it is, he explores deeper nuances, he adds his own philosophy, he assimilates multiple different tantric traditions and Pratyavijna philosophy within it, a Shakta Krama system, and then makes this Trika framework as an amalgamation of all the existing tantric traditions without negating any specific practice. So therefore, In Abhinavagupta, we do not find one single personality, one type of philosophy, and you can consider him as a metaphysician, as an etymologist, and so on. He has his own original epistemology, and so he has his own soteriology grounded on the framework of the agamas. So this way, Abhinavagupta is a polymath with the broadest philosophical vision. So while Abhinavagupta writes on all these different branches of philosophy and aesthetics, he does not view that philosophical exercise is somewhat different from meditative practices. Because again, following the ethos of the Malini Vijayottara, Tarko Yogangam Uttamam, the best of the limbs of yoga is Tarka. Abhinavagupta explores to the zenith the very subtleties of logic, and when he is engaging Nyaya philosophers, and in particular the Buddhist Sautrantika Yogacara philosophers like Dharmakirti, he categorically addresses their problem, the way they raise, and then even allows to add some nuances from his part, and then he systematically demonstrates the flaws in their way of thinking. So this way, he thinks that his yogic experience, the experiences he has exalted from tantric practices, he does not like to ground merely by invoking shastras or invoking the authority of his gurus. He finds the primacy of pramana, the valid means of knowledge, and he exercises to confirm that those experiences, such as one found as identity with Shiva, can be logically grounded. So this itself you can call a consequence of philosophical reflection or a metaphysical gaze or just a mystical experience. They all come and mingle within the single personality of Abhinavagupta. What binds these apparently disparate thoughts together is his insight into freedom, because Abhinavagupta, I consider, is the first and foremost philosopher of freedom. So for him, the absolute is free in assuming the manifold. His pioneering metaphysics of dynamism, in which the absolute is intrinsically full of potential and constantly pulsating. In a sense, constantly unfolding with novelty. Rather than claiming originality for his thoughts, he cites the agamic testimonies that precede him and traces the worlds of his preceptors. New thinking for him does not come from a vacuum, and even a simple representation goes beyond being a mere copy, bearing the marks of originality. His originality does not come from creation ex nihilo, as he weaves his original ideas within the rubric of the words of his teachers and the text that he closely reads. Unlike other towering figures in the history of Hindu philosophy who worked across disciplines, Abhinava writes from the margins of the tantric Kaula system, and his works underscore interdisciplinary thinking, with his writing style blending logical rigor with poetic expression. In this essay, I will not be able to address Abhinavagupta's aesthetics also because I have a shortage of time. But even then, the objective of these paragraphs that I share with you will to introduce nuances of Abhinava's thought that bridge the boundaries of tantric mysticism and logical thought, and at the same time to bring life to some of the most unknown domains of rituals and visualizations. So the central nuances of his cosmology involve the idea, number one, that the world is a playful expression of consciousness that is identified with Shiva or the self. Number 2, materiality is as much real as the absolute form of Shiva, as this is merely his extension. And number 3, the body is the mirror image of the cosmos. Number 4, speech and its reference are not diametrically opposed, but rather are interwoven with the word, therefore containing the world in its seminal form. Number 5, phonemes are not merely symbols for words to describe the world, but are themselves fields of energy and expression of the absolute. And finally, number 6, body and mind, matter and consciousness, world and God, and all other dichotomies emerge due to ignorance or the cosmic veil imposed by Shiva or the self to maintain differentiation. For Abhinava, the entire cosmos is an extension of I am. The subjectivity that does not merge in contrast to objectivity, but as an acronym of all the phonemes that are coextensive to the totality of the manifest world. Accordingly, if our being equates with speech, our own subjectivity, aham, reflects the totality, and individuation becomes an endless mirroring of the absolute Shiva consciousness. Terms such as fullness, purnata, total I amness, purna ahanta, or the state of becoming Bhairava describe the final modes of realization, wherein the absolute is equated to consciousness that is dynamic, that is constantly unfolding and folding, or that is constantly pulsating, spanda, with the manifold being the inherent nature of the singular. In Abhinava's monistic cosmology, the first dyad of Shiva and Shakti constitute a singular reality of consciousness with inherent reflexivity. And this dyad circumscribes all the other dyads of subject and object, speech and reference, consciousness and matter, mind and the body, and so on. Unique to Abhinavaguptian monism is the metaphysical foundation that the absolute is inherently dynamic and that the manifold is not erased even in the absolute singularity. In other words, one and many do not pose a dichotomy in this all-embracing totality. That is, the inherent freedom of Shiva makes possible what is otherwise impossible in constituting and sustaining difference within the singularity of Shiva, which in turn is absolute consciousness or the self, constantly pulsating and experiencing, constantly attaining novelty. Shiva's freedom exceeds a mere mirroring, as it articulates in the expression of the manifold and ever newness in every mode of manifestation. In opposition to the extremes of reductionist materialism and subjective illusionism, Abhinava presents the world as an expression or an extension of Shiva, a playful manifestation of Shiva, an embodiment of pure consciousness and being, while also accepting the manifold as real modes of becoming. That is, the reality of becoming is not subordinate to that of being. Deeply rooted on Somananda's pantheism, Abhinava adopts the model of pantheism that is centered around a foundational subjectivity or a single reality of Shiva that unfolds out of itself the wonderful diversity of our world and relates this model of cosmology with new materialism. Abhinava, of course, rejects the reductionist paradigm of inertia that explains consciousness, life, and subjective experiences, relying on emergentism. The thesis that mind and mental world are non-existent properties in matter, which inexplicably emerges from inertia. At the same time, he does not succumb to the alternative route of subjective idealism or illusionism that results either in rejection of external reality and confirmation of the singular being and consciousness, or in rejecting both the structure and its foundation, leading to absolute emptiness, shunyata of being and things. The world for Abhinava is not a mistaken identity, but rather an expression of the inherent potencies of the self or Shiva. The absolute, accordingly, is the resting ground for all the apparent dichotomies. Abhinava's cosmology is an elaboration upon early agamas and the works of Somananda and Utpala. For Somananda, the world and Shiva are like gold and its ornaments. That is, the manifold is not something imposed upon Shiva, but it is Shiva as it is, in its very manifest form. Somananda says, it is not a mental construction that operates as regards this universe constituting of the earth principle, etc., since the Shiva principle is formed precisely in this manner. If something is conceived of as different from what it is, then we can speak of mental construction. But is that earth, etc., conceived of different from what it is? If mental construction confirms something real, then mental construction is just a word without content. Common among the classical metaphors to describe causality include milk and yogurt, mirage, or that of rope and the snake. If the first seeks a direct correlation between the cause and the effect, the second rejects what is being projected, whereas the third, that means the rope and the snake, affirms the basis upon which something is projected. Even though the example of gold and ornaments runs parallel to that of milk and yogurt, there is real change in the chemical structure when the milk turns into yogurt. Another common metaphor is that of the ocean and its tides, describing difference on the basis of conceptualization and articulation. If similar terminology such as Maya is to be found in this paradigm, that only describes the marvelous powers inherent to the Absolute. The model of causality that Abhinava adopts is that of emergence or manifestation, abhivyakti, that is, the traits that are inherent to the cause are not expressed in their latent state, but potentials to become a plant and produce flowers and seeds are expressed when the proper conditions are met. However, a sesame, for example, does not have the potential to become an apple tree and vice versa. So there's always something intrinsically given. So Shiva, or the Absolute, on the other hand, possesses all potentials and therefore retains all the latencies in their seminal form. The Abhivyakti, the manifestation model of causality in Abhinava's paradigm, contrasts two different theories. The Sankhya model of Satkarya, for example, the concept that the effect is already in the cause, or that an effect is merely a new arrangement and not a chemical alteration. And the early Ajivaka and the materialist models that utilize the concept to affirm some forms of reductionist materialism. And this comes in dialogue with early Shaiva models and Nyaya models of causality that considers God instrumental in creation. Even though Sankhya and early Shaiva philosophies are dualistic, materiality and mutation in the Sankhya paradigm are not mediated by a transcendent agent. In the process of refining Somananda's pantheism, a new model of causality, the model of manifestation Abhivyakti, enters the field, with the maxims that all the traits of what manifests are in causal form and that there is no separation between consciousness and the matter. Shiva's agency is not external to material world, as Shiva resides within everything. Rather than conforming the claims of physicalist emergentism, this new application of manifestation or emergence underscores the idea that something non-existent cannot come into being, and there must be something within the existing entities that makes it possible for consciousness to emerge. Deviating from the Sankhya understanding that materiality is an effect with a direct transformation of the gunas, whereas consciousness or Purusha is mirrored, intermingled without being affected on its own in this process of materialization. The manifestation or the Abhivyakti in Abhinavaguptian perspective underscores the thesis that effect and the cause are not materially distinct, for this doesn't explain the inherent traits that manifest in the effect that already exist in the cause. Most importantly, the central thesis here is that Shiva, the Absolute itself, is number one, both the instrumental and material cause, and both mind and matter, and therefore, number two, all the traits that are visible in the expressed forms are there in the seminal form in the cause. However, this is not an attempt to negate causality or to collapse effect into cause, as every event of expression introduces novelty, and every expression of being confirms the inherent freedom within the Absolute. Accordingly, the inherent traits of Shiva are recognized in the full blossoming of all aspects in the manifold modes of expression, making recognition. We are used to a dogmatic interpretation of the thesis that Shiva is pure consciousness and that the manifold worlds are expressions of materiality, along the lines that consciousness is something sublime and material or non-physical. On the contrary, we come closer to understanding pure consciousness, manifold manifestations, if we think of lump of clay with all the possible shapes that can be carved, the early metaphor of gold and ornaments, or the mass of consciousness as the mass of ice that melts and flows and turns into rivers and fills the lakes, and the flowing water as the manifold. Just as the singularity of the lump, gold, or of ice does not contradict the endless manifestations of possible shapes, the manifold manifestation in the world does not pose a dichotomy with the singularity of Shiva. Our accustomed causality crumbles when we engage with the cosmology of 36 principles, as there are 9 principles taught to us above time, Kala, in the metaphysics through which Abhinavagupta is working. In other words, temporal manifestation collapses to make sense above the categories after the collapse of time, and so the issue of when Shiva Shakti separate doesn't refer to a temporal when. For us to explore Abhinavaguptian metaphysics as well as soteriology, we need to go to Paratrishika Vivarana. And the central concepts we can extract from there is number one, a dialogical constitution of reality, and I have worked extensively and published on this regard. Number two, phonetic expression of categories, and 3, polyvalence of what it means to be the absolute or anuttara. From Abhinava's perspective, the non-temporal dialogue between Shiva and Shakti not only constitutes our everyday reality, but also envelops the fivefold acts that covers emergence to grace within this primordial dialogue. This dialogue is a metaphor for another metaphor of illumination, prakasha, and reflexivity that underscores the self-aware nature of consciousness that is not only constantly revealing the manifest entities, but also recognizing reality as it unfolds. This is not a metaphysics grounded on inertia, neither is it metaphysics based on external causation. Underscoring dynamism, there is never suspension of dialogue between Shiva and Shakti. It's not like when did they talk? I mean, are they now broke? Meaning they stop talking to each other? The dialogue of Shiva Shakti is an eternal dynamism. So Abhinavagupta says, accordingly, if Shiva were to remain in a singular form without any change, he would abnegate his lordship and his essential character of pure consciousness and be like a pot. Asthasyad ekarupena vapushachen maheshwara maheshwaratam samvetam tad atakshat ghatadivat. This primordial dialogue was beyond metaphysics and addresses epistemology. underscoring a dialogical manifestation of intentional consciousness. But moreover, this also addresses soteriology as the revelation of the words here that are in dialogue, and words embody the nature of the absolute. Yet again, creation and creator do not pose a dichotomy, even if the words and their agent expressing words are different entities. The intricate relation between word and meaning that underscores Bhartrihari's philosophy is further embellished by Abhinava with the expressed and the expression, where the meaning and the word constitute a singular body like conjoined twins whose identity is not to be collapsed to a single person, but they are not two separate entities either. All polarities of word and meaning, of matter and consciousness, of body and mind, and of teacher and disciple are subsumed upon this singular constitution of Aham or I am that stands for Shiva and Shakti, the illuminating and reflexive modes of consciousness that embodies the totality. Also central to this dialogue is the concept of relation. In both Tantraloka and Paratrishika Vivarana, Abhinava deems it necessary to outline 6 levels of relations that mediate the revelation of the Absolute, starting from the relation that seeks difference within singularity, extended all the way down to the relation that seeks unity between two manifestly different entities. Just as the transcendent para relation describes the inseparability of Shiva and Shakti, where the difference is imposed for the sake of dialogue, the 6th level dialogue at the bottom between a human teacher and a student, a non-divine relation, underscores the need for a homogeneous space between divergent subjectivities for the sake of dialogue. In all accounts, the hierarchical relation in successive layers describes the manifestation of the same absolute in lesser degrees, similar to a lamp shrouded with multiple veils. But even then, all these relations are the inseparability, abhinavabhava, between Shiva and Shakti. We need to explore further the capacity of words, particularly articulated speech. After all, this is the philosophy grounded on mantras, in constituting, not just representing reality. For mantras do not represent something, they create something. For that, we need to engage the philosophy of Bhartrihari, Kumarila and Prabhakara that provide the basis for Abhinava's understanding of the world. Taking further Bhartrihari's statement, the beginningless and endless word principle that does not change manifests vivartate in the form of meaning, wherein the process of the world begins. Abhinava equates the word with the world, and even more, finds co-extension between phonemes and expressed reality. The concept of the phonetic co-extension of reality uniquely places Abhinavagupta's philosophy within the domain of mysticism, rigorously defended by sharp Nyaya logic-based epistemology. In Sanskrit, the first phoneme A and the final phoneme Ha is, if combined as an acronym, constitute Ah, and if combined with Yam, which symbolically stands for the union or coming together, which Abhinava graphically depicts as banging together, Samghatta, constitute Aham, which translates as I or I am. And we can say Abhinavagupta's playful verse in Vimalaka Lasraya, the very first stanza in Sri Tantraloka, expressing this dichotomy coming to singularity in the birth of Abhinavagupta. Now comes the issue of grounding the absolute subject in this cosmology. And for this matter, we need to revisit the concept of the absolute or anuttara in Abhinavaguptian terms. For this context, it is not necessary for us to address all 16 etymologies of the anuttara. But what is essential, like for example, in a playful morphology that Abhinavagupta gives, and to elaborate on Trika epistemology, the most salient aspects are of which there is nothing more or exceeding. Na vidyate uttaram adhikam yatra. Abhinav describes the absolute consciousness or Bhairava as the very meaning of anuttara, with all principles being dependent upon this Anuttara or absolute consciousness for their confirmation. This absolute in Abhinava's paradigm transcends all the triadic structures, and including the triad of the expression of speech in the form of Pashyanti, Madhyama and Vaikhari, or that of the deities in Para, Para and Apara forms. Abhinava explains Anuttara further to elaborate upon phonetic mysticism, highlighting the transcendence of the phonemes, marked with a single drop like Bindu, where it reaches to the extent of Visarga, where it multiplies and it's placed like one top the other. While there are some crucial epistemic issues that Abhinava's monistic metaphysics invites, some of the enduring issues, such as the gap between matter and consciousness, are already broached here. The same applies to self-manifestation of consciousness, as the central Abhinavaguptian thesis is that of consciousness inherently having the binary nature of Prakasha and Vimarsha, where these two aspects are subsumed within consciousness as being its twofold modes. In other words, Abhinava's paradigm inverts the mainstream philosophical positions that rest on the aforementioned chiasm in explaining how the world is given to consciousness and how the dichotomy between the self and the other is maintained so that the transaction in the world becomes possible. The challenge here is not that of how the self reaches to the other or how consciousness grabs inertia, but rather how individuation is possible and how the distinction between subject and object is grounded, so that the worldly transaction becomes possible. In other words, the epistemological challenge here is not about breaching the gap between subject and object, but rather of constituting subjectivity and objectivity in the field of singular consciousness. The categories such as manifestation, abhasa, or mirroring, pratibimba, are overused, as the same terms are exploited in the context of Yogacara Buddhism, Advaita Shankara, and also in the philosophy of Abhinavagupta. A haphazard generalization certainly leads to misinterpretation of diverging concepts, for these terms are not referring to the same epistemic process in recognizing reality. So mirroring, for example, pratibimba, does not just describe the mirroring of the external in the mind, as it also stands for the process of assuming the manifold and maintaining externality. The metaphor here explains that, just as in each and every account of mirroring, the same entity is perceived as many, and the mirror image transcends what it is mirroring, every mode of manifestation stands uniquely as if isolated from its singular source, the base consciousness. Consciousness in this paradigm has the challenge of escaping its singularity and projecting something to be external and something to be different. And the mirror metaphor is exclusively used for this purpose and not to reject the modes of manifestation as in Advaita or to reject its basis as found in Yogacara. The same applies to the concept of manifestation, abhasa. Recognition, pratyavigyana, along these lines is an epistemic process of grounding absolute consciousness in every single mode of its manifestation and not just describing a non-temporal self. In the act of recognition, the subject does not confront a merely external entity, but rather blends this consciousness within what is primordially given in the pre-judgmental state, which is the very self-mirroring consciousness attaining the manifold, manifesting as subject and object. In this account, memory is not just woven in the fabric of consciousness, as is the case of judgmental consciousness, but it is presented in the form of memory blended with the very presentation of immediate consciousness. Crucial to Abhinavaguptian epistemology is the concept of freedom, swatantra, as I mentioned earlier, that goes beyond explaining cosmogenesis and describing individuation into subjectivity, embodiment, and everyday mode of consciousness. The freedom inherent to Shiva or pure consciousness, including the delimited modes of consciousness as encountered in everyday experience, also grounds difference and relation, central epistemic issues to bridge the chiasm between the subject and objective poles. Metaphysically, this describes the freedom of Shiva, or the freedom inherent to pure consciousness that constitutes absolute subjectivity, which is Shiva himself, that gives rise to the manifold. Epistemically, the same consciousness, even in its individuated state, performs the same acts of creation and dissolution, giving rise to the sense of externality and difference, maintaining the distinctness of entities as they are constituted or given to consciousness, and eventually dissolving difference in the very foundational consciousness. Given that this concept of freedom metaphysically underscores a shift from an earlier paradigm of stasis when it attributes dynamism to the absolute or the self, and also that subjectivity and sentience define the inherent freedom within the absolute, the epistemic issues such as the plasticity of consciousness are simultaneously resolved to manifest in myriad forms, as in imagination and error or in everyday consciousness, all directed towards other subjects and objects. This concept of freedom likewise grasps the subjectivity of other subjects as well as recognizing objects as objects, maintaining difference at the phenomenal level while also stressing on absolute homogeneity. Embedded within the concept of freedom is also the idea of intentionality, or of consciousness being directed towards something external. At the heart of this argument lies the thesis of pratyabhijna, or recognition, that underscores the atemporal nature of reflexive consciousness that is inherently autonomous. But this confirmation does not stand in negation of what manifests as temporal, the finality of past entities given to recognition and the contemporaneity of immediate experience. In other words, temporal expression of consciousness remains unassailed, making everyday life to be intrinsically woven within the absolute. The concept of freedom in this paradigm underscores a shift from life as suffering to sport, rather than the world being a miserable trap being repeatedly reproduced and relived according to mental imprint and mental traces that one should escape at all costs. The world in this altered paradigm becomes a playful expression of the absolute self, and the manifold becomes an artistic expression of the singular reality. And indeed, playfulness appears deeply embedded within the inherent nature of sentient beings, and the struggles and pains occurring during these playful activities appear trivial. Malini Vijayotara in Tantra introduces threefold means. So the samavesha, for the samavesha, the upaya, the entry into Shiva or pure consciousness, the sought after altered state of consciousness that transforms limited gaze, and the course involves like Veda, penetration from the lower to the higher states of consciousness, or the surge of Kundalini from the lower to the higher. And then the second, the experience is described as sudden, hatha, intermingling, or three harmony, samarasya, referring to the coupled Yamala state of Shiva and Shakti principles. The state described in graphically embodied terms is means to an end of ending bondage that Abhinava describes in terms of the bondage of the mind, Bauddha, and the bondage of individuality, Pomsna. Rather than self-realization being a sudden and single-step process, this paradigm underscores it as a cumulative process wherein our bodily instincts and habits are inversed through external means, mental constructs are corrected, and proper vision is developed through analytical process. And eventually, pure will is generated to invert the gaze from a determined and limited individuality to the pure being of boundless consciousness described in terms of universal bliss. That's Jagadananda. The threefold means of absorption are directed towards cultivating proper will, Icha, refining the cognitive process by means of developing an analytical process that allows the mind to grasp the entire epistemic process or grasping objects, jnana, and recognizing embodied states as pure expression of being and consciousness, and transforming bodily being into Shiva consciousness. While at times these threefold means based on volition, cognition, and action can be applied simultaneously or successively, it also appears that any of these means in isolation suffices to grant liberation. And that how does this happen, and how are these upayas applied, or when someone starts applying to these upayas, the concept converges with another concept. This is where the concept of absorption is intertwined with that of the emission of powers by Shiva, Shaktipata, that how the Lord Shiva's will manifests in my will of my own liberation. Moving beyond volition, philosophical discussion, epistemology in particular, becomes part of the Shakta Upaya, because we are refining our thoughts by meticulous analysis of object-directed consciousness and its retrieval to its primordial ground. Even this refinement by means of discursive thought rests on the emission of power, Shakti. If the will of Shiva or the Absolute is to reveal his absolute nature, the refinement takes a proper course and one uses reasoning, Tarka, the highest among the limbs of yoga, for turning the gaze inward from the external, that is when it surges. And then I need to stress more that all these means are identified not to discover something new or create something that didn't exist before. The process is through and through a process of rediscovery of what is already there by means of the refined thoughts, only to go to our own intrinsic nature, Shobhava, that is Shiva or pure consciousness, and that our actions and our practices are just to provide that insight, and that is what is called liberation. While being in the world and actively engaging and enjoying the world, there can be this self-realized Jivan Mukta. And the self-realized is not an isolated from the body or the world. This self is constantly engaging. The world, therefore, in essence, the philosophy of Abhinavagupta uniquely places itself in contrast to various forms of dualism and subjective illusionism. He demonstrates openness to embrace ideas from all fronts, but at the same time critique the arguments that he deems unwholesome. Abhinavagupta succeeds in providing philosophical framework for the agamic rituals. Accordingly, the philosophy exceptionally embraces emotions and embodied experience as part and parcel of the absolute, and viewed being in the world, savoring worldly pleasure, as not counterintuitive to self-realization. He even considers that painful experiences have the same essential savor nature, and engages with that painful experiences and all world through savoring sensory bliss as integral to the totality of our being, because totality cannot exclude even the negative experiences. If there is poetry in his philosophical presentation, there is deep philosophical underpinning in his poetic expression. If he gives a rigorous analysis of mysticism, he mystifies some of the most apparent practices. Resting on all-encompassing foundation, Abhinava argues for the sameness of all philosophies and all means of realization and all substances, and above all, the sameness of all beings of all conditions. But the final words on Abhinava's philosophy rest both on the centrality of freedom in his metaphysics and the concept of inherent dynamism within the absolute that makes creativity and novelty possible in every level, be it phenomenal or absolute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kotiji. I enjoyed this particular lecture, of course, and if there are any questions from the audience members or from the panelists, I'd be happy to pass it on to Stanishwarji, and we'll make sure that you are responded to. So I am not sure if Markji is with us now. Dr. Ryzkowski, are you there? Because we can see you logged in the panel, but your video is muted and so is your microphone. So I was wondering if you would be happy to speak now, or should we call the next speaker and then you could be our last speaker? Markji, are you there? So let me check in parallel what's up at that end. And for now, I would like to Anna ji has shared that she loved the speech, she loved the lecture recording of Stanishwarji. So yeah, Anna ji, we loved it too. We will pass on your compliments, of course. So we now have Giri Ratna ji. Giri Ratna ji is a Grihastha sadhak who practices under the guidance of his able masters, the famous Siddhas of world, Avadhuta Bhagwan Ramji and Sri Swamiji Maharaj of Datya. He's also written books in the field of Tantra, and those which are published are Yoga Manjusha, Sabra Mantra Kosha, Sri Kali Tantra, and Sri Rudra Chandi, and Sri Uddishta Tantra. He has given various discourses and lectures, presented papers, and has given talks. Today, he will speak on Shakta core of Shaivacharya Mahamaheshwara Abhinavagupta. Giri Ratna ji, thank you so very much for taking out time today. I know you've been traveling since morning, but your enthusiasm is really, really overwhelming and heartening. So without further ado, I request you to please come forth and take the stage. Giri Ratna ji.
Janami dharmam na chame pravrittir, janami dharmam na chame nivrittihi, tvaya swamina hridhi sthitena, yatha niyukto asmi tatha karomi. Antaraya timilauk shantaye, sweshta shakti karunaruna prabham, santanotu manivrinda sevitam, bhavagamyam anisham shivam maha. Karuna puri chittam satchidrupam param divyam, brahma sahacharim turayam paglam shaktim pranomi saubhagyam. Yat karunyam veksha bhavaritam sananda gitam satam, तच्चिंता निपुण शुद्धमतयो ये साधका सज्जनाः तेषां लब्ध कृपा लवेन जननी बोधोदयो में अभवत् तदवृत्तं विन्वेति सांप्रतमहं तोषं परं प्राप्तवान्. Today, on the auspicious occasion of Bhagavati Shri Dhumavati Jayanti, who is also known as Jyeshtha, it is the same day on which my Shri Gurudev has left his mortal coil. So today is Punya Tithi also. So it is very auspicious day for me in person. And again, it has been made further auspicious by organizing this talk on the eve of Acharya Abhinavagupta Jayanti. So all these symptoms come together and throw a light on the fact that the time in the future is waiting for in this entire world, so that this message, the learnings of Acharya Abhinavagupta may prevail in this world. Today, the topic which I have chosen to speak upon is Shakta core of Mahamaheshwara Acharya Abhinavagupta ji. In general, people consider that this is Shaiva Darshan, so there is no existence of Shakti Sadhana in this system. So the fact is that Acharya Abhinavagupta is as Shaivacharya as he is Shaktacharya. Rather, he is called as Mahamaheshwara Acharya. So there is a scripture written by Sri Swamiji Maharaj, my Gurudev Sri Swamiji Maharaj, in which he explains that gives the definition of Mahamaheshwar. Excuse me.
Please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. So the scripture which he has written is Sri Bhagavati Rasa. It's a Kaul scripture, which is written by him, and I would say that this is one of best tantric scriptures ever written in last century. And in this, on page number 137, he explains Sudha Sindhor Madhye Sudhadhi Manimanda Pratnivedi Tyadi Vir Ubhayor Abhedaha Asyam Avasthayam Shiv Shaktiyor Abhedam Anubhavati Yogi Idamev Samrasyakyam Mahamaheshwarai Katyade. It means that the state of Mahamaheshwar, is a state where there is no difference between Shiv and Shakti. So the yogi, when realizes in Visarga Bhumi that there is no difference between Shiv and Shakti and they are one, then he becomes Mahamaheshwar. So this is what Mahamaheshwar stands for. So that is what he has explained, and he has explained all this in Kundalini Shat Chakra Nirupana named section of a chapter, specific chapter of the scripture. So the fact is that nowadays there is consistent attack on Sanatan Dharma, and if you would look at Sanatan Dharma is like a peacock, which is eternally dancing in eternal rain, where the rain is Amrit, which is trickling from the Brahmarandra consistently. And now the attempts are to separate every single feather of this peacock, which is known as Hindu Dharma. So they try to segregate, means they try to segregate Shaiva, Shakta, Ganap, Saur, Vaishnav. So these are feathers. This is beauty of Sanatan Dharma. If someone is rich and has 4 or 5 cars or 4 or 5 houses, so he is rich, or a person who has only 1 car and 1 house, he is rich. And the thing is that this is continuous tradition. Even if you would look at the life of Acharya Abhinavagupta, you would see that he has written commentary of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. He has criticized Pancharatra in fourth Anik of Tantraloka. But when it comes to Bhagwan Shri Krishna, he is devoted to him. He criticizes Vedachar, but for Bhagwan Veda Vyas, he is very much devoted. He criticizes Vyakarana, but he calls Maharishi Patanjali as Bhagwan Shesh Vibhu. Even Yoga Darshan also. He says that Sattark is the best component of Yoga, and Shadang Yoga of Trika Darshan is good and not Ashtang Yoga. He does comparison. But when it comes to Patanjali, he says that he calls him Bhagwan Shesh Vibhu to Maharishi Patanjali. So, if you would look at the life of Mahameshwar Acharya Abhinavagupta, he praises Ganeshji. While starting Tantraloka, after doing Vimal Kalashraya and then doing worship of Para, Apara and Apara Shakti, he worships Ganesh and Batuk. And then he worships Sun also. If you would read the 4th Ahanik of Tantraloka, you would find that while explaining the Kala Sankarshani, these 12 Kalis with 12 rays of Chit Surya, who is worshipped in Samba Panchashika. So if you would look at Acharya Abhinavagupta, he is complete Acharya. He is, I can say that he is Jagat Guru in real terms. Because he says that, okay, this path is correct. But he does not say all those paths are wrong. And he has equal respect for all the forms of Devata. He is equally Ganpati, he is equally Shaiv, he is equally Vaishnav, he is equally Shakta. And even Saur also. Even in present era also, Swami Lakshmanjoo tradition, if you would see the Samba Panchashika, these are phenomenal scriptures. These are practiced. And for Pran and Apan Pranachar, for controlling Pranachar, so Pranachar is very important for Mantra Yoga and Kaladva Shodhan. For that purpose, Samba Panchashika is very good scripture. So all these things, if you put together in a line, you find that there is, it's another Hindu Dharma is like a plate in which a lot of dishes have been presented. And the fact is that instead of the representation of those who hate this system, is that they want to show that every single thing is not are different, and they are forcefully put together to make it Hindu Dharma. So it's not like that. So specifically nowadays, few people say that Shakta sadhaks are different from Trika Darshan. So whatever I'm going to say for that, I would request, these are my personal understandings. And I have a request to everyone that this trick system shall be revisited with open mind. And then people would see that there was a time, trick system, even today also, trick means kul kaul, that also is trick. I would take up all these points today. Trick means kul kaul, all these things are together. You cannot say that, okay, means it's like set and subset in mathematics is there. There is a concept of set and subset. So that kind of thing is here. So you cannot say that, okay, it is entirely different and this is something else. So all these systems come together, and this system prevailed throughout India. There was time. Even today also, the sadhana paddhatis are common. I would like to give you an example. In 1940s, Sri Swamiji Maharaj of Datiya wrote commentary on Sanskrit commentary, Shiv Sutra, Pandakarika, all those. And then Pratyabhigya, Hridayam, Shat, Trishta, Tattva Sundar, he translated various books in 1940s. When there was no discussion because the puja paddhati of Tantra sadhana is based on this. See, Tantra Marg has two things. Siddhant means principle, and then sadhana means worship, ritual. So Siddhant means principle is same. Same principle is there. So same principle is followed. For example, if suppose Abhishek Diksha has to be done, Shadadva Shodhan has to be done. And in Shri Vidyarana Tantra, which was written by Shri Vidyarana Yati, Shambhavopaya, Shaktopaya, Anubhopaya, all these things are mentioned there. So the basic principle is same. Maybe there might be some difference here and there in terms of sadhana paddhati, that is different. So today the main objective of this discussion is that we shall look into the fact that this Shakta tradition is not something alien, and this belongs to the Shaiva tradition only. So So first of all, because this what we call as Kashmir Shaivism, the name given by Acharya Abhinavagupta, Tantraloka and elsewhere in Malni Vijayottar also, it is mentioned as Paramadvayat Mat. Because when this Advait is attained, Parameshwaratva is, that means the person who attains this Advait, who earns this Advait, becomes Parameshwar. Parameshwar is Parameshwar Shiva. Shiva means 36 Tattva. He reaches to the level 36 Tattva. So Paramadvaita or Paradvaita, this is the name. So in Paratrimshika, there is a shlok which talks about who is eligible on this path. So it is said that Etanna yogini jato, na rudro labate sputam, hridayam deva devasya sadhyo yoga vimuktadam. So Paratrimshika is a phenomenal scripture of Shakta Sampradaya. I would say that there are two scriptures, Sri Durga Saptashati, and then another one is Paratrimshika. So Paratrimshika clearly mentions that the one who is not born of Yogini. So Yogini, if mother is Yogini, father shall be Siddha. So Siddha and Yogini means Kaula Kriya. One who is not born through Kaula Kriya cannot earn this knowledge. It is clearly mentioned. And Acharya Abhinavagupta also says this thing. He does not divert the topics in general, because you would see that people usually divert and make out some grammatical explanation, and then they would present in that way. Okay, actually, Devi wanted to say, Bhagwan Bhairav wanted to say this thing. So this is, but he has written in this manner. So he writes same thing. Etanna yogini jato na rudro na lapta jata sputam. And in Paratrimshika, he explains so many things about Rahasya, which is not the subject of discussion here. So this is the first step, that who can, even in Tantraloka 333rd shloka first Ani, Abhinavagupta clearly mentioned about who can read Tantraloka. So he clearly says that one who has Ayat Shaktipat, means one who has imported Shaktipat by the grace of his Guru, is eligible for Tantraloka. And those who have Anaya Shaktipat, first of all, they would not read it. And if someone forces them to read them, so the person who forces would also be cursed, and the person who reads would also be cursed. So this way he explains, and there are various other explanations also Jairat has given, but the fact is, who can read? So one who has Shaktipat. In terms of Paratrimshika, so in Paratrimshika Anubandha Chatushtaya, Acharya Abhinavagupta clearly mentions that who has Shaktipat of Tivra series only can go through Paratrimshika. Anubandha Chatushtaya, he has mentioned this thing, that who has earned the Shaktipat of Tivra series, means Tivra, so person who has earned Tivra would not exist. So Tivra Madhya, Tivra Mandha. These two Shaktipat, if someone has earned, that person only can go through this Paratrimshika scripture. So this is what Acharya has said. So, and Shaktipat is what? Shaktipat is Shakti. Grace of Shakti is Shaktipat. Grace of Shakti is Shaktipat. Same thing is mentioned in Vijnana Bhairav also. Shakti avastha pravishtasya nirvibhagena bhavana tadaso shivrupisya sevi mukham yuchyate. Means Shiv cannot be earned without Shiva. Shiva is gateway of Shiv. So this is mentioned there. And if you would look at the history of Kashmir, you would find that, just now I said that today is Bhavati Jayanti, Jyeshtha Jayanti. So Kashmir has Jyeshtha Devi Mandir. In Bhangish Samhita, there is Mahatamya of Jyeshtha Devi given there. Kshir Bhavani, who is Kshir Bhavani? Shri Mata, Shri Maharagi, Shrimat Simhasaneshwari. Lalita Sahasranam it comes. So Shri Maharaginya, she is called. So Shri Maharagi, who is Shri Maharagi? She used to stay in Lanka. But when Ravan abducted Sita ji, then Bhagavati Shri Sita, so she became angry and came to Kashmir. Shri Maharagi. Sarvagya Sharda Peeth. Sarvagya Sharda, every means supreme Shakti Peeth. And then Sharika Chakreshwari. Sharika Chakreshwari is no one else, but she is Sharika Chakreshwari is no one else, but she is Shri Tripur Sundari only. Shri is Tripur Sundari, that Sharika, that Hari Parvat, that mountain, that Parvat, that Shikhar is considered is Shri Yantra only, Sharika Chakreshwari. And Adharani Dr. Chamanlal Rana ji has written Durga Saptati, and he has explained so many things there, and Sharika Chakreshwari Mantra, etc. So it is very important scripture. Apart from it, if you would see that Kaula Darshan, so Kaula Darshan, if you would read Professor K.C. Pandey has explained this in detail in his work, which is I must say that Abhinavagupta and Historical and Philosophical Study is a book which he wrote, which made Abhinavagupta available for common people like us. Otherwise, he was something who was known amongst great siddhas only. And in common people, he was known for Natya Shastra and Dhanyalok Lochan only. But by the help of this scripture, means I would say that this was grace of Acharya Abhinavagupta only, that he was able to write this scripture and we are able to know that who is Acharya Abhinavagupta. Means a basic platform has been set up by him in this scripture, and where he says, he has given citations also, and he mentions that the Kaula Darshan started from Ardhamatika of daughter of Triambak. So there were three sons of, three Manas sons, means mental progenies of Maharishi Durvasa. So Triambak, Amardak and Srinath. So amongst them, Triambak was a preceptor of or guru of Deshik of this Paramadvaita Mata. So his daughter also initiated a Matika that is known as Ardhamatika or half Matika. So this call system came from there. Apart from it, if you would look at Kashmiri this Paramadvaita Mata, you would find Spanda Karika. This is called as Spanda Darshan also. This is Spanda Darshan also. And Spanda is of two types, Raman and Vishesha Spanda. Vishesha Spanda is Shakta. That Matri Kliptehi Devasya Tatra Tatra Vapushalam. So Abhinavagupta ji says that Matri Kliptehi Devasya Tatra Tatra Vapushalam. So Parapramata becomes reflects himself in his Swatantra Shakti. That Bimba Pratibimba Siddhant is there in third Anik, which is explained in details there. And it talks about Doppler effect also. If someone is interested in scientific analysis of his writings, Doppler effect in terms of sound and light. All those things have been mentioned there, that sound as goes far away, it becomes low, and when it comes near, it becomes high, its pitch becomes high. So many other things have been given in terms of reflection. Also, he has given various such understandings. Phenomenal in terms of optics. So the various things, and he has given various examples. So there he explains this thing. So Vishesha Spand and then Samanya Spand is Shiva himself. And a few years ago, G.T. Ripple was discovered and Nobel Prize was given. So, but no one here is claiming that, because in India, if you would claim that it would become a sin, I think. G.T. Ripple, what you call as G.T. Ripple, is nothing but Vishesha Spand only. That is Vishesha Spand. It says that entire world is filled up with G.T. Ripples. You can find the papers of it on this Google. You would find various papers on this G.T. Ripple. Even when it was given, Mark Zuckerberg, who is Twitter owner, he appreciated also on the Twitter. So apart from it, if you would look at Samvit Shakti, Chiti Shakti, all these, even Anuttar. So Anuttar we would take up later on. Then Kaul Darshan. Kaul Darshan is very important system, and Kaul Darshan prevailed in Kashmir. Acharya Abhinavagupta gives name of 14 preceptors of 14 teachers of Kaul Darshan. 10 names are given in 28th Anik. 4 names are given in 29th Anik. He says that the 10 names given in 20th Anik shall be worshipped, and those 4 names which are given in 29th Anik shall be remembered. This way he has explained. I have not given citation of look because I'm not giving all that, and not written because we are running out of time, so I would not go into all that. And he gives his guru names also, the Sumatinath, Somdev, and then Shambhunath ji, and then specifically Matsyendranath. So when Acharya Abhinavagupta starts writing Tantraloka, he worships, first of all, he worships his mother Vimal Kalash Ravana Srishti Mahajanani. Then he worships Ganesh Bhatuk, and then Parashakti, Aparashakti, and then Aparashakti. Then Ganesh Bhatuk, then he starts worshipping all his gurus, from whom he has earned the knowledge of Tantra. So in that series, he worships Machchandi Vibhu Prasannaha, Matsyendranath ji also, Machchandi Vibhu, and in entire Tantraloka, wherever you would see that Jarath would call him Sakal Kul Shastra Avatarak Matsyendra. With due respect, Sakal Kul Shastra Avatarak means one who made incarnation, who incarnated all the Kul Shastras in this world. Such Matsyendranath. With this respect, he is mentioned throughout the scripture. Sakal Kul Shastra Avatarak. And if you would see that the history of this system, what I can say, Kul Darshan, scriptural history is quite old. He has told about various Kaul, I could say that families. Okay, so that is Kaul system. There were various families. Even in Sankhya and Tantra, there are 3 Kaul systems which are described, which are as per time zone of India. So in ancient times, India was divided into 3 times. So Kashmir Kram, Gaud Kram, and Kerala Kram. So a few days ago, I got through an article of a scholar who wrote that in Nepal, Indian gods are not worshipped. So it is not true. In Nepal, Shakti sadhana prevails. So the fact is, geographical system of India shall be understood for that. In Nepal, Mithila, or Utkal Desh, Bangladesh, and then Kamrup Desh, all these fall in Gaud Kram. So they have their Shakti sadhana prevails. And in Nepal also, Janapuri, etc., Vaishnav, I'm not going into all that. So entire India was divided into three time zones, and as per these 3 time zones, there were 3 Kaul systems. That is of Sankhya and Tantra. And in Masilnath, various Kaul families, means various Kaul cults of Kaul system. Even in Manthan Bhairav, you would find that Bal Kram is there, Yuva Kram is there, Vriddha Kram is there, and Khechari Kram is there. And all these 4 have their different lifestyle. These yogis have different lifestyle. Their belongings, their dress up, their way of life. Amongst them, Khechari Kram is considered as supreme, and Kubjika Sadhana is Kubjika Sadhana. So if you would look at Shakti Sadhana has primarily 3 systems, divided in 3 streams. The first one is
गिरिरत्न जी, आप ना अपने थोड़े दाएं साइड में ही रहिए, क्योंकि माइक्रोफोन से यदि आप थोड़ा सा भी हटते हैं तो आपके स्वर जो है थोड़े धीमे हो जाते हैं. So maybe you might want. No problem.
Okay, no issues. So Shakta tradition, if you would see, it is broadly divided into 3 streams. So the first stream is of Durga Saptashati. I would like to tell you that Durga Saptashati is a trick scripture. I have written a commentary also on Durga Saptashati based on trick system, which is published in the Sri Bhargava Prakashika. If you would, very simple, you can articulate this very easily. Pratham Charitra, Madhyam Charitra, and Uttam Charitra. So Pratham Charitra means first person. Second person, and Uttam Charitra first person, second person, third person, like that. So Uttam Charitra, Acharya Abhinavagupta says Uttam Purush is Shiv. In Paratrimshika, Acharya Abhinavagupta says that Uttam Purush is Shiv. He says Madhyam Purush is a representation of Shakti, and Pratham Purush is a representation of Nar or empirical soul, like I'm Jad, so I am Pratham Purush. Apart from it, if you would deep dive, you would see that people say Saptashati, it does not have 700 sloks. So it is true, 700 sloks are not there, but 700 mantras are there. So in Paratrimshika only, he explains the meaning of Devi Uvach and Bhairav Uvach. He says that when Devi Uvach is said, when it is said Devi Uvach, so it is Aham Pratyaya Umarsha. So I is Anuttar, Ha is Shakti, and Ma is Nar. So it is the state of creation where doubts come into being. And when Bhairav replies, that is Maha, means from Nar, Shakti to Shiva. So this is the state where all the doubts are clarified, and it is the state of Sanghar. So this Prashna and Prativachan, he says the Prashna and Prativachan means question and its answer. These question and answer in itself are mantratmak. He has explained this in detail in this Paratrimshika. If you read it, so same concept is applied here also. Whenever Surat or Samadhi asks a question, so when question is raised, there is doubt. Rajo, Vaj, like that. And when Rishi replies or even Devi replies, then there is clarification of doubt. And so that's why these are mantratma. So Parat, and apart from Jnani Namapi Chetansi Devi Bhagavati Sa Balad Akrishya Mohai Mahamaya Prechati. If you would look at this shlok, this specific shlok of first chapter, so Chaitanya Madhma Jnanam Bandha, that only is explained here. Or I would say that if you would look at the Western point of view on Sri Durga Saptashati, you would find that they say that it is 6th, 7th century scripture. So it is older than Shiv Sutra, because Shiv Sutra is kept somewhere between 7th to 8th century, means which I have, and this is older than that. Even Gaudapad, the guru of Adi Shankaracharya, talks about Vedamayi Saptashati. Somewhere he talks like this in his writings. So that all has to be explored. So Saptashati is a trick scripture only. This is trick scripture. This is strictly, and if you would read Saptashati and parallelly Paratrimshika, you would find so many similarities. The only thing is, like in Vedic scripture, all the things are given in terms of Gyan, and Puran, that Gyan has been spilled around in the form of stories, like Panchatantra. in Panchtantra, entire Niti Shastra has been divided into 5 parts, 5 Tantra, 5 systems, all the polity, and those are explained in terms of story. Those are explained in terms of story. So that way Saptashati is here, and then you will have to explore and deep dive. There are various examples which I can give, but we are running out of time, so I would not go into that detail. And then second stream of Shakta Sadhana is Dash Mahavidya, which is very prevalent nowadays. So Dash Mahavidya, Kali Kram and Shri Kram. So Tripura Sundari sits on the heart of Sadashiv. So Sadashiv Tattva Mahapret. Pret means one who is in transition. So Bhoot, Pret, and Vetal, all these are different. They are not like Daitya, Danav and Asur. Daitya, Danav and Rakshas are different. Sons of Danu from Kashyap are Danav. Sons of Diti from Kashyap are Daitya. Sons of Khasha from Kashyap are Rakshas. And if you read Vayu Puran, you would find that these all belong to Brahman Kul. So those who say that these are Mool Nivasis and Brahmans are outsiders, they came to India, Aryas are outsiders, they were. So in Vayu Puran, it is clearly mentioned that they are all Brahman, and even for few Rakshasas, it is mentioned that they were Ahitagni Brahman. Ahitagni means they used to perform Agnihotra daily. So this way it is mentioned. So the topic was Mahapret. So she sits on Mahapret and Kali stands on Sadashiv. So both are same representation. Sadashiv, above Sadashiv is Shakti Tattva. That is representation here. And then Shakti Tattva is above then there is Shiva Tattva, and above Shiva Tattva there is the Anuttar. So we would see Anuttar also, how Anuttar is associated with this Shakti Sadhana. Acharya Abhinavagupta has explained this beautifully in 2 or 3 shloks only. This is beauty of Acharya. Acharya is Acharya means one who has applied everything in his Acharana. One who practices anything, not only knows, not merely knowing is not enough. One who practices those things is Acharya. So, and he is Mahamaheshwar Acharya. Mahamaheshwar Acharya means at the level of Visarbhumi, he has realized what he has realized, that he, Shiv, Shakti are one. He, Shiv, Shakti and Pratyabhigya Siddhi. That's why he is Mahamaheshwar and Acharya, because he has realized all those things and applied in his life. So that's why. So, and then third is Kubjika. So Mahamaheshwar Acharya Abhinavagupta ji talks about Khand Chakra Vichara in Kubjika. So Khand, what is Khand Chakra Vichara? So you might have seen Guru Paduka Yantra. That's a triangle on the arms of triangles, matrikas are written. Then in Kubjika system there is specific difference because of tradition. There is specific traditional difference in that Khanda Chakra. Otherwise, Khanda Chakra is this Guru Paduka Yantra. I have a Yantra, but it's lying somewhere. After talk, I think I can show you that Yantra also. That is Khanda Chakra. So Kubjika Matantra Khanda Chakra, he cites that in Paratrimishka commentary. So it is clear that Kubjika Mat Tantra existed in the time of Abhinavagupta, and it was important scripture. That's why he has mentioned. It's not that it was an ordinary scripture. It was an important tantric text. That's why he explains, he mentions this in Paratrimishka. Ordinary scriptures would not be mentioned by Siddhacharyas. And apart from it, then there is Kram Darshan, which is exclusive darshan of Kashmir. Maheshwaranand of Mahartha Manjari calls it Anuttaramana because he says that this belongs to Uttar Peeth and there is nothing beyond Kashmir. So even in Tantra Sadhana also it is mentioned that apart from Keral Kram and Gaud Kram. So in Gaud Kram I have told the region, except Kashmir and Gaud Kram, entire India follows Keral Kram. Means here in Uttar Pradesh I am sitting at Raebareli right now. In Uttar Pradesh at Raebareli right now I am sitting, but I follow Keral Kram. I follow the Kram of Dravid Shishu Shankaracharya. Shankaracharya calls this a Dravid Shishu. So in terms of sadhana, there is no fight. The fight is only because there is a Gyan which prevails right now. A Gyan is prevailing, Gyanam Bandha. Chaitanya Atma. Atma is not Chaitanya. Hindus Atma are not Chaitanya. That is the problem. Gyan is prevailing, that is impelling the Bandhan, foundations on us. We are dividing India north, south, and this and that. In North India and Raebareli, even in Himachal Pradesh, if you would go Rajasthan, you go Gujarat, you go Madhya Pradesh, wherever you go, Keral Kram is followed. It is Shastra Mat. And then it is said that rest of the world would follow Kashmir Kram. Rest of the places would follow Kashmir Kram. Whatever is not mentioned in this system, they would follow Kashmir Kram. And if someone wants to read this in detail, they can go through Shakti Sangam Tantra. In that scripture, it is mentioned in detail. And then other scriptures also, this kind of division has been explained. And obviously, this is not their own thought, because Shakti Sangam Tantra is Sangra Granth. It has taken various things from other here and there, and then the scripture has been made, and it's a final, like I would say it's a final, it's a very important compendium for all those who want to understand Kaul system. It's very important. Means you would find everything in it. All the Kaul Sampradaya, all kind of Diksha Kram, means Anuttaramnaya Diksha Kram, Purvamnaya, Paschimamnaya, Uttaramnaya, Shodashi, Kali, everything, whatever you think would be. All kind of Acharya is there. Even in these three krams, whatever differences are there, that also is mentioned there, that how Kashmir Kram Sadhak would do Dhyan, how Kerala Kram Sadhak would do Dhyan, and how Gaur Kram Sadhak would do Dhyan. And all these things have been explained in very beautiful manner in that scripture. The scripture, I do not say Arsha Granth, means Arsha Granth is Apurusha, it's not Apurusha, but then also this compendium is very important for all those who want to practice Kaul system. Then Kram system. Kram system is exclusive. Yes, we were discussing Kram only. So Maheshwara Ji says that it is Anuttaramnaya. First Guru is Bhagwan Shiva, and then his Shishya is Ichha Shakti. That is all Maheshwaranand explained. And then if you would look at the history of Kashmir, I do not believe in a fact that, okay, in this particular time, this system evolved. Okay, it's like Sanatan Dharma, if you would look at the practices and principles are same, new names have evolved. That is correct. New names have evolved. That is correct. Even in Atharva Ved, you would see Kundalini aspects. Upanishads Kundalini aspect is there. In Brahma Sutra is, honestly, everyone would accept that Brahma Sutra is quite old. It is at least 2000 or 2300 years old. Okay, in Brahma Sutra, in Phaladhyay, Chaturth Pad, it is mentioned Rashmi Anusari. Means body, Atma would get moksha only when it would follow the rays. And how rays it would follow? So it would follow rays when Madhyamar was Sushumna. Madhyamar, it is mentioned as Madhyamar, would blow up like a fluorescent light. And from there, by following rays, Atma would go to Brahmalok. It is mentioned in Brahma Sutra. And then Acharya Shankar cites Chandra to explain this thing. And there is one more very beautiful thing I would like to explain, and I keep on telling this thing. In Brahma Sutra, Maharshi Audolomi is mentioned. Maharshi Audolomi says that when the sadhak becomes siddha, a moksha avastha, then Chiti Shakti invokes in him. To this, Badrayan says that we do not have any problem with this ideology. He refutes all other systems. Even he refutes moksha of Gita also. If you would read Phaladhyam, I am saying this with responsibility. All those who want to can read Brahma Sutra. I have read, that's why I am saying. So he refutes moksha of Gita also. He says that those who are following Gita would attain the moksha of Sankhya Darshan. But for Audolomi, who talks about this Chiti Shakti, he says that we do not have any objection with this. And even Adi Shankaracharya also says that he does not have any objection. Rest, all the Acharya, Karsh, Kritas, everyone is, all the, I would say, Paramoksha Niras. Paramoksha Niras means cancellation of mokshas of other is done there, but Audolomi's moksha is not cancelled. And I tried to search out the name of Audolomi. I found his name in Mahakal Samhita. Audolomi's name is found in Mahakal Samhita later on. He is the Rishi of Samnyas. There are some 50 done in Guhikali Sadhana. So Panchak Nyas. So there are 5 sets of 5 Nyas.
Are you approaching your conclusion now?
Okay, I will conclude in a minute. Sir, I will conclude in a while.
Yeah.
So there are 64 Bhairavagam. So this shows that this is all about means. And then there are very sharp scriptures also of Kashmir. If you look at 64 Bhairavagam, are there Paramtrimshika, Spandakarika, all these. Now, if you look at all these aspects have influenced Mahameshwar Acharya Abhinavagupta ji. It is not that he all of a sudden came up with these thoughts which I have mentioned here, and he just became. I have shown this history to tell that okay, he followed continuous lineage. Someone wrote commentary on Paratrishika, Vartik. There are other Siddhacharyas who have written various Bhattachala, Spandakarika, various other scriptures are there written in that time period. Even today also, till date also, Rudrayamal, which is amongst Bhairavagam, 64 Bhairavagams, is followed throughout India for Shakti Sadhana. So it is not that he did some change in the system. He continued the same system. He followed the same system. And when he says, when he talks about him, he declares that he is Yogini Bhu. Whatever I mentioned about Etanna Yogini Jato na Rudro na Lagte Jate Sputam. So first of all, he establishes his authority. That I am authority. Like Bhagwan Shri Krishna told to Arjun, Ananyas Chintya Sakshi Janath Paribhate, or Sarva Dharman Parityaja Mam Ekam Sharanam Vraja Aham Tvam Sarva Papepe Moksha Ishyami Mashucha. That's how he establishes his authority. He says, Vimal Kalashraya Abhinav Srishti Mahajanani. Vimal Kala is name of his mother. That is one thing. Vimal Kala means Kala which is without any impurities. So means Shanta Kala or Shanta Tita Kala. So at the level of Shanta Tita Kala, what is Abhinav Srishti? Means Satatodit. It is ever new. That state is ever new. There is, because the continuation of time stops there. That is at the state of Unmana. So then what happens? Abhinav Srishti Mahajanani. Who was born? Maha. Maha is the state of Bhairav. As I mentioned earlier, Abhinav Srishti Mahajanani. So by the time of his birth only, by birth he is Jivan Mukta. That's what he says. Vimal Kalashraya Abhinav Srishti Mahajanani. This is my explanation. People may not accept it, but this also is there. Even Jarat also says that there are hundreds of explanations of this slok. And if I would explain all that, who would like to incite the Vetal? That's how he explains this thing. And then he explains so many things. Even one would be a Shakta Acharya only when he would have an immense love for his mother. Abhinavagupta also had this thing. Even like there is a song in Hindi, Tere Bina Zindagi Mein Koi Shikwa To Nahi. That way he writes in Tantraloka. He says, Tasyam Atmajo Abhinavagupta Iti Prasiddha Shri Chandrachud Charanabja Paragaputa Mata Vyayuja Damum Kil Balya Eva Devam Hi Bhavi Parikarmani Sanskaroti Mata Param Bandhuriti Pravada Seho Atigado Kurte Hi Pashan Tan Mula Bandhe Galite Kilase Manne Sthirta Jivat Eva Mukti. He says that mother is dearest Bandhu, dearest one, and she binds in bondages. So it is very good that she is not with me, and because of this I am Jivat Eva Mukti, I am Jivan Mukta. Here there is flesh. He wants to show his mother, okay, it's okay, you left me, I am Jivan Mukta, I am not. But his heart cries for her. His heart cries for her. He loves his mother immensely. And that is visible in all his writings. Tantraloka, it's considered as Ashesh Agamopanishad, but Tantraloka, even in Tantraloka, the definition of Tantraloka, whatever he has given, Tantraloka's definition is, he says that iti jnana chatushkam yat mukti mahodayam tanmaya tantrete tantralok namnetra shasane. So he says that this is commissioning of the fabric of four. Gyan means Shakto, Anupaya, Shambhopaya, Shaktopaya, Adavopaya, like that. And this Shasan has come into being. But this Tantraloka, if you would see, this is specifically Tantric Shakta scripture. Even from 6th Anik, you would see that Jairath has explained it very beautifully. That from this Anik onwards till the end, Sthan Prakalpan would be explained. The important thing is here is after 6th Anik onwards, except 15th or 12, 13, 15, and all the Aniks talk about this Sthan Prakalpan only. So Kaladhan, Deshadhva, Shodhan. In Trik Darshan, there are 4 terms only which are most important. That is Deshadhva, Kaladhva, Shodhan, and then Khechri Sami, which is Moksha. And what is that? That is Anuttar. That's it. And then there are Shambhovapaya, Shaktopaya. These are solutions to attain all this. And this Deshadhva, Kaladhva, Shodhan fall in this Adavopaya and Shaktopaya, basically in Adavopaya only. So he has explained all these things. It is very important here in Trik Darshan and specifically in Tantra Sadhana also. You shall be on the time at right place. If suppose you are doing puja at 5 o'clock, then it shall be at 5 o'clock only. And there is one more, I have personal experience because I'm a sadhak, not a scholar. So, if suppose you are doing right puja, every single patra sadhan step or patra sadhana avahan, everything would happen within specific time. And if suppose there is some error, your time limit would increase. Time limit would increase. So this is indication. So basic, first of all, you will have to be disciplined in your life in terms of time. Means punctuality of time is very important, and then to be at the right place. Be punctual at right place. 5 a.m. in the morning, puja room means 5 a.m. in the morning, puja room, not in bathroom or not outside with your friend. Puja room means puja room. And all acharyas have explained this. Vishuddhanand Paramahansa, Ramakrishna Paramahansa used to be in Bhava Samadhi every time. But for puja, he was led Sri Swamiji Maharaj. I have seen various Siddha Mahapurushas, Pracharyas, I must say Pracharya, not Acharya. Abhinavagupta is Pracharya, not Acharya, he is principal. So all these. So this is why, and those who differentiate between Shiva and Shakti, what Acharya Abhinavagupta says about this, so only 2-3 minutes are left, then I would conclude. So he says, Yadyapi cha pad vakya pramar sanskar vihine sah vridvaha goshti krita bhavati tathapi so chetaso anuttaram avabodhayitum tad ekavaram tavat likhyate. The first shloka of Paratrinshika is Anuttaram Kathayam Sadhya Kaulik Siddhidam Yen Vigyatamatrina Khechari Samtam Vrajet. So this is the first shloka. Devi asked that, tell me about Anuttar. Merely by knowing which Khechari Sam is attained, which is Moksha in Paramadvaita. So Mahameshwar Acharya, so some people have explained that Anuttar means, he says, there is Anuttar, means Hridayastha iti shlokin Shakti Vishaya means Hridaya, where Hriday's heart is mentioned, it is for Shakti, and Anuttaram is for Shiv, and beyond him. Like that, some false. There are a lot of commentaries on Parantrishika before Acharya Abhinavagupta, and lot of part Veda also there. He has given various part Veda also in this Paratrimshika. He has given various part Veda, which shows that Paratrimshika was prevailing before him, before his incarnation. So for such people, he says that who differentiate between Shiva and Shakti at this level are Padvakya Pramar Sanskar Vihin. They are Nirakshar Bhattacharya. They know nothing. Those who say that Trik system is divided of Shakti and Shakta are different from Trik, they are false people. That is what he says. He says that even talking with them is shameful. But to clarify, because he knows that people like us would be here in this world one day, who would do nothing, would only be Shishnodar Parayana, would only consume their life in eating and sleeping. So for people like us, he explains this thing also. This is beyond his level. He says this is beyond my level. But for to avabodhayitum tat ekvaram tavat likhyate, to awaken the people, I write it once. So that's what he explains. And in 29th chapter or 29th Ahanik of Paratrimshika, he explains the meaning of Anuttar. He has explained Anuttar in various times. 16 definitions of Anuttar he has given in Paratrimshika only. But this is best definition which I feel. And what he says, Itham yamalam etat galit bhidasan katham yadeva syat kramatartam yoga sevi samvid visarga sanghatta tad dhruvadham anuttaram ubhayatmakam jagadudara rathanandam no shantam napuditam shantodit suti karanam param kaulam. He says that Anuttar is the state of param kaul. Anuttar is the state of param kaul. Na shantam napuditam shantodit suti karanam param kaulam. So Bhagwan Shiv prevails in this world in two ways, in two forms, two states. Shant means between destruction and before creation. He is in Shant state. And from which is Vishwattirana Avastha. And from creation up to destruction, he stays in the state which is called as Vishwamaya Avastha. So that is Udit. And beyond, before, when there is no cycle of creation operation at all, nothing is there, then that state is of Anuttar, and that is Param Kaul. Anavachinna Pade Sutam Samvidam Atmasat Sada Kuryat Anavachinnam Paramarthato Hi Rupam Chito Devya. How to attain this state? He says that it is Anavachinna state, means there is no perforation. You cannot penetrate. So how to enter? He says, Paramarthato hi rupam chito deva chiti devi. This is at Paramarth level. This is Chiti Devi. So this is this state of Param Kaul. This Anuttar state is Chiti Devi. She only prevails at that level. In Briharan, in Upanishad also it is said that what Brahma feels. Okay, I feel that I am Brahma. What Brahma feels? Vamdeva. So Guru says that Brahma also feels that I am Brahma. So likewise, Parmeshwar also continuously knows that he is Parmeshwar. How? Because his Chiti Shakti. Chiti is consciousness which is beyond space and time. Which is beyond space and time. So at that level, when Shiv is at that level, he feels like that, because ours is Chitta. So when you ask me who I am, Giriratna, I live here, but Shiv would not say this thing, because this word is Shiv only, even at Anuttar level also. So how to reach to that Anuttar level? So the Chiti Shakti. By Chiti Devi, you can reach to that level. So this is how, and third Anik of Tantraloka, while explaining Matrika Chakra. These are actually entire Acharya Abhinavagupta says that entire has evolved from A, E, and U. These are hrasva, that means single note vowels, and then from them Dirgha Swara have evolved A, E, and U. And from that Shant, Bi, Ri, Rik, Lil, Rik have evolved, and from there A, I, O is Trishul. That trident of Trik Darshan is O. And then Ang and Ah. And after that, explaining all these, he says that one who wants to attain the Siddhi shall always know that there is no difference, absolutely no difference between Shiv and Shakti. So anyone who says that Shiv and Shakti are different, actually they do not know that this is the Trik system, and they do not know about this Trik system, and they need to revisit their thoughts, and ideally they shall do the sadhana. And the last concluding point is that in this Paramadvaita, there is nothing but Shakti or Chiti Shakti who prevails, because if she would not prevail, sadhak, there would be no Pratyabhigya at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giratnaji. Thank you so very much. That was informative. We have a question by a member of the audience. Will we be able to get transcripts? All of these recordings will be uploaded on Indica's YouTube channel, as I've been mentioning from time to time throughout the day. And we'll make sure that everybody who registered for today's symposium gets an email with the link of our YouTube channel, so that you can easily peruse at at your convenience. And a lot of audience members who have posted questions in the Q&A box, I have been telling them that since we are super short on time, we would appreciate if you could send us your queries on an email ID that I've shared, which is namaste@indica.org.in. So I would suggest that all of you who are right now live, or people who will watch it later, you should go through each of those recordings. And if after going through the recordings of each speaker, if there is a question that remains unaddressed, then please feel free to mail to us, and we'll make sure that we get back to you. With this, we come to the concluding session, which will be by Dr. Mark Dishkowski, who couldn't join us earlier, but now he's with us here, and I will be reading out his profile before inviting him to speak. So Markji was born in London in 1951. After finishing his schooling, he came to India in 1969, where he began his sadhana and study of Sanskrit and Sitar. In 1975, he returned to England and studied for a doctorate at the University of Oxford. He completed it in 1979, and his thesis was published as The Doctrine of Vibration. In 1976, he went to Kashmir and received initiation from Swami Lakshmanjoo. He's also the disciple of Oxford Professor Sanderson, Pandit Chakravarti, and Brajwallabh Dwivediji, former head of Yoga Tantra department in Sampurnanand Sanskrit University. He worked on a project for the IGNCA for 20 years up to 2007 to make an edition and extensively annotated translation in 14 volumes of a section of the Manthana Bhairava Tantra. He's the author of several other books and numerous articles. His latest publication is an extensively annotated translation of Abhinavagupta's Tantraloka, along with Jayaratha's commentary. It's in 13 volumes. Between 2007 and 18, he planned and supervised the production of over 350 texts of tantric books and manuscripts of primary importance of Mukta Bodha's online digital library. He's toured the world giving lectures at numerous universities, guiding practice and playing sitar for decades. Markji will be speaking on Abhinavagupta's revival and profound exegesis of Trika Shaivism. Markji, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. I'm very sorry. I fell asleep. I'm not so well. I feel very fortunate to have been able to join you all. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'll try and be brief. See, I hope that what I'm going to say now you don't find too outrageous, because what I'm going to attempt to do is to outline the development and interaction between different schools that together we call Shaivagama, and that emerged in one part of them in Kashmir around the 9th century into different schools. I'd like to do it in such a way as to put a little order into this chaos. You know, if you get a salad and you mix everything up and you put everything together, then it has a very interesting flavor, and there are many things there. I've worked on Tantraloka since 1975. The translation of the text I finished many, many years ago. Why I did not have taken so long to publish is because, well, I don't want to die without finishing it. But the main reason, the reason is that I've been searching for the sources of Tantraloka. That was a long process because some of the sources are published and some of the sources are not published. So I had to find the manuscripts, all that were available. I had to get them transcribed. I had to make editions as far as I could of the texts. And I had to, first of all, try and make sense of what's going on with Abhinavagupta. What is his method? See, Abhinavagupta, he quotes from Kamikagama, from the Nishi Sanchara, and from the Kiranagama. He quotes something he says is practically the same thing, and he repeats it 2 or 3 times in the course of Tantraloka. So we hear this line or something similar to it at least 5 or 6 times. It's the one most quoted single thing. Tripratyayamidam jnanam guruta shastrata swataha. Now, idam jnanam means the jnanam that he is presenting in Tantraloka, which is Trika. For him, presentation, of course, is the teachings of Trika. And it has 3 pratyayas. Pratyaya can mean 2 things, source and also validation. 2 things it means. So one is the teacher, the other is scripture, and the third is one's own self. Now, as I went on reading and studying Tantraloka, I wanted to know where Abhinavagupta was getting what he's saying from. So I found that he tells us, he's quite honest in this way. He doesn't cheat, and he tells us, I get this from my teacher, Shambhunatha, or some other guru. I get this from this particular Shastra. Of course, the most one he draws from the most is the Mali Vijayottara, which he considers to be the highest scripture, Trika scripture, and hence the highest scripture in the whole of the Shaivagama. And he tells us also, sometimes he never really tells us that he has thought of this himself. This is one thing that he fails to do. And Jayarata is always very keen to minimize the amount of what is being presented as being his own. He doesn't want to be swa upagya, simply his own idea. Because of the Indian tradition, as we all know very well, simply saying something from your own head that this is what I think or I believe, maybe as Abhinavagupta you can do that, but certainly not as Magdichkovsky or most of any of us. But nonetheless, if you look at what he got from his teacher, which he tells us, and you look at what he got from the scriptures, which he tells us, and then you subtract that from what he says, what is left, you have an idea, a good idea of what he has added. Now, in the course of doing all this, it was first of all necessary, before even beginning, to understand what he's doing, why he's doing it. Now, for that, we have to deal for a few minutes, I'm trying to be very brief here, in the history of the Shaivagam. In the history of the Shaivagam. Now, in the past 50 years, a tremendous amount of work has been done by Sanderson and his students, and for better or worse, whether people like it or not, I'm his first student, his oldest student. I'm also Swamiji's disciple. There's no contradiction there. And like all his other students and good old Somadeva and others and Kiss now from Russia, from Hungary, the younger people, I was engaged in searching for sources. Because this is what Sanderson had put us all to work. He'd written, worked out a map of the Shaivagama, how it had developed, and the next thing to do was to find the text, to edit them, to work out the details, what he would call plotter's work. Now, in the course of doing that in the past 50 years, my humble self and the others, all greater than me, I'm the smallest of them, a great number of discoveries have been made, which have given us a fairly reliable chronology of the Siddhanta of the Shaivagamas, and has taught us a great deal about what the different traditions that developed along the history of this multi-current, this river with many streams, as it's flowed along through the centuries, how they have flown and what they've contained. Now, first thing is, the oldest Tantra that we found is the Nishwasa Tattva Samhita, which is 5th or 6th century AD. It is the oldest. That's 5th, 6th century AD. Now you tell me, oh, Shaivagama goes back to Anadikal and so on. Well, in a certain sense, of course, it does. I believe Lord Shiva exists, and I do believe that he speaks and that it is his vachan. Okay. But at the same time, his vachan emerges within history, certain times within history. Now, I'd like to say just 2 words as a prelude to what allowed for Siddhantagama to emerge in the 5th, 6th century. And one of the major factors was the development of the concept of Shakti. You may not have noticed, but if you do, it's very mind-blowing, that in the Durga Saptashati, Durgaji is never called Shakti. Although she is every day nowadays, you know. See, what happens is what we learn, what develops in the future, the subsequent time is projected into the past. So whether you're a foreigner or an Indian in this way, you're 1,000 years or 2,000 years away equally, whether you were born in England or you were born in India. And we're both peering into the past. And through that, we're seeing into that many, many layers of events, ideas, etc., that have intervened between us and the past as we look back into it. So we should try and pull that all away and try and see what was there 1,000 years ago, 1,500 years ago. Huh? Nowhere in the Devi Saptashati is the goddess called Shakti. She's called Prakriti in many places. She's called Prakriti. She is made from the tejas of the gods. There's a demon, they can't be defeated by one deity alone. So they all pool their tejas. And the goddess appears as a composite of all their tejas, not Shakti. The word Shakti not used. The tejas is completely, concretely expressed by the weapons that they have. And she goes on and kills the demon and everything, the stories that we all know. Nowhere is she called Shakti. Okay? Second, look at the Bhagavad Gita. Nowhere in the Bhagavad Gita do we have the word Shakti. I challenge you, I'll give you a lakh, I'll give you 10 lakhs if you find the word anywhere in the Bhagavad Gita. Okay? Now that means that up to say 3rd, 4th, 5th century AD, the term Shakti, with all its multivalence, and it has a huge number of meanings. It doesn't just mean energy or goddess. Yeah. It means, functional efficacy. It means an amazing number of things. Now, nothing, okay, the first time that we come across it being used in a very way that we see nowadays, with the full richness of its possibility, is in Bhartrihari. Anadi Nidanam Brahma, the Brahman of Shabda Brahman, the word speech, every word, everything, every sentence that is uttered or ever will be, is coming from, is all the Shabda Brahman. And the Shabda, how is that possible? Well, because the Shabda Brahman has Ananta Shaktis. He has an infinite number of energies, right? So one of the many features of Shakti is that though she's one Shakti, she has many energies, all right? So by the 5th, 6th century AD, which is the agreed time of Bhartrihari, this concept of Shakti had developed within the milieu of speech, which is very appropriate. Now, when that concept had developed, it was possible to have tantras. You won't be able to go more than one shloka in any tantra, if it's a Siddhanta, or if it's a Bhairava Tantra, it's a Trika Tantra, it's a Krama, or whatever, to perform rituals, to utter mantras, to understand the nature of deity. The concept of Shakti is pervasive and fundamental. Without that, you could not have any tantric tradition at all. Okay? So very soon, within the time of Bhartrihari, very soon, as soon as it was possible, the tantras began to develop with their distinctive paradigms, that is to say, particular ways of doing the rest that would make up what you might call the tantric paradigm, right? Now, those traditions, they developed with the Rasa Tattva Samhita, which was rather close to Purana. In the Mula, Nishwasa Tattva Samhita was rather closer to Puranas. And you could see a kind of transition from what was called Shiva Dharma or Shiva Dharmota, which is more Puranic than Tantric. The value of digging wells, the value of digging roads, doing good to others, the worship of Shiva Lingam, very basic ethics of being a good Shaivite, all the kind of things you get in the Shiva Purana or Linga Purana, okay? And then it moves on into the Uttara Sutra, in which you get basic rituals, and of course the main things like Nyasa, and how the performing of Nyasa, the invocation of deity, and all these things that constitute the details of a tantric ritual, right? Now, very soon, along the same time, the Nishwasa Tattva Samhita is a kind of Siddhanta. Sarashiva is the supreme deity. It's mostly male-oriented. Supreme deity is actually Rudra. The supreme deity is actually Rudra. Rudra is a very good, ample, good, really excellent tantric deity because he has many, many, many forms. One Rudra becomes 10, 10 become 100, 100 become 10,000, and so on. And just the same way, Shakti proliferates. The one Shakti goes on developing into countless energies. Shaktayastu Jagat Kritsnam, Shaktimanstu Maheshwara. All the world of energies, the possessor of that energy is us. Shaktiman is Maheshwara. Okay? So then, but still, there in Nishwasa Tattva Samhita, the dominant ethic is male. Deities are a male. There are female deities, embodiments of Shakti. One of the features of the concept of Shakti is that she's also a goddess, not just energy. In the Veda was full of orjas and uljas and tejas. There are all kinds of words for energy, but it was nowhere necessary that that energy should be a goddess. You think about it. I mean, what I'm telling you, I think you should think is rather quite changes the history of Hinduism. So please excuse me if you disagree and you're thinking I'm trying to corrupt our Hinduism. But if you, it's just a matter of observation, you know, I'm not writing it. Right? Now, within that, there were two mainstreams, in which was developed into Shaiva Siddhanta, and another was to worship in a manner where the central deity is called Bhairava, although the dominant forms in the Bhairava Tantras are energies, or Shaktis called Yoginis or Devis, okay? Now, it is in that milieu that we begin to find Tantras of different schools, and the one that concerns us is the Trika Tantra, the Siddha Yogeshwari Mata, okay? And other, so within these, within fairly early on, within the Brahma Yamala, you have a presentation of the Shaivagama as consisting of 64 Bhairava Tantras, 10 Shivagamas, and 18 Rudraagamas. Okay? Now that's in chapter 39, the Tantra Avatara, chapter 39 of the Brahma Yamala Tantra. Unedited text is there. Okay? Now, in there you have the 28 names of 28 Siddharthagamas, of which we have no evidence at all for the existence of any but half a dozen of them. The ones that we know existed are the ones that Abhinavagupta quotes, and manuscripts of those are found in Nepal. Okay? So anyway, the point is that from the 5th or 6th century AD, a tremendous number of such tantras are being written, of different schools, different currents, okay? And they have a history of development. For example, a fellow called Matsyendranatha begins to appear by about the 7th, 8th century AD. He doesn't exist in any earlier strata of the Agama, and he becomes very important because he's supposed to be the founder figure of Kaulism that has different schools, one of which is a Krama system, in which and another one is Trika system, which came to be considered to be a Kaula tradition, and like all Kaula traditions, they were ultimately founded by a man called Matsyendranatha. I've written about all of this. It's very well documented and it's very well proved. Okay. There are independent works attributed to him. They're non-sectarian and sectarian. Some of them are associated with, for example, the Paschima Amnaya, some of them with the Uttara Amnaya, the Kali Tantras, and some of them are not associated with any particular Amnaya, and they don't have a particular deity. They have a Bhairava and Bhairavi in a nondescript way, and Kula and Akula. Texts like the Kaula Gyana Nirnaya, which is published, and the Kula Panchashatika, which has not yet been published. Okay? Now, by the time we reach the 9th century, now one thing you may notice, that until the middle of the 9th century, where Shiva Sutra appears, we have no commentary on any Tantra except by a man called Sadhyo Jyotis, who maybe about 100 years earlier had wrote commentaries on the Raurava Sutra Sangraha, the Swayambhuva Sutra Sangraha, and an independent work called the Nareshwara Pariksha. Now, there were no commentaries on any Tantras of any kind at all before the middle of the 9th century. The Buddhists had already begun to develop the commentatorial tradition. The earliest commentaries on the Gukya Samaja and the Hevajra Tantra predate that. But this had not happened in the Shaivagam, all right? Now, in the middle of the 9th century, momentous events took place on 3 or 4 different fronts simultaneously. Who knows? History is like that. There are sort of moments as a big bang, right? Now, 3 or 4 things happened. One is that the Shiva Sutras was revealed by Lord Shiva. Now, this is a scripture because it's Lord Shiva who is speaking, okay? But it's a very different scripture from all the rest. It's not part of the Siddhanta of the Shaivagama in the strict sense, because the Shaivagama is uttered by the 5 faces of Sadashiva. And it has agamas and upagamas and all of that had been quite systematized, okay, by the middle of the 9th century. So it is Shaiva scripture and is revelation, but it's not agama in the sense that all the others are, the 64 and 10 and 28 I mentioned, okay? Next, what happens pretty well simultaneously is that Somananda, he wrote the Shiva Drishti. Now, the Shiva Drishti, Somananda tells us very clearly, are the teachings that were revealed by Srikanta on Mount Kailash, first of all to the rishis, meaning Vedikas. No? But these rishis were dying out or went away and so on, and so there was a fear of the loss. So he taught it to Durvasa, his mind-born son. Durvasa taught it to others, and in a series of 14 generations, it came down to Somananda, who set it down finally in writing. Okay? Now, what that means is that this teaching is coming from Lord Shiva in the form of Srikanta, but again, it's not Siddhanta, it's not Agama in the same way that the 64 Vaidava Tantras, etc. are. Okay? But it is authoritative, as authoritative as scripture, because it's ultimately coming from Srikanta. Okay? Then his disciple Utpaladeva, as you know, went on to write the Ishvara Pratibhigya and so on. Okay, this is what is before now. Third big event happening simultaneously, and there's a fourth one which is not so clear, which I'll mention after this. Shivananda comes from Udayana Pita, from Uttara Pita, which is in Swat Valley. He makes the crossing, which is about 150 miles, in a lot of ups and downs, as the cold goes, probably at least 2 or 3 weeks of arduous journey, and he ends up in the Kashmir Valley, and he brings with him the Kali Krama, or the Kali Kula. Okay, this is according to the way of the tradition. I don't think that's the way it's quite happened, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Okay, he receives a revelation from the Kala Sankarshini, the goddess of the Krama system, in the form of a goddess called Mangala. Well, there is the Tibetans, they believe that Udayana Pita was Shangri-La, kind of paradisical place. And there is a travel guide that was written by a Lama in the 13th century to Shangri-La. And you'll be happy to know that there in Udayana, there lived a lot of yoginis. And there was one who lived under a tree called Mangala Devi. Okay? So we have confirmation that there is a goddess Mangala who is in Udayana Pita. Okay? And she's a embodiment of Kala Sankarshi. Okay? Now, this is the situation in the 9th century AD. Okay? It's a kind of one other thing I should tell you. We know from Abhinavagupta that the Paratrinshika was known and studied and had an extensive commentary by several people prior to him. That means, and when exactly how, and one of them was by a man called Somananda. Now, I'm still not sure whether that's the same Somananda who wrote the Shiva Drishti, but people do believe that, so it's easy. If it is, it makes a lot of sense if it is, in which case Somananda, who wrote the Shiva Drishti, was commenting on a Tantra called a Trika Tantra, specifically known within the tradition as being a Trika Tantra. Okay? So this is a commentary. This is our first commentary on a Tantra, and specifically on a Trika Tantra, that we know that's not a Siddhanta. Okay? So Shiva Drishti is not a commentary, the Shiva Sutra is not a commentary. But the Spandakarika considers themselves to be a commentary. So they're a commentary not on Shaivagama in the ones of the currents of Ashana Shiva, of Sarashiva's faces. They're a commentary on an ulterior revelation. Okay? This man is very agitated. If he could just sit down, it would be good. Hello. I don't want to be telling you things, understand? Like I'm the guy who knows and you don't know. I mean, that would be very wrong. I should tell you that most of what I'm telling you, Sanderson wrote about many years ago. What I'm telling you has some of my own, but Sanderson is the person who worked this out, okay? It's not this clever dick, Mark Ditchkovsky, like that, okay? It all makes complete sense if you just look at what is there, okay? Now, Abhinavagupta, and I'm getting to the point now, and I don't want to be too long because I've not looked at the time I've started. I'm allowed, I think, 45 minutes at the most. I'm rather talkative, so I'll take as many minutes as I'm allowed, and you can bear to listen. Now, Abhinavagupta, we know very well that he was a disciple of Utpaladeva, and Utpaladeva was the disciple of Somananda. So we're 4 generations down from the revelation of the Shiva Sutra, from the coming of Shivananda into the valley, from the writing of the Shiva Drishti, which you might call non-dualist Shaivism, a tract on non-dualist Shaivism. You wouldn't call it Trika Tantra. You wouldn't call it Trika philosophy, right? He never did. The word Trika doesn't appear anywhere there, okay? He called it Paradvaita, Paramadvaita. He gave it these kind of names, Shaivadvaita, okay? And then, okay? So Abhinavagupta's 4 generations down. Now that means that in 100 years, or 4 generations, 100, 150 years, we have had maybe a commentaries, we've had a lot of little tracts being written. Small tracts. Some of which, for example, like the Spanda Pradipika, a commentary on the Spanda Karika, a good number of them elected in there. And amongst those small tracts are passages from the Mani Vijayottara. That's so important. Well, it is, because Abhinavagupta considered that to be supreme Trika Tantra, right? So we know, because of Shivananda's commentary on the Paratrishika, we know, because people are referring to the Mani Vijayottara, that Trika existed in the valley. See, you can see I'm differentiating, distinguishing between Kashmiri Shaivism and Trika for the sake of analysis. Because remember, at this time, in these 4 generations, a great deal of commentatorial work on the Shaiva Siddhanta took place. Ramakanta, his son Shrikanta, then a Narayana Kanta, then another Ramakanta. They wrote commentaries on the Siddhantagamas. And all of these were before Abhinavagupta. So these people were Kashmiris and they were Siddhantis. So Kashmiri Shaivism was developing in that direction, right? See, there are 2 things we need to distinguish. One is what is revealed, prakya, or prakasha, if you like, from a different perspective. And the other is the understanding of what is being revealed. Upakya, if you're using the terminology of poetics, or vimarsha, if you're using the terminology of pratyabhikya, okay? So there's a great deal of prakasha is going on, tremendous amount of illumination. So what we need now is more vimarsha, okay? not only on what has been said from the time of Shiva Sutra to Abhinavagupta, but also on the immense amount that have been said in the Siddhanta Agamas before him. Okay? So we're up to date. Now, Abhinavagupta, when we meet Abhinavagupta the first time, he's wrote a very nice, a modest commentary on the Bhagavad Gita. He's a student, he's writing for another student, okay? And you can see he's sort of full of life. He's bursting with beans, right? And the next thing he plunges into, he's already knows about the Kali Krama. He refers to the Kali Krama in his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita. He is learning from the Bhagavad Gita from the son of a man who came to teach him Krama system. Okay? So he's already got a taste of that. Now then what happens is the next thing that he writes is a thing called the Sri Purva Panchika that we have lost. Now the Sri Purva Panchika is a commentary on Sri Purva. Sri Purva means the Mali Vijayottara. Okay? Now we lost that. But the next thing that he writes is a thing called the Mali Vijaya Vartika, which we still do have. And it's a Vartika. A Vartika is a kind of commentary in which things are added that have been said implicitly but not explicitly stated. It's different from a vritti. A vritti is a very concise explanation. Okay? And that Vartika is actually on the first verse of the Mali Vijayottara, and tremendously more because there are some 2,000 very tough verses full of chock-a-block of resonant with very deep, juicy and extensive philosophical and mystical reflections that I won't go into now, but are as mind-blowing in every verse. You know, you don't really need to say much about Abhinavagupta, to just read what he writes, and you got enough there to talk to people for years, which is what I have been doing. Okay? Now, next thing that comes along is he writes a commentary on the Paratrinshika Vivarana. Now, we know the order because Mali Vijaya Vartika, some teaching that's there is mentioned in the Paratrinshika Vivarana. Okay? And we know Paratrinshika Vivarana is beyond the next one, which is his masterpiece, is Tantraloka. Okay? So here we have a young man, okay, who is writing tremendous stuff and extremely kaula, okay? Looking at the Tantras that Abhinavagupta quotes, we discover that 11 out of about 120 to which he refers are Trika Tantras, okay? And of those, they have a range that goes from mildly kaula, like the Mali Vijayottara, is mildly kaula. It doesn't talk to us a lot about animal sacrifice, offering meat and wine, or any of that SCX, Maituna, Adi Yaga, as Abhinavagupta calls it, which he considers to be the highest puja you can do, that only someone like he can do it. So I suppose he must have done it if he knows that he could do it, okay? Well, he would. I mean, my goodness, this is a man in his 20s and 30s, and tremendously brilliant. Yeah, he's been learning from gurus all over the valley of different kinds, Siddhantas, non-Siddhantas. He says, I even went to Vaishnavas and Buddhists, out of curiosity, not out of conviction, of course. But the one teacher that is his main, the axis around which everything turns, is Shambhunatha. Now you see, going through Tantraloka since 1975, how many years is that? Almost 50 years, okay? You notice, if you notice, say, still now, every day I notice something. So imagine how many things one notices in 50 years, okay? Now, one of the things that we notice is that, yes, Abhinavagupta is constantly referring to Shambhunatha as his master. He's the only teacher that he refers to as having caused the lotus of his heart to blossom by the rays of his lotus feet. He's the only one. All the others have done all kinds of things for him, but he's the only one from whom he is telling us in this way, he was inspired to enlightenment. Him and, of course, the goddess. I don't want to go into the history of how Shambhunath and the goddess worked together at Abhinavagupta. Abhinavagupta also received Diksha from the goddess directly, all right? That's in the Paratrishika Vivarana. Okay? Now, the point is this. Imagine now counting texts in the Tantraloka, how often Abhinavagupta quotes them, right? One of the volumes of my 13 volumes of Tantraloka is an extensive, detailed analysis of everything that he quotes, right? And a lot of which, some of which I found in manuscript in Nepal and in South India, okay, over the years, right? Now there you find that the Abhinavagupta's supreme scripture is the Mali Vijayotara. And he says there's nothing in the, let me tell you this before I come back to Shambhunatha. He says there's nothing in the Tantraloka that is not so explicitly in the Mali Vijayotara. He says pretty well at the beginning of his Tantraloka, right? Now he's not telling us directly, but he is, that his Tantraloka is a commentary on the Mali Vijayotara. Remember I told you there were no commentaries on the Tantras? So the Tantraloka is a commentary on the Tantras. He also calls it a compendium, a collection of texts taken from the Tantras, okay? So, right? And he also calls it a puja paddhati. We'll go into all that in a moment. Now, Abhinavagupta meets Shambhunatha. Now, Shambhunatha, his guru was Sumati, who came from Dakshinapata, which I suppose is Karnataka, the Deccan. And his guru was a man who was called Bhairavacharya, and Bhairavacharya was an expert in the 5 currents of scripture and the Pashupati, the Ati Marga of the Pashupatas, and of course, Trika Shaivism, right? So Shambhunatha comes with this big package into the valley. He comes from Jalandhara, Jalandhara Pita. He comes with this big package of Trika Shaivism, means the Tantra, in a way which is completely normal for all other Tantric traditions. You have the Guru has the scripture, the Guru transmits, gives you initiation, that gives you adhikara to study the scripture and to practice the procedures that are taught in it, or to be enlightened directly in a flash, because this is Kaalism, by what the scriptures say, okay? So imagine this, think of this, it's mind-blowing. Abhinavagupta attributes, he refers to Shambhunatha in more than 60 places, which is as much as any other Tantra except the Mali Vijayotara, as having taught him 60 different things, and some of them very extensive, right? If you count it all together, half of Tantraloka, Abhinavagupta tells us that he learned from Shambhunatha. Okay? Now, we'll go back to that. Now, how did he learn from him? Now, this is very important. We know that Shambhunatha would sit with him and read a Tantra. Think how different this is from nowadays what we call Kashmir Shaivism. Okay? I think how different it is from what we nowadays call Kashmir Shaivism. Kashmiri Shaivism is unique in all tantric schools anywhere, in Tibet all the way to Japan, the whole of India, because it doesn't have ritual that is being taught from scripture. I don't know if you noticed that. If you go to South India, they're doing Sri Chakra Puja, or in Benares or in anywhere, and you tell them I'm a tantric but I don't do puja, they think you're a nutcase or a cheat. And Swamiji did do some puja, but it was not at all central. to his practice. Okay, this is the only tantric tradition in existence ever in any part of the world, in any India, in the whole of Asia, that's like that. Okay, now Abhinavagupta, look at his Tantraloka. He calls his Tantraloka Padati. Right? So one of the first things that Sanderson asked when he went to meet Swamiji, he says, "You do the puja?" And we left total blank. No, we don't do the puja. Why should we do the puja? We do meditation. We do, there are all these pujas, anavupaya, and we do other anavupaya, plenty of that. Okay, all right. Now my students, some of them, they're doing puja hours and hours every day. 9 days, Durga puja and 10 hours of puja daily. Shivaratri, 24 hours. Shivaratri, puja, 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 puja. Okay? They know mantra pushpam back to front. They recite Durga Saptashati, 7 times every day on Durga Navrata. Understand? This is our Hinduism. From North to South India, they're doing that. Right? And in tantric traditions, well, you have the 10 Mahavidyas, so you do the puja for Baglamukhi or Dhumavati or Tara or Sodashi, Dhumavati, Bhuvaneshwari, etc. Puja, puja, puja. Or you are initiated into Sri Chakra, puja, puja, puja. Right? Now, Mark Dishkovsky is not doing puja 5-10 hours a day. He's a cheat. What kind of tantric is this? Huh? George is smiling there. I don't want to tell you what Swamiji once said to him concerning people who do puja because you get insulted. Huh? My students had a long time. I have students who do a lot of puja. Okay, why were they into puja? And I'm at a loss because I admire them. My goodness, the energy. I said I hope that they're not right because otherwise meditation is. Who cares about meditation? The devata is waiting for all the japas and crores of mantra. Okay? Now this is absent. But you see, paradoxically, I should notice that Abhinavagupta in his Tantraloka, he gives an explanation of how puja is effective, because everything that is done in every ritual action, every mantra that you utter is immersed in consciousness. Acharya does not believe that puja, understand, it will not give you liberation. If you read Mandukya Upanishad, take the time. They're fools. I mean, even Krishna says, that the Brahmins who are there reading Veda and doing all this yagyas are like people just standing in tanks of water. They can't swim around, they can't move around. They just think that they're just doing something, but they're not. Understand? Hello? Abhinavagupta is not like that at all. We have more equivalence for what puja is, what homa is, what dhyanam is, what mantra is, what tarpana is, etc. Analogies for that within the inner activity of consciousness than any other tradition, okay? But nowhere do we say that takes over from doing homa, except in, it seems, in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. But that's very quickly covered over. We don't want you to stop doing homa. We don't want you to stop doing puja. But what is necessary is, if you want to get liberation from that, you have to know the activity of consciousness to which that outer action corresponds. And Abhinavagupta spends his whole of Tantraloka teaching us that. Okay? This is why the Sri Chakra people, the Sri Vidya people, they studied Kashmir Shaivism extremely deeply and then applied it to their, commentary. Their commentary on the Nitya Sodashikarma. Okay? Because you have Prakasha with no Vimarsha. And Abhinavagupta tells you that puja, what is puja? Vimarsha. So if George or Dimpuji suddenly realizes, oh, you know, I am supreme essence, Vimarsha is called puja. Because when you realize that, you will be flat on your face in adoration, and you will be bathing in Shaktipat. You feel that you're dissolving away into the object of your awareness because you're so much deeply in love with them that the union that takes place transcends far beyond any kind of union that can happen physically. So Vimarsha is puja, right? I'm giving you an example. Now, Tantraloka is the most detailed treatise on ritual that we have in India that finds all internal equivalents within consciousness, because this is the only system in the whole of India that considers consciousness to be active. It's the only one. It's the only one. Everywhere else, consciousness just watches. And even some of them says it's even got nothing to look at if they're non-dual. Right? He's watching what? Nothing, because there is nothing to see. Okay? We're the only people who don't do puja and who have an active consciousness. And why? That activity is the puja. Right? Now that activity and knowing that it is the puja, we call bhakti. Bhakti simply isn't a sort of lovey-dovey, I love my goddess, you know. It's a sort of cuddly, little Krishna sort of trip. And we don't mean that by bhakti. By bhakti, we mean the full intensity of Shaktipat that brings you, you know, a totally devastating vimarsha that, you know, I'm all this, sarvo, shivoham, sarvoyam mama vibhava. That's what causes, this is what got the word white, you know. Another one like that, now be gone. That was only a second, and it happened 50 years back. Okay, you see what I mean? Now, let's get back to the main point. No more joking around. Abhinavagupta, he will never say that he has written something from his own mind. Now, I'll give you a very nice example. And that one of the greatest scholars I admire is Professor Rastogi. I don't know if he's still with us. He knows all this, so he'd probably be bored to hear all this. So it doesn't matter. But he, and another one was Gayacharya, not Gayacharya, Tripathi. There is a verse in Natya Shastra, where Abhinavagupta says, I can't tell you the original, I'm sorry. He says, after climbing and much labor and having ascended to the top of this mountain, I look around and see to my astonishment that I'm all alone. He's ascended the mountain of hermeneutics. He's ascended the mountain of understanding Shastra. And I looked to the left and the right, and I discovered to my astonishment I'm all alone. And I said, but no, that is not possible. How can one rise to these heights without the stairway, the sopana, the ladder that had been put in place before by the great minds that have preceded me? And I see to the left and the right many cities with bridges and roads, and everything has been connected. All this has already been built by the people before me. So Abhinavagupta will always say that whatever I may say which is new, and he said a lot of new things, they are never completely new because they are the culmination of the exegetical tradition of an extremely rich exegetical tradition that is blowing up, expanding at a tremendous rate within the domain of Shaivagama, within the domain of the poetics, within the domain of dramaturgy, within these different domains, within the domain of pratibhigya, and so on, right? So I could stop almost everywhere. I could stop now, really. The point is I want to make is this, that in going through the Tantraloka, and there are about 7,000 pages out there in small print in Royal Octavo, and I feel that I've hardly scraped the surface. No doubt other scholars, great scholars like Sanderson, will do a much better job. I've certainly, Swamiji has things to say that I couldn't have even begun to think of, and they'll always remain there. If that journey has been made in looking for what Abhinavagupta himself has said, right? Now, if I'm allowed the last few minutes towards the end of this lecture, and I haven't been too controversial and upsetting to anybody, I'd like to tackle one or two things, that new things that Abhinavagupta has said that are never entirely new, but are so brilliant that practically what was said before pales into darkness, right? Now, one of the many things I think that we should mention right at the beginning is the concept of speech. Paravaj, supreme speech. Bhartrihari had developed 3 levels of speech. Vaikhari, Madhyama, and Pashyanti. I'm sure all of you people here are very well acquainted with these 3 levels. Then Utpaladeva, in a couple of verses, and they're just 2, he tells us that there is another level of speech, which is Pratyavabhashini, that reflects back on its own nature. And that level of speech is supreme, and that level of speech is pure eye consciousness. Right? There is all that Bharti Utpaladeva has to say about Paravaj. Okay? Now, of course, all you people are so learned here, much more than me, will have read the Paratrinshika Vivarana and noticed that right at the beginning of his exposition, Abhinavagupta comments on the words the goddess said, Devi Vacha. Torella has written a nice article about that. And in the course of saying, well, if the goddess spoke in the past, then how do we know what she's saying in the present? I mean, is there time that she, in the past and the future, for consciousness, which is the deity's nature, and all of this? So then he says, when she spoke, what she means is that she spoke at a higher level of speech. And this higher level of speech came down to the corporeal level and is embodied in the words of the Paratrinshika. In this way, he said, spoke in the sense at the first level, highest level para. Okay? And he gives an exposition of the 4 levels of speech, beginning with para, right the way down to Vaikhari, which has been the standard, the gold mark, benchmark for the whole of the Indian tradition. Even that part of the Indian tradition that for centuries had totally forgotten about it, right? Now, in that exposition, what is essential, that is his own, almost his own, is of course the understanding of para as aham and as mantra virya, the vitality of mantra. Now, he talks about this right at the beginning of the Paratrinshika Vivarana, the commentary of the Paratrinshika Vivarana. Why? Well, it's not just that he's a thorough commentator and he wants to comment on Devi Vacha right at the beginning. It's because central to the teaching of the Paratrinshika Vivarana, as I suppose all of you know, is that if you're ready, and Master is ready, or Goddess is prepared to do it, you achieve enlightenment by just uttering Parabija sound. Just once. Okay? You get Diksha, and that Diksha is liberating. This is central to the Paratrishika teachings. So if that's central, then right at the beginning, Abhinavagupta has to explain how it is that the mantra has that amount of power. That I just say Sao Bija once, and I'm enlightened. I'm freed of the bondage that has been tormenting me for thousands of lifetimes. How can that mantra be so powerful? And the reason for that is because it is saturated with mantravirya. And what is that mantravirya? I am. I am. Aham. It's full of supreme subjectivity of Lord Shiva, and that subjectivity is the goddess. Okay? So there you see we have how Abhinavagupta has built up on a teaching of his grand teacher, the Utpaladeva, and from a hint, he's developed it into a massive exegesis of what mantra is. I won't go into it now, but in the 80s, it was very popular amongst foreign scholars to talk about mantra as language. And what do we mean? What kind of language is mantra? But nobody really noticed that Abhinavagupta had gone into that 1,000 years ago. Right? So, Tripratyamidam Jnanam Guruta. Guru here is the Trika Guru Shambhunatha and other teachers, Bhuti Raja, he's the other Shambhunatha taught in Krama system. Shastrata. Shastra, of course, is all of the Shaivagama, because according to a teaching given to him by Shambhunatha, scripture is prasiddhi, what we commonly know to be true. And all of the highest embodiment of what we most instinctively and profoundly know is true is Trika, Shastra. And that same prasiddhi permeates all scripture. It's what makes scripture scripture. So that has allowed him to say that Trika extends, is the whole of the Shaivagama. But just like consciousness is active, there are also many layers and levels. So within this unity, there is a hierarchy. In many ways, ontological and epistemological, and so many, and in this particular case, of revelation. And that hierarchy is contained in the single whole, which we call Trika. And Abhinavagupta, just to put his chap on his own understanding, come through his teacher scripture, called that Trika Anuttara Trika. So this Anuttara Trika, okay? So there you are. This allowed Abhinavagupta to make use of all the Shaivagama in the construction or the presentation of what he called Anuttara Trika. Santi padatyaha bahva padatyaha anyasrotreshu santi bahva padatyaha kintu Anuttara Trika kula krame ekam apina vidyate. Ekopina vidyate. There are many padatis in the many schools, the shrotas of the agamas. It says, but there is not a single one that we find for Anuttara Trika. And this is why he's writing Tantraloka. So here, to go full circle for where I began, is a tradition, the only tantric tradition in the world, without ritual, or primarily without ritual, and yet the propagator of this system, if you call it Trika, to make it Tantra, you see, if you just had Pratyabhigya, if you just had Shiva Sutra, maybe if you just had Krama system, then you would call this, you wouldn't call it Trika Shaivism, you'd call it Krama system. Because it's the only one that is actually scriptural. You understand? It's the only one that's scriptural. Whereas we call the whole of the tradition now, by extension, the whole of the exegesis. Pratyabhigya is Vimarsha, Shivadrishti is Vimarsha, Spanda Karika is Vimarsha, okay? And the teachings that Shivananda brought is a higher level of Vimarsha of Krama teachings from what were before. And the Shiva Sutra, I would say, and this is what Shemaraja tells us, is Sarva Shaiva Upanishad, Sarva Shaiva Rahasya Upanishad. So in that way, even Shiva Sutra is a Vimarsha. Okay? So in this whole huge exegesis, profound exegesis that happened 3-4 generations before Abhinavagupta, he ties it all up and puts it all into Trika. So that he reconnects this exegesis to the tradition, to the Shaiva Agama. You understand? And not only does he do that, but he gives you a commentary on the highest part of the Shaiva Agama, which is Trika, which can trickle all the way down, right back to the very beginnings and the lowest levels, if you like to think of it that way, of the Siddhanta, right? And I conclude here, having done that, he gave a model for ritual and its interpretation that was taken over by, for example, Sri Vidya. This is the only tradition in the whole of India, okay? And by extension, the whole of Asia, for God's sake, where Trika, where ritual is explained. You understand? Otherwise, if you're doing Baglamukhi, any of the Dasha Mahavidyas, you're doing Sri Chakra Puja and so on, you just got thousands of mantras to repeat, to repeat, to repeat, and do this and do that, and sprinkle around and ring bells and offer incense, you know, and throw flowers and mantra and mantra and mantra with no explanation. So this tradition, paradoxically, where there's no puja, there's the explanation of puja. Okay? And this has been done by Abhinavagupta. And one last thing, when you read it, you take Bali Vijayottara and you read it together with Tantraloka. Okay? You see that he quotes it literally, more than half of it. He refers to all the rest of it in a very, 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 very clever way. He doesn't just say, well, look, you know, I don't know, Ajnanam Malavichanti, Sansaram Kurakaranam, and then he gives you a nice explanation underneath. No, he weaves in the reference together with one or two words he puts in here and there, and in his own way. So what you get is you get Prakasha and Vimarsha together. You see what I mean? So he's not only teaching, so this is the way. And because this has been done in this way, and this is the last thing I have to say, because he did this so brilliantly, we have the whole of the scholarly tradition, the modern scholarly tradition, has completely forgotten the difference between Prakya and Upakya, between Vimarsha, between Prakasha and Vimarsha, between revelation and exegesis. So what we got is we got a salad that we call Kashmir Shaivism. But this was not like this for any of those masters. And this is a true tantric system. Okay? So I'm sorry if I've taken too much of your time. Thank you for your patience. I don't want to. Thank you, very kind of you for listening.
Thank you so very much, Markji. We are grateful that you took out time despite not being very well. Sundarji, do you have a question or a comment?
Oh, hello, Sundarji. Hello, Sundarji.
Hello, Markji. Thank you so much. Can I speak?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much for this very comprehensive presentation where historical depth has been combined with strictly following the text. I mean, it raises many questions, but then, I only wanted to raise one because that was the only point you made from the aesthetic side. And I thought, and I think you had forgotten the source, exact place. So I just wanted to comment on that because those verses where he presents his own synthesis of Rasa theory. So that long actually it's an invocatory verse, and it comes in the 6th chapter of the Natya Shastra, commentary in the 6th chapter.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
We are talking about this Amnaya Siddhe Kim Purvam Etat, this one, about tradition and his self-effacing before tradition. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
the one which you paraphrased.
Yes, right. Yes.
Yes. You actually, yes. I just wanted to add a small nuance to that because
yes, of course.
Yes, if you allow me. Basically, you spoke about his self-effacement, that he hardly attributes anything to himself. He attributes everything to scripture. And this particular passage, invocatory shloka, pardon?
Yeah, I didn't quite say that. I said that he couldn't do what he did if he didn't have people before him.
Exactly, that's what he says. But a number of times you basically said that we have to deduce what he contributed originally by subtracting scripture and guru from the sum. So no, I just wanted to introduce, if I can, just finish the point. I'd like to.
Yes.
Yes, please. So actually what he is doing in this stanza, in the commentary on Natya Shastra, is that it's important, the exact place where it appears. What has happened to that stanza is that he has been demolishing all those who came before him. Bhattanayaka, Sri Shankuka, so he's been demolishing all of them. So now he's going to present his own thesis.
Okay.
See? And he doesn't want people to think that he's boasting or saying that I'm being original, I'm criticizing all these people who came before me. Neither does he want people to think that he is completely neglecting the tradition, that he is doing this by himself without the tradition.
Absolutely.
And in fact, actually the main point he's trying to make, and I think it's important to go through it, is that he is abolishing the distinction between originality, individual originality, his genius, and tradition. For him, the two are the same. And if you see, because he says, you see, Amnaya Siddhe Kim Apurvam Etat, Samvid Vikase Kim Adhikatam Agamatvam. So what he is saying is people have these two contradictory things which they resort to, which is that they say, first they say, when it has been already established by tradition, why these pretentious claims to originality? So this is one argument which is used. Then the opposite argument is also used. When self-conscious thought blossoms so freely on its own, why bother to cram down these stifling canons? So this is how the world destroys both originality and tradition. So he's responding by saying, my originality is tradition, It's not opposed to tradition, it's built on. So he says, with these two objections, ever so precious and within easy reach, what's then left that this world has not turned to derision? Then he says, climbing ever higher and higher, the mountain, you said, going to the peak. He says, once the right path has been found and cleared, building bridges and founding entire cities, such architectural feats are no cause for wonder. And here's the most important part. Therefore, far from she has just demolished everybody, and now he's saying the opposite. Therefore, far from having overturned and demolished here the views of fellow truth seekers, the views of fellow truth seekers have been merely refined. In the blueprints bequeathed by our predecessors, we recognize the foundations of this crowning achievement of our own labors. So he knows that he's a genius, but he realizes at the same time that this genius is coming from the tradition. He's adding to it, but he would be nowhere without it. So actually, it's nuance. It's nuance.
You said it a million times better than I could.
No, I actually translated it in that paper which I referred to in my own talk. Actually, thank you very much, Mark, for your contribution.
Thank you very much, Sundarji.
Thank you, Sundarji, and thank you, Markji. It's 9:49 p.m. IST, and I think we can move towards the last part, which is a vote of thanks, basically a heartfelt gratitude note from me. I thank Ma Sharda for choosing me as a medium for serving the cause of knowledge traditions from Kashmir, albeit in a very small way. Few years ago, she chose me to organize an online festival on Kashmir, contributed to projects on Kashmir, co-curate an online conference on Kashmir, the cultural epicenter of Bharat, and even today's symposium. And she's also blessed me by situating my research work in Kashmir. I bow to her in gratitude and remain surrendered at her divine feet. I thank Harikiran Vardlamani Garu for entrusting me with such projects and guiding me in taking a pluralistic approach and inviting as many scholars that I could possibly reach out to. No wonder we invited 25 scholars from across the world. Some of them could not attend primarily due to the time zone differences and prior travel commitments. I thank the erudite Dr. Nagaraj Paturi Garu for being a guide like no other and for selflessly shining the light of his intellect all the time. I thank my colleagues from Indica, Srinivas Garu, Koti Garu, Manish ji for their quiet, determined support. I thank Rakesh Kaul Bhai from Core Sharda Foundation team, without whom I would not have found Dr. Chamanlal Raina ji. My humble pranam to each and every speaker who graced today's symposium, and I hope that all of you will honor us with your participation in future events too. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the wonderful audience who co-curated and co-created today's beautiful online space of collective learning and awareness. I thank you all very much once again from the bottom of my heart. Till we meet again in another Indica event, Namaste, Jai Ma Sharda, Om Namah Shivaya.